We are so happy to be here today and thrilled to be kicking off such an exciting and powerful event, Vision 2020's 7th National Congress. This year is especially unique because we're hybrid. Some of us are in person and some of us are virtual. Vision 2020's mission is to ignite a national discussion and accelerate the pace of women's progress by illuminating and eliminating the bias and barriers that perpetuate gender inequality in the United States. And their vision is supported by 4 key pillars of equality: shared leadership, youth education, economic parity, and civic engagement. We proudly support the important work of Vision 2020, as SEI was founded on the belief that diversity is a business differentiator and should be celebrated. We have always prided ourselves on the strengths of our inclusive culture. We value all of our teammates and their significant contributions that come from diverse backgrounds, experiences, and ideas. The spirit of community brings people together to celebrate the attributes that make us each unique. Diversity of thought, experiences, and ideas drives boundless opportunities, not just for our businesses, but to close the gaps in our minds where inequality and injustice can live.
We have a proud history of promoting and celebrating women within our organization and in the community. Our Get, Grow, Keep initiative focuses on developing a clearer path for women to advance within our company, changing the internal recruiting process to make more positions available for current employees, and updating job descriptions to allow for more qualified applicants. The SEI Women's Network continues to represent, inspire, and support the professional growth of women with its keystone event being our annual Leadership Summit. In addition to our Emerging Leaders program and our Growing Neurodiversity at Work program, SEI focuses on the future of talent. We understand that representation doesn't happen by accident. Rather, it takes purposeful action to acknowledge that there is a gap in the reflection of the world around you.
One thing this past year has taught us is how important our employees' voices are in driving business success, especially women. When we are unified by a common mission, our impact is a catalyst for creating equitable and meaningful futures for the next generation. This is the time for our female leaders to claim their seats at the table and leverage our power for positive change. Thank you for all your efforts to collectively progress Vision 2020's mission. We are honored to be part of it. And now, we're pleased to introduce the founder and president of Vision 2020, Lynn Yackel.
Our thanks to SEI, the title sponsor of our Congress, and to QVC and the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, who are also sponsoring the Congress. And a big welcome to all of you who are here. We want to thank all the Women 100 sponsors who have been with us through this challenging time. We've got many generous donors and sponsors who stepped up and stayed with us and took a leap of faith in terms of our mission for equality for women. And as we have worked to put on the Women 100 celebration, of course, we've had to change our directions and our plans numerous times. But here we are, and we're so happy to be here, and we are so happy to welcome our audience from all over the United States. We have many, many states represented by our delegates and allied organizations, sponsors, and friends. And while we wish we could all be in person, as we have been for the previous 6 Congresses, which we've held in Philadelphia, in Chicago, in Portland, Oregon, in Nashville, and in Miami, we've all been together for those Congresses, but this time we're still counting on you, our Vision 2020 leaders, to get us through this, along with technology. We've all come to love technology over the last 15 months. And I just want to say that somebody told me that the 3 most used words in this era of Zoom are, "You're on mute." Well, guess what? You're on mute no longer. We are not on mute today or tomorrow. We are going to be speaking up and speaking out about our plans for gender equity, gender equality, women's leadership. all the things that we have stood for all these years. And it has been years. You know, the title of this section is 10 years and 45 minutes. So we've got our work cut out for us. We're originating today from the Kimmel Center Cultural Campus here in Philadelphia. And the reason we're here is that the Kimmel Center is a major partner of the Women 100 celebration, and it is where our acclaimed Seat at the Table exhibition is installed. This exhibition went up on March the 1st, 2020, and unfortunately then the building had to be closed just a few weeks later because of the pandemic. And so we are going to be keeping this exhibition here. The building will reopen in September, and it will be up through March of 2022, which is great, through Women's History Month. But in the meantime, all of you will have the great opportunity to take a virtual tour of the exhibition, Seat at the Table, in just 2 hours from now with its curator, Paige Talbot, and our great executive assistant at Vision 2020, Kiana Douglas. So we're looking forward to that opportunity, and Paige will be here also to answer questions at that point. The triple mission of Vision 2020 from the beginning has been to honor the past, to enrich the present, and to shape the future. And our goal has been to get more women in leadership and to achieve 50-50 shared leadership and a seat at the table, which is the name of the exhibition. Those topics are worth talking about. And there is no one better to talk about them with than my good friend, Rosemary Greco, who has been with us from the beginning. She's currently the executive advisor to Vision 2020. She was my co-chair in the beginning. And I'll just tell you a little bit about Rosemary, because we're very lucky to have her here today. Rosemary was the first woman in the United States to be named the CEO of a major bank and the president of its parent company. She also has been a high government official. She served in the cabinet of the governor of Pennsylvania, and she sits on numerous corporate boards and has for years. So she knows something about leadership, and she is a shining example of leadership and has been instrumental in all of the success that we've had. So I'm very delighted to turn this over to my good friend, Rosemary Greco.
Thank you, Lynn. You know, the secret to practicing good leadership is to learn when to be a follower. And I learned that a long time ago, decades ago, from my good friend Lynn Yackel. Lynn was born a visionary. Every year when we toast to tenacity in honor of the women who marched for the right to vote and suffered great stress, both in their personal lives and in their communities, toast to tenacity, I always toast to Lynn. You know, we met in January of 2009. It was at a lunch, and Lynn said, I have something really important to share with you. Right then and there, I knew I was going to be a follower. Lynn talked about a vision for 2020. It was 2009. Nothing extraordinary was going on for the world of women. And so I looked at Lynn and said, why now?
And I said, because women's progress has stalled. The second half of the 20th century had a number of great steps forward for women, but also a lot of steps back. And whether it was the shortfall of the ERA or whether it was the Anita Hill hearings, there were moments when women were taking steps forward and again, steps back. So progress had stalled at the end of the first decade of the 21st century, and there had never been a national conversation about women and leadership in America. And so it seemed to me that it was time, because being in Philadelphia with the centennial of the 19th Amendment coming up, just at that point, 11 years from that time in 2020, this seemed like a great opportunity to focus on how to close the gaps, how to deal with the lack of women's leadership, and how to achieve some of the goals that we wanted to do. I asked Rosemarie to help, and she said yes. And so, Rosemarie, what did we do then?
Well, right now it is seemingly obvious what we should have done, and indeed, we did it. We started with 4 goals. The first was shared leadership, 50-50 between men and women across all important sectors of our socio-economy. The second was, what about the kids? It was to teach them to value gender equity, boys and even girls. The third was to work towards achieving economic parity for women in pay and in retirement benefits. And the fourth, civic engagement. We wanted women to become involved in the management as well as the leadership of our country, our states, our counties, our cities. We wanted them all to come out and vote. Every election, every time. Well, we worked towards that. However, every path has a beginning, right? And our beginning started on the cross streets of what is and what must be. A 10-year path we followed. In the fall of 2009, here in Philadelphia, we gathered leaders from every walk of life, corporate leaders, small business leaders, mayors, council people, nonprofits, academicians, all walks of life, and we said to them, what do you think is the most important thing we can do over the next 10 years to increase the valuing of all women? Well, their insights gave us confidence to do 2 important things, which really became sort of a bedrock for us. One was go big, go national. And that's when we devised the plan to recruit, select, and place 2 delegates from every state in the Union. Those delegates really reamed out through the country and put into practice everything that Vision 2020 was imagining. Hopefully, we empowered them. Definitely, they encouraged us. The second thing we did, another critically important decision, was to decide to have no political party affiliation. Remain neutral. You know, it's probably best now that we stop and we do a visual remembrance of the time past, beginning in 2009 up until today. We have a video to share with you.
On September 14, 2009, at the National Constitution Center in Philadelphia, an assembly of committed Americans convened to discuss a new initiative that takes up the unfinished business of equality for women.
If you're not energized yet, you certainly will be. Good morning to all of you. This is a most important project that is being born right here in Philadelphia. It's a national project that I think will have resonance around the world.
They spoke of a purpose and a plan.
Nearly 9 decades ago, the women suffragists fought their long fight. They led it, in fact, and they ratified the 19th Amendment in 1920. It was not just about the right to vote. Their intent was that women would take their rightful place at tables where policy would be determined. where progress would be charted, and where democracy for all would be realized.
This is a project where we seek to inspire new generations of women and men to shape what we value as a country.
From October 20th to 22nd, 2010, Vision 2020 delegates from all 50 states met at the National Constitution Center in Philadelphia and launched a campaign to make equality a national priority through shared leadership among women and men. The delegates are women leaders who were selected from hundreds of applicants for their demonstrated commitment to help women and girls.
Pocatello, Idaho.
Seattle, Washington. Vermont. Omaha. Juneau, Alaska. That's where I'm from. Chicago.
There is a band of women, and to our manor born, emerging from the darkness past and looking toward the morn. Their mothers labored, waited through a night without a star. The morning shows a suffrage flag that bears the woman's star. Hurrah, hurrah!
There's no better time than now to fully understand what the early suffragists did and the benefits that we're all reaping from today.
I'm just really touched by how diverse all the voices are. You are all very special. You have been chosen to be here for a reason, because you're going to get things done over the next couple days, and we are going to envision 2020 in a way that it's never been envisioned before.
What is the case in your communities for how women make change?
We're going to get women excited about running for office. There are generational issues between women and men that we can reach out and help each other.
And I want to know how we actually get to the root changes.
Oh, and no one's going to give us our rights in the same way that nobody gave us the right to vote.
All my life I've been waiting for, I've been praying for the people to say that we don't want to fight no war. There'll be no more wars, and our children will pay.
There's something that American women do, which is that we get together and we advocate. And we feed off of each other's energy. And when we see that energy, what Vision 2020 is allowing women to do is to actually make that energy into actual action plans.
The agenda was clear. Unite behind action plans for Vision 2020's major goals.
In 1884, the issue of women's right to vote was placed on the Oregon ballot. It was defeated, and defeated 4 more times in subsequent elections. On the 6th attempt in 1912, victory. Perseverance.
When we think about the strides we've made, we've still got such a long way to go.
Vision 2020 is a wonderful mission.
And I'm just excited about what we're going to do going forward.
It's just the beginning.
We've admired the problem long enough, and so now it's time for us to come to solutions. This is the beginning of hope, and I'm here to be an ambassador of hope.
Then and now, we needed to navigate from the corners of what is and what must be to a parallel path, a path that we refer to as finding the money. 10 years of fundraising began in 2010. We went to Drexel's leadership. We went to Exelon. We went to Penn Mutual. We shouted from the rooftops so every individual and every corporate leader would hear us. And the ones who did, like the companies I mentioned, they all knew the same truth that we knew, that America would be a much more perfect union if, in fact, there was equality for women with men.
So then came the middle of the decade, and we began to focus on the year 2020 because we knew that our mission of honoring the past was going to be very much educating the public about the history of women's suffrage, all of what had gone into the 72-year struggle to win the right to vote, and celebrating the progress that we'd made while at the same time laying out the unfinished agenda. So starting in the middle of the decade, we formed an action team to plan the Women 100 celebration. We got all kinds of community leaders involved, and we recruited a very top-notch leader in Philadelphia, Diane Semmingson. We had lots of momentum going, and then the unplanned interruption came, and that was, of course, the pandemic. So we had to, in the word that's used frequently now, we had to pivot in a major way. But we've done that, and Diane is going to tell you exactly what we have accomplished and what we're going to be doing to finish the Women 100 celebration. It's my pleasure to introduce Diane Semmingson.
Lynn, thank you so much. And thank you for your early inspiration, your leadership, your tenacity during this past decade. I've so enjoyed working with you. And you are a wonderful role model for all women, so thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
There are so many people that I could thank, starting with the planning group Lynn mentioned, that met every month for 3 years to plan for the year 2020. Thank you to each of you. I especially want to thank my co-chair, Dr. Susan Taylor. Susan couldn't be with us today, but I think she's on your screen. And thank you, Susan, for your help. We miss you today. Thank you very much, Dr. Taylor. Year 2020 was made to order for Vision 2020's centennial celebration of women winning the right to vote, just 100 years ago with the passage of the 19th Amendment to the Constitution. Or so it seemed the perfect year while we were planning the multiple events under the heading we called Women 100. When it became obvious that the pandemic would force us to cancel large in-person gatherings, instead of giving up, folding our tents, and going home, we took the playbook of the suffragists and decided to adjust to our circumstances and developed Plan B. The results have been pretty amazing. I will illustrate with just 6 examples. First, the seat at the table. The exhibit was already in place here at the Kimmel Center when the virus struck. Many of us were here for the opening, March 1, 2020. This exhibit is a vivid experience, a tangible experience, almost like a semester of studying women's history at its inspirational best. And for those of you who have not been able to see the exhibit, we hope you'll come back when it opens up to the public right here again in the Kimmel Center in September, as Lynn mentioned. Second, in August of last year, Vision 2020 was determined to host its annual Toast to Tenacity, a tribute to the suffragists. This stand up and cheer ceremony invites the nation to raise a glass of grape juice. You'll recall that during the suffragist time, there was prohibition, to honor the heroic women of history. And this time, we went high-tech to do so. Over 3,000 people from all over the country tuned in to the program virtually, with some of us in person at Independence National Historical Park here in Philadelphia, a fitting place to toast women's tenacity in the past and today. Third, in October, our mask in place and keeping our social distance, we assembled the caravan of cars and headed north of Philadelphia. Destination, Seneca Falls, New York, to make a Vision 2020 connection with the site of the first Women's Rights Convention held in 1848. The 2-day round trip, with a pit stop and rally in Scranton, Pennsylvania along the way, made clear the message that our work is a continuation of theirs. Please join me for a quick tour to Seneca Falls.
In 1848, Seneca Falls, New York was the site of a pioneering convention for women's rights. On an early morning in October, 172 years later in Philadelphia, Vision 2020 rallied a caravan of conscience, women eager to keep a rendezvous with history, all in celebration of the centennial of the 19th Amendment and the precious right to vote. Mile after mile, up through liquid sunshine, out of a symbolic tunnel and into a brighter day, this drive to connect the centuries pushed on. A pit stop added a boost from the Women's Whistle Stop Scranton, a Women 100 proud partner.
I'm delighted to welcome Women 100 Road Rally to Scranton.
Along with rallying comments from Mayor Paige Cognetti, U.S. Senator Bob Casey, and other public officials. And the inspiration of Seneca Falls reminding all to never forget the mission nor the message.
As we admire the changing leaves on this journey, we need to think of the changing lives of women 172 years ago that began with this very journey.
The rally continued to Seneca Falls for a visit to the Women's Rights National Historical Park and the National Women's Hall of Fame. Park rangers gave the history of Wesleyan Chapel, where the first Women's Rights Convention was held. On the return trip, the group stopped at NASCAR's Watkins Glen International Raceway and left behind She Leads Road Rally t-shirts signed by all the participants for placement in the History Museum there. The return to Vision 2020 headquarters at Drexel University. 2 days, 500 miles, many memories, one message.
Every one of us has to vote, but for women, we must vote, vote. And as I say, empowered women vote.
Then in November, a day after the 2020 presidential election and the first woman in history to be Vice President of the United States, we went virtual again with Women's Leadership Forum. Leaders in business, government, and education shared the wisdom and optimism about a future featuring a far greater number of women in leadership roles. Fifth, in March, Vision 2020 sent a signal to a new generation of leaders, inviting college kids, men and women, to have their voices heard in a virtual event called Spring Breakthrough. Vision 2020 is a strong believer that leadership aspirations should be taught early in life. And sixth, the Vision 2020 Congress is now underway, right here, right now, to be followed by a seventh event on August 26th, National Women's Equality Day. It will be a time for the 2021 Toast to Tenacity and a return to in-person events. More than ever, we will be urging all of America to join us that day to celebrate the achievements of the past and promise of tomorrow. Please join us this August 26th for a special Toast to Tenacity and the continued perseverance of women's equal rights. The work of Women 100 is almost done. It would have been so easy for Vision 2020 just to capitulate. That actually never came to mind. You have a right to be proud of the way women performed under pressure. I know I am. Our Congress, these next 2 days, will continue to honor the past and enrich the present. But our main focus, our main job, will be to shape the future. Women have so much more to offer to the future of this nation than we've been allowed to demonstrate in the past. Given the challenges our country faces, we all need to step up to renew its greatness. Thank you.
And thank you, Diane, for your leadership and for being here today and being a constant, reliable, wonderful supporter. So, as Diane said, this Congress is so important to the future of the change that we seek. Everything up to now has been a first draft. There's lots of work to still do. So I want to just tell you a little bit about what's happening in the next day and a half. First of all, we will wrap this up in a few minutes, our look back at the last 10 years. And then we will have a wonderful panel that will talk about what we've learned in the course of the pandemic changes and all of that. Then this afternoon, we'll have what we're calling What's on Our Minds. And we made up a word called infopinion to express the fact that we're getting opinions and ideas that came from our delegates. I sent out a query to the delegates about what they would like to talk about, and we've picked 5 of them that we're going to focus on this afternoon. Tomorrow, we will have, as our opening at 12:30 tomorrow, we will have Mika Brzezinski, the star of MSNBC, the co-host of Morning Joe, and a great supporter of women, and she will talk about her Know Your Value program. That will be followed by a session on where we are now, and then we'll talk about where we're going, and we'll announce the rebranding of Vision 2020. So please plan to be with us for all of that. But to finish the look back at the last 10 years in 45 minutes, which I think we're going to succeed in doing, I'm going to turn this back to Rosemarie.
Thank you, Lynn. Leading up to our first Congress here in Philadelphia in 2010, with a vision for 2020, we felt compelled to document what we wanted to do, what we must do. And we put those words and those goals into a document called the Declaration of Equality. We introduced it at the Constitution Center. And each of our delegates, 2 from each state, were called up to sign the document. The Declaration of Equality was read aloud that day by Kathleen Hall Jamieson. Kathleen Hall Jamieson is currently the Director of Public Policy Center, the Annenberg Center at the University of Pennsylvania. She had a compelling voice then, and it has grown ever louder since. Kathleen.
Vision 2020's Declaration of Equality. This declaration, proclaimed by American women united in purpose, commends to this nation the wisdom and obligation of achieving equality. This declaration, inspired by the efforts of those who have come before, recognizes that although equality is in sight, it is not yet fully in place. This declaration, dedicated to enabling children to reach adulthood with full expectations of equality, advances the belief that a true sharing of leadership and responsibility among all people, regardless of gender, will inspire an unprecedented dimension of American excellence. This declaration contends that without equality, we cannot truly claim that we, the people, are fairly self-governed and free to pursue happiness. Equality is both a measure of our democracy and its hallmark. It is the foremost feature of justice, and it is descriptive of our common humanity. There is an urgency to this matter because equality delayed is opportunity denied. This declaration, signed by willing hands pledged to devote their time, talent, and tenacity to the fulfillment of that which equality promises, is now submitted to the hearts, minds, and collective conscience of the American people. With faith in humanity, we resolve to fulfill the promise of our nation and the potential of American women and all Americans, regardless of gender.
Thank you, Kathleen, and thank you for leading us not only with that today, but in 2010, at the end of that Congress, every one of the delegates from all 50 states and the District of Columbia signed the Declaration of Equality, which we have in the Vision 2020 office. So I can't say enough about the wonderful leaders that we have. We also have a wonderful Vision 2020 team in our office, and which is closed, of course. But we're all working hard from wherever we are. And you will be meeting members of that team as we go. I want to point out, you've got e-books that show you the agenda that I mentioned a few minutes ago. So be sure to track that agenda. And we're slightly ahead of schedule, but I'm going to say a few words about what's coming up next, because we are welcoming back one of our early leaders at Vision 2020. Suba Barry was a member of the National Leadership Circle early on. She did all kinds of wonderful things to help us in the early days. And then she took on a very major role with Working Mother magazine. You'll hear more about that. And she is going to moderate the panel that will be introduced in just any minute now by Elowen Corby, who is the program manager for Vision 2020. So I thank Suba for being back. I thank all the leaders who've been here this morning as we've looked back at what it really amounts to 12 years at this point. And I thank all of you out there who have been with us over the years, and those of you who are new. We have a large and growing family of delegates, allied organizations, partners in the Women 100 celebration, and they're all listed in your ebook. So I thank them and the sponsors, and particularly, I just want to say a closing word to Drexel University. I've been at the Institute for Women's Health and Leadership almost since Drexel took over the medical school, which had originally been the Women's Medical College, the first medical school for women in the world, founded here in Philadelphia in 1850. And in the role that I've been in, we have worked hard for women's health and women's leadership to advance those causes. And nothing could be more important or powerful than increasing the numbers of women in leadership so that we all have the same opportunities and the same aspirations as we're growing up as girls. And we can see people like our new vice president who inspire us all. So again, thank you to the wonderful leaders, and I'm now going to turn this over to Elowen Corby, who will introduce the panel entitled What We've Learned. Thanks.
Great, thank you so much for that inspiring look at the last 10 years of Vision 2020's work. Before I introduce Suba Barry, who will be moderating this panel discussion on what we've learned, I have a few quick housekeeping notes and reminders. Our goal is to keep this event as interactive as possible, so we encourage you to share your thoughts using the chat feature located to the right of the video player. Vision 2020 is a nonpartisan national women's equality coalition, and we ask that you please keep conversations in the chat respectful in alignment with that mission. If you would like to submit a question for our panel at any time during the discussion, please click on the Ask the Panel a Question button, which is located underneath the video player. We ask that you don't use the chat feature for questions. If you'd like to learn more about the research being discussed during this session, all of our panel members have provided links to their relevant research for you to explore at your leisure. These can be found near the bottom of the National Congress event page on women100.org. And finally, don't forget to also share your thoughts on social media using the hashtag Vision2020Congress. Now, it is my pleasure to introduce Suba Barry, the moderator of this panel. Suba is the CEO of Saramount, formerly known as Working Mother Media, the most comprehensive end-to-end provider of diversity, equity, and inclusion services in the United States. Suba's impressive career and insights have been featured in the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, the Washington Post, USA Today, Forbes, and NBC's Know Your Value, among many more. Suba is a visionary, a leader, an advocate, and a dedicated mentor, and we are delighted that she's lending her talents and insight to this event. So with that, I'll hand it off to Suba to take us away.
Thank you, Elowen. It's my pleasure to be here with all of you today, leading this panel discussion. As you can all imagine, we're still learning the potential long-term effects of the pandemics and the setbacks, especially for women at home and in the workplace. In today's panel, we're going to really look at this current moment and place it in context by exploring what we know about women's position in society, the changing landscape that women are having to navigate, and looking at particularly the barriers faced by women of color. And we're going to hear from some of the sharpest analytical minds in the country, and we hope to be able to leave you with insights of how you can seize this moment as an inflection point for being the positive change that you want to see in the world around you. I am joined by an amazing set of panelists. Juliana Horowitz, who's the Associate Director of Research at the Pew Research Center. Dr. Nicole Mason, who's the President and CEO of the Institute for Women's Policy Research. And my friend, Roberta Bobby Liebenberg, who's a partner at Fine Kaplan and Black. And as I was introduced, I'm the moderator. I'm the CEO of Seramount. We used to be known as Working Mother Media. And our focus is on advancing diversity, equity, and inclusion in the workplace. All four of us on this panel have done substantial research around women and gender. So my first question to each of the panelists, and I'm going to take them, I'll lead them off one by one, is to draw on that work that you have done recently, especially since the start of the pandemic, on what is happening to women in our country. And I'm going to ask you to weave in not just your top findings, but also, from a variety of different perspectives and for different industries, what are you seeing as the unique issues? If we could start off with Juliana, that would be great.
Sure. Thanks so much, Suba, for moderating this important conversation, and to Elowen and to everyone at Vision 2020 for hosting this event and for hosting all of us. And since the beginning of the pandemic, there's been a lot of attention to what's happening with women, both in terms of the economic impact and the disproportionate impact of the recession on women, but also in terms of mothers and working mothers in particular. And that's what I want to talk a little bit about. Especially as daycares and schools closed and what that did to women trying to balance both their jobs and careers and their parenting responsibilities. And, some of the work that we did last fall in October, as, many schools were still either closed or in some sort of hybrid mode, and a lot of preschools and daycare centers were still closed, and people might not be comfortable having other people watch their children. One of the things that we saw was that for working mothers, there is a big challenge in handling their childcare responsibilities, much more so than for fathers, even though fathers were also saying that they were having challenges with that. But mothers were far more likely to say that was the case. For those who are working from home, all or most of the time, and of course it's important to note that not everybody can do that, and most Americans don't have jobs that are teleworkable, but for those who were able to work from home, both mothers and fathers, actually about 2/3 of each, said they had at least some childcare responsibilities while they were working. But mothers were about twice as likely to say they had a lot of childcare responsibilities at the same time, like during the workday while they were trying to do their job. And mothers were more likely to say that since the pandemic started, they were, they felt like they couldn't give 100% to their work. They felt like they had to reduce they had to reduce their hours, had to reduce their responsibilities. That they were doing more than their partner for those who are married or cohabiting in an opposite sex relationship, that they were carrying more of the load at home. And those are really important things to focus on. And it's really important that there's been such a focus on that. But at the same time, I think it's really important to remember that these challenges aren't new. And while the pandemic sort of, shed some light on what was happening, and it sort of maybe made it more okay for women to even talk about the challenges that they were having, and for us as a society to focus on it, that the research that we had done before, and sometimes asking the same questions, but before the pandemic, about about balancing work and family, and about who was doing more at home, both in terms of chores and in terms of managing the kids' schedules and being involved parents, that we were seeing in some cases identical results. So women, working mothers who were asked about, over the course of their lifetime, they were more likely to say there were times that they couldn't give 100%, or there were times where they felt like they couldn't be good parents. So there's always a struggle between being, responsible and good at your job and showing that you're a dedicated worker and handling those responsibilities. And I think for me, one of the questions that comes up is, what will happen now that things are starting to go back to normal, right? Like as kids go back to school, as, daycares are available again, and, and offices reopen, and will we still be paying attention to the challenges of mothers, or will we go back to the way things were before, where this was sort of the expectation? Because, one of the things we've also seen in our research is sort of, even as more people are open to less traditional gender roles, the way that things are playing out in people's families and the way and what society looks to men and women for and what society values is still very much, women are seen as caregivers and men are seen as providers. And, and policy change is really important, but it has to come with some cultural shift around it. We know that fathers feel more pressure to go back to work quickly after having a baby. Like, even if they do have parental leave, there's still an idea that you're the provider and you have to go back quickly, and your employer expects it. And so for me, I think it's really important to also focus on some of the cultural perceptions and ideas around gender roles as we come out of this pandemic and sort of capitalize on the attention that's being paid to all of this. And to me, that's going to be an interesting and important issue going forward.
Thank you, Juliana. And I have to tell you, I always used to say that women work the first shift, the second shift, and the third shift. So the first, of course, everybody's doing the first shift, which is going to work. Second shift is what you do at home. And then women do all the planning for everything that happens. A man and a woman both go, dual parent family, go off on a business trip. Who is the one that has to plan for everything, from what happens to the kids to what happens to the dogs? It's usually the woman. And if that didn't change during this pandemic, when is that going to change? Makes the case really for a national childcare policy, doesn't it? Somewhere where we get a helping hand in terms of who takes care of the kids, because that ended up being perhaps the biggest burden, parenting and caregiving. It fell on women and women of color disproportionately, because they were not only taking care of the children, they were also taking care of the elderly relatives. Bobby, you are, as a leader of so many organizations that are devoted and dedicated to gender equality, you have been such an outspoken and passionate advocate for the advancement of women. And especially, you've made your mark on the legal industry. So talk about sort of this recent national survey that you co-authored, 4,200 members of the American Bar Association, concerning the effect of the pandemic on lawyers, particularly on female lawyers and women of color lawyers. So can you share with us the significant findings from the survey, and what are some of the best practices that these law firms have started to put in place as they emerge from the pandemic?
Thank you, Suba, and for that really generous introduction. And I'm very excited to participate in this really important conversation. My co-author and I, Stephanie Scharf, worked with the ABA to conduct one of the largest national surveys of the legal profession. And it covers a wide array of lawyers in the United States, different types of practice setting, different types of size of practice, in-house counsel, nonprofit organizations, as well as law firms. And it included all types of different ages, races, ethnicity, types of gender identity, and types of disability. And the objective of the study was to understand what was the impact of the pandemic on the legal profession. How did lawyers view the evolution of the practice of law moving forward? And importantly, what were the types of resources that lawyers believed they would need as we emerge from the pandemic. And the report, which is available for free to download off the ABA, contains not only our findings, but also data-based recommended best practices for legal organizations and individual lawyers. And you're going to see a lot of consistency, I think, in our findings and what Juliana just talked about and what Suba's research and has also revealed. So an unexpected finding of our survey was that legal employers did not reduce billable hour requirements. So both legal departments and law firms, there was no adjustment of that during the pandemic. And we know, as Julia has just said, that both pre-pandemic and post-pandemic, women still continue to have the primary responsibility for childcare and elder care. And because of the seemingly nonstop 24/7 work environment, where there was really a blurring of lines between weekday, weeknight, weekends. Lawyers were not taking vacation time. They were not taking days off. And so there was increased levels of stress, anxiety, depression. And these levels of anxiety were even higher for women and lawyers of color. So women, we found 63% of women respondents said that they more likely to be disrupted because of household obligations during the day, which resulted, of course, in the inability to manage their assignments and get them in on time. One of the interesting things we found was that even as to workspace, men generally got the office and women generally got the kitchen table to work from. So, of course, there was more disruptions. And as a result of this increased stress and anxiety, women lawyers in general were worried about their advancement, their compensation, and whether they would be furloughed or even laid off. Women with children and the age of the child impacted the response were more concerned about whether they were being overlooked for assignments and client opportunities, and whether they were being viewed as not sufficiently committed to their law firm or employer. Now, prior to that time, Stephanie and I had done research looking at the high attrition of experienced women lawyers from the profession. So those women lawyers practicing 15 plus years. And we found that the top reason why women leave the legal practice was because of childcare commitments. But in that study, 63% of experienced women lawyers, that means they've been practicing 15 plus years, said they were perceived at their law firms as not being committed, ambitious, or dedicated as compared to just 2% of men. And of course, this increased during the pandemic. Therefore, it wasn't surprising to us that 53% of women with children ages 5 and younger and 41% of women with children ages 6 to 13 reported that they were thinking about going part-time. And 37% of women lawyers said that they were looking to leave the legal profession altogether. Now, our findings are also consistent with the McKinsey Lean In study, which found that 1 in 4 women in corporate America were thinking either about downsizing their career or leaving the workforce altogether. In addition to looking at these issues around women and childcare and the impact of the pandemic on that, we also wanted to focus on DEI strategies and with respect to the refocus on racial and social justice issues. How was that impacting lawyers of color and also women? And again, we found some very, very sobering statistics. 47% of lawyers of color reported that they were stressed at work very often or almost all of the time because of their race or ethnicity, compared to just 7% of white lawyers. And 54% of women attorneys of color reported that they experienced stress at work because of race or ethnicity, compared to 6% of white women and 41% of men of color. And the intersection of race, ethnicity, and gender helps to explain this increased stress for women attorneys of color. A recent ALM study that came out last week found that lawyers of color reported higher levels of depression and isolation, and over half of lawyers of color felt that they were not supported by their law firms. We believe these findings should be sounding alarm bells for every legal organization, because they portend a potential exodus of talented, diverse, and women lawyers from the legal profession at the same time that clients are demanding that women and diverse lawyers are equity partners, are leads on deals, serves at first chairs at trial. And legal organizations are going to have to be very, very intentional in terms of the types of policies and initiatives to keep women and lawyers of color. And I will just say, from the last recession in 2009, among Black women associates, as compared to all associates, the levels of Black women associates have still not reached the level that they had before the Great Recession in 2008 and 2009. So we can't risk having more women and diverse lawyers leave the legal profession, and particularly in the pipeline for experienced women lawyers. And we have some best practices, and two I just want to highlight for our discussion, and I think that's going to be the importance of remote work and flexibility. Will legal employers actually support it? Or are we seeing, as we've seen in a lot of the media, that yes, we're going to have hybrid remote work, but we strongly encourage you to come into the office? And will we get the same kind of gender divide where those who took flex time, who took part-time, who took parental leave were women? And again, we're gonna need to really track that and to make sure that there are guardrails to ensure that doesn't happen.
Well, Bobby, you've given us so much rich information, and as you know, Saramount has a Best Law Firms for Women initiative where we quantitatively gather data on some of the things that Bobby has talked about. Firstly, I want to call out, you remember you talked about the interruptions that women have to deal with during a given work hour. By the way, that number will shock you. Women with children under the age of 12 were interrupted at least 15 times an hour during the course of a workday during this pandemic. So this notion of being able to work from home, can you only imagine what that did to their ability to be able to deliver? So that was one I wanted to just call out. The second one was, based on our research, multicultural women across the board, this is not just lawyers, multicultural women, over 50% of them in the workforce said that they were thinking of leaving their companies within the next 12 to 18 months. This was before the pandemic. Can you only imagine what the pandemic must have done to their ability to be effective in the workplace? So that's sort of another data point. And the last one is, we did 3 surveys during the course of the pandemic. One was in April of 2020, September of 2020, and January 2021. And we found much the same that, Juliana and Bobby talked about. But we found also that there was one significant difference. When they had managers that checked in on them, that asked about their workload, that checked in on their mental health and well-being, those women were likely to say they would stay in their companies versus those that said, I need a break, I need to get away, I need to step back, I need to step sideways. So your immediate manager makes all the difference, which then again gives credit to the fact when you say you don't leave companies, you don't leave law firms, you are leaving your immediate boss. And that's worth thinking of. Nicole, at the start of the pandemic, you coined a term, she session, to describe the disproportionate impact that this pandemic would have on women's employment. from the loss of jobs, loss of income, and all of the other impacts they would face. What has the reality been versus what you had imagined and predicted that it would be? And would you please sort of drill down, particularly on women of color also, because that is still deeply concerning, even post the, we're living in a world where, awareness around racial issues is front and center, and yet women of color still remain impacted.
So I want to thank you all for having me as a guest at the conference. I want to start off by grounding this conversation, or what I'm going to say, in my own personal experiences. I am a single mother by choice to 11-year-old twins. So when you talk about being disrupted daily and doing double duty during the pandemic, I have been charged with those things. But what I'm very clear about is that I am very fortunate because I do have the opportunity to work remotely. I do have health care benefits, and I do have paid sick leave. Many of the women that have lost their jobs over the course since the start of the pandemic have been women of color who are overrepresented in the hardest hit sectors, who are employed in lower wage jobs. In order for them to earn a living, they have to show up physically to a location, and also did not have health insurance or paid sick leave, which made them very vulnerable to job loss and income loss. And so having that context, even in the, in related to Bobby's comments, but Juliana's comments are really critically important, because I think this moment has allowed us to have a conversation that wasn't possible not even a year ago. You have corporate women also expressing concern about workload, and also women on the front lines. And for many of us, these conversations were private. We had them amongst our friends. We worked to figure it out. We understood that the systems were not working and they were broken, but we worked to figure it out on our own. In my case, after the birth of my children, my paternal grandmother came from California to take care of my twins while I went back to work. Unpaid labor, and that's what has really come into sharp focus during the pandemic. So when I think about framing the conversation, I agree with Juliana. It is about getting at some of the cultural norms and shifts. So framing it out as a she session rather than an economic downturn that affected people differently, we have a way of talking about it and framing who's been the most impacted by income and job losses. And it also points us to what kind of solutions and strategies we might need to get us back on track. So for example, in 2008, we were talking about an economic downturn that impacted men. And so job creation was one of those ways that we really sought to get out of that. But in this time around, we're going to have to do more than just create jobs in production, manufacturing, and construction. We're going to have to address the care crisis, because we know that's what drove many women out of the workforce. And as Bobby noted, the workload didn't decrease. There was no, 25% of your time given back to you to be able to juggle homeschooling or care. You were expected to do those things in the same way you were doing them pre-pandemic. And the other big issue that women face in terms of this is, again, it's structural. The workplace, as we understand it over the last, 50 years or so, has been very male-centered. We still have a very male work-centered model, even though women are 50% of the workforce. So, issues of care, issues of related to, the workplace flexibility, because the workplace model was not built for women. Women have had to do other things like go to part-time work or consider leaving the workforce altogether, often again derailing their income and earnings, but also their career trajectory. So what I'm really excited about in this moment, I'm excited about a couple of things, but one of the few things I'm excited about is that we have an opportunity to renegotiate work in a way that I don't believe was possible a year ago. A year ago, you would have been laughed out of wherever you were talking about this, when talking about working remotely. Or working, workplace flexibility. Workplace flexibility was considered a to most employers a perk or a benefit or some sort of special accommodation for women and families. And now we understand that it's actually one of the things that could keep and bring women back to the workforce in significant numbers. And I see it every time when I interview now. There's a conversation about workplace flexibility, which I think is really good. The second thing is we are talking about building a national care infrastructure. And we know that made the difference. I mean, when women were exiting the workforce at the beginning of the pandemic, there was not enough attention paid to the fact that schools and daycares were closing. We focused on small businesses. That was the right thing to do, but we didn't think about care. It wasn't until August when 865,000 women exited the workforce that we started to say that there might be a correlation between school and daycare closures and women exiting the workforce in droves. But we knew that as women, but it took a while for, I think, policymakers at both the federal and state levels to catch up. So when I think about women of color who have been disproportionately impacted by income and job losses and long-term unemployment, we have to really be targeted in our efforts and our solutions and strategies, and understand that for many workers at all levels, some of the jobs that were there before have all but disappeared, and that we do, beyond thinking about raising the minimum wage, we also need to make sure that women have job security, flexibility, paid sick and family leave. There's also a huge push at the federal level. American Families Plan to do, job creation, and there's a lot of talk about women entering non-traditional sectors that are higher paid, like construction and manufacturing. I just want to say that I think that's a noble effort, one that we did also try in 2008, by the way, but yielded mixed results. The sectors still look the same way. So I would propose, rather than asking women to enter these fields that have these sectors that have their own set of problems, that we make the jobs that they're in quality jobs. So just raise the wages of the jobs that women are currently in, and make sure that they have health care and other benefits. So, and I think that would go a long way for women of color. And the last thing I'll say before we give it back to you, Suba, is that the public is with us. The public, when we have done polls, Pew has done the polls, Bobby's done the research, we're all doing the same research, and it's all coming out the same way. And so there's tremendous public will for all the things that we've known to be true for a lot of time, and all the changes we believe would make the difference for women and families. And I think we just need to, execute and continue to apply pressure.
Thank you, Nicole. I think Laura Sherbin on my team, who's an economist, actually did some work on what is going to be the loss in terms of wages over the next decade or so for women as a result of either the sideways, the downward, or the stepping off that they have done is $1 trillion. So when you really think about that, think about how long it ever takes to make that up. And from that perspective, let's assume that the four of us had an opportunity to weigh in on guiding President Biden with his plans on what needed to be done to support women to succeed in their whichever chosen employment space they're in. What would we ask for if we could have a wish list and we could prioritize? What would, and you've kicked us off a little bit in that direction, talking about, childcare, the care economy. How do you provide that evenly? What other ideas do you have to be able to give the Biden administration in terms of what they need to focus on as we come out of this pandemic? Who'd like to take that first?
Well, I'll jump in actually because I'm going to give a non-answer, because coming from the Pew Research Center, we're nonpartisan on advocacy and we actually don't make policy recommendations. And so while I will not talk specifically about policy recommendations, I think a lot of what we've talked about, we did a big project about maybe 3-4 years ago on paid family leave. And we looked both at attitudes towards paid leave, but also the experiences of people who had either taken time off or who had wanted to take time off but weren't able to. In the 2 years prior to the survey, and we asked separately about the birth or adoption of a child, taking care of a family member with a serious illness, and then your own serious illness. And, I think that the part of the survey that was about experiences was especially sort of revealing and impactful, that it really talked about just the disparity in the sense that for a lot of, for women in certain sectors, who, even if they don't have a paid leave policy, but they have generous vacation and sick leave policies, they cobble together enough leave that, in many ways, they were paid for their time off. And it's really more vulnerable women who don't have access to some of these policies in terms of paid time off more generally that are really struggling, and that end up sometimes going on public assistance and taking some measures during that time that they need to take off that really sets them back. In terms of having to borrow money, putting off paying their bills, and lots of things that have significant impact going forward, like even after they go back to work. And so again, not talking about specific policies, but really thinking about some of these disparities and the way that different women at different socioeconomic levels are experiencing these things differently. And focusing on paid family leave, but also on, many people don't have paid time off in general, even for sick leave and for other types of things.
Spot on.
I want to augment.
I know you can't call it, giving guidance on policy, but I will tell you that mandated paid parental leave or family leave can be enormously supportive and will disproportionately support careers of women. Bobby?
I'm going to jump on a little bit to what Juliana and Nicole have spoken about, and talk about what we as women and what we can do with our male allies to leverage our voices for paid parental leave. Because I think many of us have wondered whether we can achieve work-life balance, but it's clear we can't get that balance unless there's available, affordable, high-quality childcare. The ABA has passed 2 resolutions based on the Practice Forward survey. One, to urge Congress and other governmental entities to ensure available child care, and also a point that I'm going to make in a minute about wellness resources, because I think that is another big trend that we need to be watching. So first on paid parental leave, coming out of our survey, 67% of women lawyers reported that that is the type of benefit and resource they want to see their employers give, including more days off for parental leave and more months off for parental leave, so that if there's a child care gap, as well as backup stipends and bonuses for tutoring and other types of childcare and elder care resources. And these are important resources legal employers, and I think all employers, should think about investing in, because it will boost morale, it will boost productivity, it will ensure retention, and clearly, I think, lessen attrition. And I want to just speak a minute about wellness resources, because as you can tell from our survey findings, stress, anxiety, almost to the end of that continuum to burnout have increased. And I want to echo what Suba said, because burnout is not a personal failing. It is a manifestation of a workplace problem with either a leader or a team leader not really providing the type of environment where an individual employee is not burnt out. And I think you're seeing some law firms have really devoted resource to wellness and mental health. We have to destigmatize these types of resources once again and make sure that they are available. And another survey finding was that 44% of women wanted legal employers to increase wellness resources.
Well, thank you, Bobby. What's interesting is we've been doing a best companies survey for the last 35 years, and one of the questions that we ask is, number of paid weeks of, it used to be maternity leave, then it was maternity and paternity leave, and now we have over 25% of the companies that apply are actually offering parental leave, equal amounts of leave for both parents. And if that's the case, our top 10 companies are offering 17 weeks paid parental leave, 17 weeks. And it started off, I think, with 3 weeks. So we've come a long way with that, but we have a long way to go. So that's sort of one thing to note about parental leave. The other thing that the pandemic revealed was the need for strong school systems. One of the things you had great disparities in the quality of education that somebody that was able to find a learning pod was able to get versus a child from a zip code where that was not available. So the notion that, strong school systems are an obligation. We do not earn the right to call ourselves an evolved society if we cannot offer strong schooling for all our children, irrespective of the zip codes they come from. And then along with that was accessible technology and Wi-Fi. I think about the fact spotty Wi-Fi and what the impact of it is. You can hand a kid a laptop or a computer, but if you do not afford them the Wi-Fi with which to be able to work with it, did it even matter? Does it even have impact? Nicole, do you have anything else to add to any of the ideas that we have shared in terms of what needs to be done?
Well, yes. So I'm happy to say that IWPR and many other organizations across the country have been in conversations with the administration around many of these policies, and that the administration has really been receptive to creating plans, policies that are reflective of what's happening in this moment, but for the future, in fact. So building a robust care infrastructure is critically important, not just in this moment, but long term. Expanding the child tax credit is important in this moment, but has future implications if made permanent. Two of the other things that I think are really critically important are things like the Paycheck Fairness Act, which passed the House, which promotes pay transparency and strengthens protections for workers who are discriminated against related to pay and earnings. That's also really important. Paid sick and family medical leave, like Juliana said, is really critically important. The bottom line is that, school equity, like you said, Sue, was also really important. I think the bottom line is that we've been operating, many families have been operating at below our full potential, not because of anything we've done, but because many of the systems that we've been forced to navigate have been broken. And so we have an opportunity, I think, a once in a generation opportunity to, really build a solid infrastructure so that families and working women can reach their full potentials in their careers, but also maximize their income and earnings as well.
Thank you, Nicole. I was actually going to ask a very similar question, but we have a question from our audience, which I thought I would weave into our discussion today. It's from Sanaya Johnson, and she asks, she says, these statistics are staggering and expand well beyond the legal profession. I think they were directed at some of the data that you shared, Bobby. How do we turn this around and make meaningful change? What can we do to make an immediate impact? Now, there's two sides to it. One is, what can the professions, what can industry do, which is companies and their leaders, and then what can individuals do, and what is sort of our responsibility to add our voice to it? What can each one of us do independent of what our organizations and our leaders do? Bobby, do you want to take that?
Sure, and thank you for that question. It's a great one. And the recommendations, the recommended best practices in our report are driven by the data that we collected from the survey. And I think in terms of organizations, and I agree, and that's why I think it was so interesting when you see all of the findings between Juliana, Nicole, and Suba are completely consistent. It's not something that's just happening to the legal profession. It's happening across society in terms of how women get compensated, how they get advanced, and what happens with respect to childcare responsibilities. So one of our important, I think, recommended best practices is based on the fact that the pandemic, I think, has given organizations a unique opportunity to revamp and refocus their policies, their culture, to ascertain how are they going to change their culture to ensure that flexibility, diversity, equity, and inclusion are baked into that organization. And we need leaders that are committed and are accountable to this type of change, because it's I've often said this to Suba, it's not rocket science, right? The percentage of women who are equity partners has remained stalled for decades at about 21%. And so if in fact you had intentionality, if in fact you had leaders who said, I'm going to take parts of compensation and I'm going to pay people and reward behavior to those managers who identify women and lawyers of color who can be groomed to be a leader in this organization, who can be groomed to get stretch assignment and greater visibility, who can be evaluated to make sure that there are no pay disparities between men and women. And we know in the legal profession that there is a long-standing pay disparity between male and female lawyers, which increases as lawyers get more senior. So having these types of practices in place along with metrics, one of the surprising findings of our survey was that 2/3 of law firms and corporations do not have any type of accountability tool to assess how their DEI goals are being implemented. They have no tools, and anyone, very few, even if they have an accountability tool, use metrics to assess whether or not their strategies are working. So as you can tell, I'm a data geek, and metrics are key to all of this. And the one thing I would add is, again, on compensation, is I think compensation audits are really important, and they'll be really important coming out of the pandemic, since we know that many women and lawyers of color had more difficulty meeting billable hours, and whether or not this has impacted their evaluations, their bonuses, their salary, and their prospects for advancement going forward.
One thing
Juliana,
that I would add,
do you have anything to add?
yeah, I mean, like one thing that I want to add to this is that I want to make sure that we also keep in mind women who are not in the types of workplaces that we're all in, right? Who are not lawyers or social scientists or in think tanks or policy organizations, and I think some of the needs there are, go beyond some of the things that we're talking about, and I think that even in terms of having a set schedule, right? Like that you need to have access to childcare that you can access at any time, because you might, or employers need to think about being able to give people their hours, in advance, and that people aren't just sort of scrambling to find childcare, because that does fall disproportionately on women, as we know. Or then, like I think some of the concerns for like women where I work, there might be concerns about parental leave, but there aren't so much concerns about getting called because your child's sick and you have to go pick them up. But if you're paid by the hour, if you're going to lose your job, if you leave because your child's sick or you can't come to work one day because your child's sick, and again, we know that's going to fall disproportionately on women. And so I just want to make sure, as we think about all of these things, that we're thinking beyond sort of the office space and beyond the types of professions that many of us on the panel and in the audience are in, and also think about the people who during the pandemic were not working from home and were not being interrupted by their kids because maybe they had to leave their kids home alone, even if they maybe didn't feel like their kids were old enough to be home alone, but that's what you have to do so you can go to work. And I just want to make sure that we keep that in mind as we have these conversations.
That is a reality, Juliana. That is really the reality. And you know, I used to say when early career, I worked at Merrill Lynch, and my office was in New York City. We lived in Pennington near Princeton, New Jersey. My husband's office was close by. And yet when the children were sick, I would always be the one to get the call from the school nurse, even though she had it written there that dad is closer. He can get them more quickly. The other thing that companies are doing that's very interesting is they may not have childcare facilities, but they're setting up sick child facilities, so that in case you do need to come to work and you have a sick child, they are offering individual care for these kids. So they don't have daycare, but they have sick child care, which Johnson & Johnson was one of the leaders in terms of setting that up. Again, interesting innovation, best practices around it, but again, does not address the challenges of hourly workers, people who don't have sort of those predictable schedules as others may. And that tends to be a challenge. The other question that I had, and Nicole, if you would perhaps give us some insight into this, is, you know, when you really look at the gender gap, we know from a corporate sector why this gender gap exists. A lot of the times they talk about, well, you don't have the right pipelines with P&L experience to get you to the corner office. And we keep looking at why is it that women and people of color especially seem to get stalled in those middle levels, not getting above it. And if you really look at the data, the bulk of the progress that has been made on the gender front has been made by white women. Women of color have not participated. And if you look at the demographic shifts that are coming and that are already happening, the bulk of the new talent coming into the workforce are going to be women of color, not more white women. So my question to you is, you know, as you look at this changing trend, and as you sort of have this misconception that somehow women of color really want to go start businesses on their own, they really are not wanting to come to corporate America. What are you seeing around that? And what ideas and recommendations do you have for changing and shifting that narrative? I think you're on mute.
So the first is reframing the conversation and starting from a different place. And so it's not a pipeline issue. It's not all the women of color, people of color, women don't need more training. It's really racism and sexism. Okay, it's structural. You know, if you create a workplace that doesn't accommodate women or assume the caretaking responsibilities will fall on women, and then women exit the workforce or have to off-ramp to take care of kids, don't blame women and say they voluntarily left. Tell the truth. You didn't make it so that women could stay in the workplace or that they had options. And so I think being able to be honest about, you know, what we've done to women in the workplace, what we've done to women of color in the workplace, and how we've treated them we would begin the conversation in a different place and have different solutions and strategies. I am actually a bit fed up with, we've been defining this issue for a very long time. We know the problems, we can tell you the statistics, but what's missing is real innovation and action. You know, the public is with us when we read the polls about like paid sick leave, all the things we say are important, childcare. And so there's something happening that has nothing to do with women and our ability to want to, you know, stay in the workforce. It's structural, it's racism, it's sexism, it's patriarchy, it's all those things. And so I think being able to name those things is really critically important. The other thing I'll say is that, you know, the U.S. considers itself pretty exceptional when it comes to a lot of things. But, you know, we only spend about 1% of our GDP on child and family care policies, only above Turkey and Ireland. So we're actually not quite exceptional. We've only closed the gender pay gap by like 8 cents over the last 2 decades. So listen, I really think that we could be looking to other countries for some models that work, and really be doing more to accelerate the closing of these gaps. And it's really structural changes. And also, again, back to Juliana's point earlier about shifting our cultural norms and expectations for both men and women in society, the home, and the workplace.
We actually have another question from the audience from Dawn Dyer. Is there any effort to invoke a national policy for gender diversity on corporate boards?
So I will take this. One of the organizations that I chair is called Direct Women, and it is the only national organization that looks to put women lawyers on the boards of public companies. And we now have 36% of our alumni sitting on corporate boards, and 54% of our women of color alumni are now sitting on a board. So incredible progress. So there has been legislation, for example, in California, to ensure that public boards that are in California have certain meet certain gender goals. Washington State has also passed similar legislation. There's no national legislation, but the other big impetus is coming from institutional investors. State Street and Vanguard and others are implementing in their proxy statements specific questions about gender parity and ensuring that there is an increase on women on boards. And of course, now, after the George Floyd murder, an increase in terms of making sure that there are individuals of color sitting on boards. And this is an important question, I believe, because the board has incredible power. And we know from a great deal of research and data that having 3 or more women on a corporate board increases the ROI and revenue that a corporation will generate. So it's not only the right thing to do, it's actually good for business. And those that we also see where there are more women on corporate boards, you see this domino effect where you see more women in senior leadership, you see higher salaries and more family-friendly policies. So this is a great question. And again, something we should be really working towards to ensure greater gender parity on corporate boards.
Nicole, did you have something to add?
No.
Okay. Well, I have to tell you that one of the challenges I am seeing with some of the state mandated requirements is that they make it either a person of color or LGBTQ. It's almost like pitting diverse groups one against the other. Somewhere that has to stop and someone should call it out. I recently saw something happen that really gave me a lot of confidence about how public voice standing up against things that are unfair is making a difference. And I'm going to tell you, Lin-Manuel Miranda is one of my favorites. I don't know how many of you saw his latest movie, In the Heights, and he got called out for not having enough Afro-Latino representation. Most of the artists in that movie are lighter skinned. And so from that perspective, there was an ask as to why that was so. And the way he responded actually showed me how leadership needs to respond when challenged around missteps or mistakes they make. You know what he said? He said, you know what? I missed this. I was wrong. I need to fix this. So the reality is, as leaders are willing to acknowledge and accept missteps, I'm not going to say they'll never make a mistake, but I am going to say how they react and recover from that mistake is really a mark of their character. And so increasingly, you're starting to see public pressure. Our younger generation of employees, and about 75% of the workforce is now millennials or younger. They are stepping up to say, I want to work for a company, I want to work for a law firm, I want to work for an organization whose values are aligned with mine. They want to see equity. They are, and if you don't do that, they vote with their feet. So my question to you is, what do you think the impact of that is going to be on broader organizational leadership, whether it be corporations, whether it be law firms, whether it be other types of organizations? This kind of push from employees and talent to say, we want you to do things differently, and if you don't, we're going to leave. What do you think the impact of that is going to be?
Well, if I can just say a little bit about not so much the impact, but some of what we've seen in our polling around diversity and diversity in the workplace. I mean, like, I think one of the challenges that we have is that people, including young people, say they value diversity. They say it's important for organizations to have a diverse staff, a diverse workforce. But when we ask specifically about what should be done, and should organizations take race and ethnicity into account when it comes to hiring and promotions, like the overwhelming majority, and including among young people, like people don't think that's the case, right? And so I think there's a little bit of a disconnect between what people say they want and what people are willing to support. And I think that's something that we'll need to think about too. We see that when we ask questions about schools, about whether people think schools should be diverse, but they don't want their kids, but they want kids to go to the neighborhood school, and they don't want any steps to be taken to actually increase diversity in the school system. And so I think we need to. It'll be interesting to see whether this new generation really doesn't just support it in terms of their attitudes, but that they actually support it, and they don't support it in a theoretical way, but that they support it in a policy way and in a concrete way, even if it doesn't benefit them personally, right? Because I think that's going to be part of it. I mean, like there are a lot of people who won't benefit personally from it, and what are they willing to accept in terms of policies when push comes to shove? And I think that's going to be an interesting question for this new generation.
I mean, what's interesting also, if you look at the California legislation, just looking at boards, because, and I'm sure your polling shows this, Juliana, people don't like quotas, but they actually worked in California. In California, pre-legislation, there were 230 companies with no women on boards. 2 years after the passage of it, there are no companies that do not have at least one woman on their board in compliance. So yes, people don't like quotas, but they actually do work. And again, going back to metrics, that's what's important to assess, what is the progress? If you have a goal, measure it and see whether or not you have actually met it or not. Again, this is not rocket science. If there's a commitment and a intentionality by those that are leading.
The other question that I actually had was, as people return to work, even though, Bobby, like you said, I always have thought about the legal profession as being one of the last of this need for face time, as many hours, etc. So if that was possible, camps, etc., there may be an impact on who comes back to work and who doesn't. We're already seeing, quote unquote, the early returns of that, where it is the men who are stepping up to say we're going back, and it's the women without children who are actually stepping up to go back. What is going to be the long-term implication? How do you stand up against that? How do you keep from a new kind of, I call it the pandemic bias? There's going to be a new kind of bias about who shows up to work and who doesn't. And so how do you mitigate that? What can you do to try to get companies to start to think differently about that?
Well, I'll start. I think a couple of things. One, that is a trend, Suba, that I'm going to be watching. I'm sure you're going to be watching as well, is what actually is going to happen in terms of who's going back and who's not going back. What are the messages coming out to organizations in terms of, as I said before, yeah, we support remote work, but we strongly encourage you to come back. And we do know that one of the biases that has impacted women, at least in corporate and in the legal world, is FaceTime. And not having FaceTime, being out of sight, out of mind, taking remote work was really characterized as mommy work. and I talked about the statistics about lack of perception. So I am actually very worried about what is going to happen. And again, I think metrics and policies have to be in place. Who's taking flex time? What are the development opportunities, the mentoring opportunities, the other opportunities that those who take remote work are actually, can we see that they are not being disadvantaged? And finally, again, I'm going to go back to leadership. Leaders need to model flexibility and taking off for parental leave, and especially men, because that will send a strong message that, in fact, the firm or organization really does support it.
Thank you, Bobby. We have one more question. We have about 3 minutes left, but we have a question. It says, do you think that remote work makes it more difficult for women and people of color to obtain mentors and sponsors especially when work assignments are being made? Isn't there a risk of being out of sight, out of mind? And, we did a study in 2019. It was called Gender Gap at the Top, and it sort of explored this very topic to say, what is it that why do women of color especially struggle so much to find those mentor sponsors? And I came up with this theory that said, between a white man and a white woman, there is one bridge to cross, and that is the gender bridge. Between a white man and a black man, there is a one bridge to cross, and that is the race bridge. It's a black man or a man of color. But when it happens to be a woman of color, it's two bridges. It is the gender and the race bridge, and it becomes a bridge too far. So the question is, so when you talk about natural mentorship, sponsorship, all those organic things happening, there are too many variables there. And unless companies really focus on doing something very deliberately, this isn't something that's just going to happen on its own. And there aren't simply enough women and men of color in senior enough leadership to be able to cross that one single bridge to go over to mentor somebody. So unless an organization deliberately sets out to say, how can we create and facilitate those kinds of interactions, opportunities, maybe small, monthly coffees that each leader has with 2 or 3 people that are quote unquote downstream in the organization from them, giving them an opportunity to get to know these people. Unless you do something deliberately, this isn't going to happen on its own. And so the risk is true, it's real. The notion that mentorship and sponsorship will not happen automatically. So we have about a minute left, and I just really wanted to thank the panel. And, I appreciate your taking the time, you're sharing your research, your wisdom with us. We are delighted to be here, and here's to looking forward to coming out of this pandemic into a world that is kinder and gentler, more inclusive than the one that we went into it with. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Suba.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much to all of the members of this panel. I know I have learned an enormous amount listening to you over the past hour. And as a reminder to anyone who wants to dig in deeply into this research, you can visit the women100.org site to learn more on the National Congress page. We are now going to take a quick 15-minute break, after which we will have a curator's tour of the Seat at the Table Equality exhibition. This is in the Kimmel Center, and we will be joined by Paige Talbot, who is going to talk to us about her vision behind this exhibition and what it means for us today and going forward. She'll be interviewed by Kiana Douglas of the Vision 2020 team. So please take a 15-minute break and then join us back here at 1 p.m. for the curator's tour. Thank you again to all of our panel.
Good afternoon. My name is Paige Talbot, and I have the privilege of showing you a 30-minute video walkthrough of the exhibition Seat at the Table. Kiana Douglas of Vision 2020 and I had the pleasure of seeing the exhibition again, having also enjoyed it over a year ago. Please enjoy the video, and then when it's over, we'll have an opportunity for questions. Thank you.
You are about to take a video tour of Seat at the Table, an exhibition about women's equality 100 years after women won the right to vote in the United States. Seat at the Table is presented by Vision 2020, the National Women's Equality Coalition headquartered at Drexel University. The exhibition is hosted by the Kimmel Center for the Performing Arts as part of Vision 2020's Women 100, a national celebration of American women. Welcome to Philadelphia, home to Drexel University's Vision 2020 and the Kimmel Center for the Performing Arts, where Vision 2020's Seat at the Table is installed.
It's such a great day to be here at the Kimmel Center, Paige.
I'm so happy to be back here. This exhibition, which was years in the planning, opened just about a year ago in March 2020. And we all know what happened in March 2020.
Yes.
And so while we have been away from all that for all this time, now we're happy to be back here, and we'll be happy to welcome guests back in the fall here at the Kimmel Center.
Yes, very exciting.
Of course, as many people in this country know, it wasn't until the Voting Rights Act of 1965 that African American women and other disenfranchised people really were able to access their right to vote.
Where does the term seat at the table come from?
The term seat at the table was first used by Shirley Chisholm from New York.
Okay.
She was the first African American woman to serve in Congress in 1968. And this was her phrase regarding her right to be at the table of decision making.
Very powerful.
And this whole exhibition is about women and leadership. So as we move through, we'll be discussing the disparities in positions of leadership throughout the country and across many, many professions.
Perfect. Super exciting. So quick introduction. My name is Kiana Douglas. I currently serve as the Executive Assistant for Vision 2020. I am here with the lovely exhibition curator, Paige Talbot.
Hi, my name is Paige Talbot, and I've had the privilege of working with the Vision 2020 team for well over 10 years, because in 2010, my partner and I curated another exhibition, that one at the National Constitution Center, that teed up the 10-year run-up to the 100th anniversary.
Amazing.
So it was fun to be asked to develop a different concept, but very much speaking to the same issue of inequity in leadership positions.
Perfect.
So do you notice that there are many white chairs, stools around this table?
Yes.
And only one yellow one? Take a seat at the table. This evocative piece of furniture tells it all. That is that gender equality in leadership positions means that ideally an equal number of women and men would have seats at tables of power. This particular exhibit has to do with the Fortune magazine annual description of the top 500 companies in the United States and how many of the CEOs of those companies are women. And that number has changed very, very little over time. Well, let's put it this way. In 1955, when they came out for the first time with that statistic, none of the chief executives of companies in the Fortune 500 were women.
Wow.
By 2020, 5%. Now, arguably, 5% is a lot better than none, but there's still a lot of room at the table.
Yes.
And why does it matter whether women are represented equally? It matters because women have different concerns. They have different ideas. And it's important for those concerns and ideas to be heard.
Agreed.
This display speaks to disparity of women of color in the workplace. So while the landscape is changing, it certainly hasn't changed enough to satisfy. By 2050, the majority of American women will be women of color. But you can see by this yellow piece, which represents women, that far fewer women of color are represented in leadership positions in companies. So if you take a look at these graphics over here, 21.8% of senior level officials and managers in those 500 companies are white women. So that represents this lighter color of yellow.
Okay.
And next to that, it shows you the senior level officials who are women of color. And that was as of 2017. That was only 4.7%.
Right, so you're clearly able to see that it's disproportionate.
Dramatically disproportionate. One of the advantages of developing an exhibition of this sort using these very bold graphics is that the way many people process information is visually.
Okay.
So whether you actually read what's on the floor, you won't forget that lone yellow chair at the big white table.
Right.
You won't forget this donut with only about a quarter of that donut being women. I think we all know that the numbers are disproportionate, but I found when I was working on this exhibit that I was staggered by how disproportionate.
Likewise. So Paige, what do we have here?
So this bench represents a dollar bill.
Okay.
Okay? And the one whole dollar is the amount paid to white men.
Okay.
For every $1, a lesser amount is paid to women. And the degree to which it's less has to do very much with ethnicity.
Okay.
So these are statistics that are based on the most recent numbers we could get, and they actually were changed slightly to represent the new numbers from 2020, okay?
Okay.
But in 2020, White women were paid 79 cents on the dollar. Black women were paid 63 cents. 55 cents was the amount that was paid to Hispanic women.
So again, clearly disproportional.
Clearly disproportionate, and very much based on race.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So the lowest paying proportion is to Hispanic women. The next lowest is American Indian and Alaska Native women, which was 60%. Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander women, 63%. And Asian women were, in fact, better paid than any of these other groups at 87 cents.
Interesting.
But nonetheless, there is gender disparity, and we're talking about for equal jobs.
Okay.
So an interesting statistic is that women who work in the childcare industry have lower paying salaries than men who work in parking garages.
Wow.
So far more men are in those parking garages and far more women in the childcare areas. The other thing that's interesting is that overall in this country, women are better educated.
Okay.
They have more degrees, and yet there is this income disparity.
Okay.
So why don't we walk over here to look at Congress?
Perfect.
You know, as we were saying, these pieces of furniture are great visual cues to represent the concept. So we designed this to make you think about the floor plan
Okay.
at the House of Representatives. So have a seat where women are.
Okay.
And that is, as of the last election, 26.5% of Congress is women. Women did make some progress in this last election.
Yes.
So we did change the percentage, and the number of people of color, number of Hispanics, Native Americans, all those numbers inched up. But there is still obviously a gross disproportion. And it comes back again to what we were talking about, Kiana, that why does it matter? Well, over 50% of the people in this country are women, and women have very different interests, concerns,
Yes.
beliefs. So it only stands to right that there should be
Equal representation.
equal representation. And the title of this particular section is Under Representation.
Yes.
Now, the podium represents the President of the United States. And we all know that 0% of those presidencies were held by women.
Yes.
We're happy to be able to say now that the first female African American and Asian woman is vice president, which is the closest we've ever gotten to have a woman in the presidency. But go stand at the podium and see what it feels like.
So this feels like a really powerful place to be. Hopefully in the future, we'll have our first woman president.
Well, you look great there.
Thanks, Paige. So now we'll come on over.
So, Kiana, why don't you, for all of us to remember, why don't you read the first sentence of the 19th Amendment?
Sure. The right of citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of sex. And how is this relevant, Paige?
It's relevant because in 2020, we celebrated the 100th anniversary of the 19th Amendment. And this was a long time coming. Women had been interested in achieving the right to vote back to the 18th century. Certainly the movement really grew through that period of time, but it wasn't actually made an amendment until the 19th Amendment in 2020. And as we said before, not all women were duly enfranchised at that time. It's taken many, many years. And in fact, you know, there are still threats to voting for women and other disenfranchised people.
Yes, I agree. So something that caught my attention would be the bikes, right? So could you tell me what the bicycles represent?
At the end of the 19th century, bicycles became all the rage. And for women, riding a bike became very empowering because many of the women didn't have transportation, but once they had a bike, they could go anywhere. But furthermore, to ride a bike efficiently, they needed to have different clothing.
Okay.
And so out of that evolved pants for women. It's a little hard for us to imagine a time when women didn't wear pants broadly, but those bloomers were life-changing for women. So we chose these bikes as a symbol.
Okay.
Furthermore, we're playing with words here, and we suggest that you can get on the bike and exercise your right to vote.
Great.
Furthermore, each of the bikes represents the number of women who voted in a given election. Now, 1920 was the year the amendment was passed, and it was only weeks before the election. So while 15% doesn't seem very high, these were people who were not used to voting.
Right.
And to the extent that people may not have even known they had the right, that's a pretty decent percentage.
Yes.
When you consider that in 1972, as well as in 2016, the percentage was about 2/3 of eligible women voted. A disheartening number. We're still waiting to find out how many women voted in the 2020 election. That information should be available to us this summer of 2021, at which point we will put that number on the graphic here so that when people come to visit the exhibition in the fall, they'll know what that number is. We hope it's better than the 62, 63%.
Yes. I'm actually optimistic to see the percentage of women who voted in 2020, so we'll look forward to that information.
Yes, I'm really excited to hear it. It would be wonderful if that number was significantly higher.
Yes. So Paige, what does this area represent?
We wanted to feature a number of different occupations across all strata to demonstrate the statistics of women in a particular profession. And we sort of paired it up.
Okay.
So for example, we were looking at the field of medicine, and we looked at how many women were in the nursing profession versus how many women were hospital administrators. In the teaching profession, we looked at how many women were teachers and how many women were superintendents of schools. Those graphics, again, point to the disparity of women in leadership positions and also in positions that pay better. So let me just point out that when people come to visit the exhibition in the fall, this is not going to look exactly like this. The Kimmel has done an amazing job continuing to produce programs, and specifically the Philadelphia Orchestra that plays in Verizon Hall right behind us.
Nice.
Rehearsed and played concerts to a virtual audience. And they set this area up so that musicians could come out on breaks and socially distance. So, we're seeing some of that arrangement here. We only see 5 of our tables that represent women occupations out of a total of 18.
That's also really interesting. I was wondering how the pandemic had an effect on the current statistics here.
There hasn't been a lot of movement within these occupations that we chose, but I think more importantly is the fact that the pandemic had a very effect on women in the workplace. We're beginning to see that for women, and particularly women of color, that the pandemic had a really negative impact.
Interesting information. Paige, why did you decide to dedicate a section of the exhibition to pioneering women?
Pioneering was a word that we worked with because what does that really mean? They are women who were at the forefront of their own, of their special areas. And we were trying to choose a broad cross-section of professions and interests. And believe me, there are so many fascinating women in the history of the United States from the beginning, but certainly throughout this period of interest in suffrage and up to today. So there were various points we wanted to cover. One was we wanted to represent the entire array of women in terms of race and ethnicity. We wanted to represent women of different ages and of different professions. And it was hard. We had so many great candidates for who these people would be. So we came up with 6 categories and 3 women in each category, but to make 18. But there could have been so many more than that. So the first area was politics, and we talked about Shirley Chisholm
right.
earlier. And do you want to show how this works? So we've used images and narrative to tell the story of these really remarkable people.
This is amazing.
And by the way, this information is also available online. So if you aren't here in the exhibit, you can scroll through on your computer.
Okay.
Let's just look at the other categories. So here are agents of change, politics and government, business and finance, STEM, communications and media, and sports. And you'll just notice as you look at these pictures that there are ranges in terms of sort of time period. So oftentimes we have somebody who was alive and active at the late 19th century and well into the 20th century, and then people who were particularly well known in the later part of the 20th century. And then for each section, we have young women who have already made a name for themselves.
Amazing.
Somebody that people will recognize here in Philadelphia is Mo'ne Davis, who was born in 2001 and has just gone to college. But she was the first girl to pitch a shutout in the Little League World Series, which was for boys.
Right.
And she is an extraordinary athlete who grew up here in South Philadelphia.
That's amazing.
I was here in March at the time of a children's concert.
Okay.
And the children came out of the auditorium and they immediately came over here to the screens.
Very interactive.
They were very interactive. And you could see these three quite young people just really, really being interested, particularly when they began to see faces that looked like them.
Right. Representation again.
Representation. Now, after you've enjoyed looking at this information, you can vote. And this poll is, in fact, live. There are 4 main goals of Vision 2020. And let me put it this way. They're all really important. And so, how can you really choose one of them? But the top one is women and men sharing leadership, 50-50, which is what we've been pointing out over here, both at the seat at the table and also when we looked at women of color who were represented in those top positions. Equal pay for equal work, represented by our dollar chair, and more women voting and in public service, represented by the House of Representatives, and inclusive education of women's history, not so much addressed in this display per se.
Civic engagement per se.
Exactly. So if you had to vote,
okay,
which one would you choose as the number one?
I would go with women and men sharing leadership positions.
And do you mind tapping in here? So it's just interesting to see how other people have voted. Almost 40% of the people who've taken the poll chose equal pay for equal work to be the number one most important of those goals. And following that was women and men sharing leadership. So it's an evolving number, but even though it's been a year since I've been in here, this one has been steadily running number one.
Interesting.
And I think that it may be that how much you're paid demonstrates value,
okay,
and sort of everything else follows.
Okay. Interesting perspective.
Yeah. I mean, when we look at daycare, childcare, it does strike me that there's something really off, that people taking care of our most precious asset, our small children, are paid less than a living wage. So I'm glad to see that people feel that that's a really important priority.
So do you believe the statistics here will be the same after the pandemic?
Well, I'm guessing that they will be, but it'll be really interesting to see. We'll be following this at Vision 2020, and those other demographic questions will be sort of available to us so we could look at this sort of across gender, race, and so forth to see how those statistics compare depending on what group you represent.
Thank you all so much for joining us on the Seat at the Table exhibition tour with our curator, Paige Talbot. Paige, if you had to leave the audience with one thing to remember, what would it be?
One of the things I want to ask people to think about is what a wonderful partnership we've had with the Kimmel Center. This is a fabulous venue. It's a great place for people to come and stop in and have a meal and just enjoy this beautiful space, but also the exhibition. We hope that they'll take the time to read what we've written here, to look at the videos, and to think about the distance we've come, but the distance we still have to go. And now we invite you who have watched us give a tour of the exhibition to ask your questions and let us hear your thoughts. Thank you so much. So I want to give you the latest tip. We now know the number of women who voted in the 2020 election. And the bad news is it wasn't 100%, but the good news is it was 68.4%, which is a substantial increase from the previous election, 2016, where the figure was 64%. You won't be surprised to hear that those percentages vary dramatically over the age of the voters. The older sector voted in significantly higher percentage than the younger, which means that we have a lot of work to do to increase the voting percentages by younger people. The other point that I wanted to just make is that the design of this exhibition, which I think we can all agree is pretty spectacular, was the brainchild of a Brooklyn firm called Dome, the two principals being Lin Kyung and Katie Lee. We worked with them for 2 years before the exhibition opened, and I think we have much to be proud of in terms of their concept. So it was a great pleasure to work with them. So, do we have some questions?
Again, my name is Kiana Douglas. I currently serve as the Executive Assistant to Vision 2020. We'll now use this time to take any questions from our live audience present at the Kimmel Center, as well as our virtual audience. If you are virtual and like to submit a question at this time, please click on the Ask the Panel a Question link located below the video player. We ask that you don't use the chat feature at this specific time. Quick reminder to share your thoughts and keep the conversation going using hashtag Vision2020Congress. So Paige, we have such amazing questions coming in from our virtual audience. We're really excited. So the first question is, can you talk a little bit about the creative process behind this wonderful exhibition and what this exhibition at its core means to you?
Thank you. Well, this was a real team effort. The Vision 2020 staff was heavily involved in the creation of the content, as was Katie and Lynn and my colleague, Melissa Clemmer. As I mentioned in the video, selecting the topics, selecting the people, selecting the content for these tables was so difficult, even selecting the word pioneering. I remember Lynn Yackel sitting at the table with us and sort of trying to figure out what that word could be and what it might mean. We were dedicated to the idea of inclusivity from top to bottom. So we really worked very hard to be as thorough as we could be based on the fact that we had limited space. I'm very proud of our work. We know that things have changed dramatically in our world between 2018, when we began to work on this project, and now. But it was interesting when we came back in to do revisions in order to try to make the statistics that were in this exhibition as close as possible to the contemporary. that the numbers still haven't changed that much. It was really interesting hearing our panelists talk about the number of women on corporate boards. And surely those states that have implemented quotas are seeing some dramatic change, but it's certainly not a national change. And the leadership at Vision 2020 has from the beginning made this a really, really high priority. And I hope that one thing that could come out of people seeing this exhibition is this very visceral response to a table with one yellow stool and 19 white ones.
Beautiful page. So the Seat at the Table exhibition offers a wealth of information about the 19th Amendment, women's right to vote, and the status for gender equality in the United States. Why was it so important to commemorate the 19th Amendment?
So the journey to the 19th Amendment was very long and very complicated. Those people who study enfranchisement over the course of the American story realize that there were many obstacles against people voting. In the beginning, people who didn't own land, people who were had no solvency, people who were African American, and there were arguments in the 19th century about who should get the vote first. Was it African American men or was it women? So it's a very rich and provocative story, but 2020 marked a very important milestone, and I think we all have to take note of the fact that 2021 has seen some very strong pushback against people's rights to vote. So this is not a static story. And I think that we all have a responsibility to keep paying attention to how important it is that people be able to exercise their right to vote. So Kiana, we have somebody in the audience who'd like to ask a question. Please.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. I'm Michelle Foster from Hadassah National, and I'm in the advocacy position. And I'm just wondering how women's organizations can work together to get younger women to vote. Lynn and I saw the statistic that the largest voting group is probably women of my age group and maybe slightly younger, slightly older. But then we have so many people at the bottom, and for things to change, every issue you spoke about, if women don't vote, we will never see the change that we're looking for. So what could be the ways that we can maybe get started, ahead of the 2022 vote to get more younger women out to address all these issues of, equal power, daycare, etc.?
That's such a great question, and I really appreciate it. And I think an organization like yours that is very inclusive and that involves women of all ages can be a model for other women-focused organizations to make sure that those younger women coming up understand the value of being involved in volunteering and in participating across the board. So, we talked about civics, we talked about politics and government. It's not an either or. It's not, should I get involved in politics or do I push for equity in the workplace? It's really both. It was really heartening in this last election to see how many very young people decided to enter political races. Hopefully their example will motivate and inspire other people to come along. But thank you for the question, because I think it's certainly something that Lynn and her team have been working towards and are interested in. But clearly, looking at these statistics, it was about a 20% gap in percentage between women who were 65 and older and women who are 25 and younger. I mean, that's a striking difference. And it's not that these younger people aren't aware. They surely are. I think it's a question of whether they feel that their vote is going to count.
Thank you for your answer. And I'm hoping also by having early voting and Sunday voting and, making things easier for women that work. I know my daughter-in-law is a nurse. If election day is a working day for her, she can't vote between 6 a.m. and 8:30 when she comes home. So I'm hoping if we make these changes and organizations work together, to make changes for shift workers and people to early vote in Pennsylvania, aside from, voting by mail, that we'll be able to get more voters.
It's such a great example. I mean, I'm thinking about daycare workers whose days often will start by dawn and, work until the end of the day, and they're going home to take care of children. It's a crisis across all of these problems.
So thank you, and I'm hoping more women's organizations work together to get the vote out and get younger women involved all across the board. And thank you for your answer.
Sure.
Paige, there are more questions coming in from our virtual audience. I have another for you. So why is women's history so important, and how can we integrate it into school curricula across the U.S.?
Thanks. The one thing I want to point out is that this team, with the assistance of our wonderful marketing consultant, Kim Landry, and her husband, produced a really fabulous educator's guide that is very thorough, very thorough. And that's available for downloading and is accessible to teachers, and it can be done incrementally. I hope that many people will use this tool, because as our questioner implies, many people are not learning these stories in school, and they aren't necessarily so easy to find. I also mentioned that the interactive piece here is also available to see. But I think we also, as individuals, have a responsibility towards our children and our grandchildren to guide them towards the histories of women, the struggles, the successes. We can surely make a difference in pointing out that these stories are as interesting as any other.
Amazing. Another question here, Paige. Where will the next few venues be for the Seat at the Table exhibition?
Where will the next venues?
Few venues, yes.
Well,
great question, right?
It's a great question. We would love to think that people could see this after it closes here at the end of the year. There have not been any plans yet, but we would be so interested to hear from members of our audience if there are other places in the country that would enjoy having this material. All of these different elements are movable, and it would be a great exhibition to show anywhere else in the country. So please let us know your thoughts.
Great. So we have one final question from a virtual audience member. Did anything about women's progress or history surprise you during the development of this exhibition?
It was a little bit hard to hear. Will you say it one more time, Kiona?
Sure. So, did anything about women's progress or history surprise you during the development of this exhibit?
Yes. I think a lot of what we learned was surprising in a somewhat negative way. The statistics, as they became apparent to us, were discouraging. The pay gap, for example, those people who are maybe more aware than I realized that there was a pay gap. But we'd heard 80 cents on the dollar regarding how much women were paid. Well, the story in actuality is worse than that, because of the fact that Latino women and African American women with color broadly, are paid far less than that. So yes, I think that we learned that we have so many obstacles in front of us. We've come a long way, but we have a long way to go.
Beautiful. So, Paige, do you have any closing remarks for us?
Well, come back in September, will you, and see for yourself. Exercise your right to vote, look at the pioneering women, and get a chance to spend some time here. And please, if you have access to school groups that might like to come, the Kimmel has a wonderful program for school children, so this is a great place to bring them with a lot of good space.
Thank you so much, Paige, for answering those questions for us. Vision 2020 would like to give a very special thanks to our exhibition sponsors: Giant, Lincoln Financial Foundation, Philadelphia Foundation, UHS, Meridian Bank, and Fulton Bank. We couldn't have done this without you. Our next session is fun, informative, thought-provoking, and honest. We hope that you all will stay tuned and enjoy.
Good afternoon, and actually good morning to our West Coasters. You were up bright and early this morning with us, and I'm always so proud of you with that time difference. My name is Joyce Lomidowski, and I'm the Program Director at Vision 2020. So this is our moment to discuss and reflect upon the experiences and insight from the Vision 2020 family, which includes our national delegates, allied organizations, leadership circle members, and the Visionary Leaders Committee. This past spring, Lynn sent 2 questions to the coalition to invite our members to share their personal and professional insights regarding the pandemic and what issues members would want to discuss at the Congress. The first question was, how specifically has the COVID-19 pandemic affected women in your area? And the second question was, if you had the attention of our national audience for 10 minutes at the Congress here today, what would your topic be? The responses were overwhelmingly insightful, with topics ranging from how much their personal lives have been impacted by the pandemic to ways in which we can leverage the work we're doing to advance gender equity within our own communities and on a national level. 4 responses specifically stood out to the team, which are going to be discussed in more detail during this segment. One little behind-the-scenes thing that we like to do is have panel preps before these types of programs. And one of my favorite parts of my job is being able to work with our coalition members. And Lynn mentioned earlier about how technology has been a really exciting part of the last year and a half, a positive thing. And it's actually been a way that I've been able to formally meet some of our coalition members who I've been emailing for several years. And these panel preps are always so exciting because we get to really talk about what this session is going to look like and how people can really share their thoughts in an honest and thoughtful way. So how this is going to work, we will have 4 consecutive info opinion sessions, each 30 minutes long, to discuss the 4 selected responses. The sessions are intended to share information and stimulate audience opinions, hence Infopinion. Please make sure you share your thoughts throughout the chat. Anything that someone says, please chime in, and we like to remind you to let us know who you are, what's your role, are you a delegate, an ally, what your name is, and what your thoughts are. So I'm just going to do a quick overview of what each Infopinion is about. Infopinion Take 1, the numbers and why they're important. This will be moderated by my colleague Therese Casey, who is the National Fundraising Consultant at Vision 2020. Therese will be in discussion with Rochelle Suissa, who is the president and founder of Dare to Run, which is an allied organization. Dare to Run's submission was selected to be discussed, and Rochelle will be joining us virtually from New York. Infopinion Take 2, Revisiting Our Leadership Value. This will be moderated by Alan Riddick, who is the Director of Supplier Inclusion at Drexel University, our founding sponsor and home to Vision 2020. Go Dragons! Alan is a Pennsylvania delegate. Alan will be in discussion with Patience Talley, Director of Community Centers and Programs for the City of Monroe, who is a Louisiana delegate, and Michael Chamberlain, Social Impact, Marketing, Communications, and Branding Strategist. Michael is a New York delegate, and his response was selected to be discussed. Michael and Patience will be joining us virtually from New York and Louisiana. Infopinion Take 3, our most valuable asset, each other. This will be moderated by Michelle Hong, Senior VP and Managing Wealth Advisor at Northern Trust. Michelle serves on the Visionary Leaders Committee. Michelle will be in discussion with Rosemarie Greco, Executive Advisor to Vision 2020, who you met earlier, and Robin Guadagnini, who is an Arkansas delegate. Robin's submission was selected to be discussed, and she will be joining us virtually from Arkansas. And finally, Infopinion Take 4, using collective impact to empower us all. This will be a discussion between Nicole Stevenson and Jeannie Heffernan. Nicole's the Director of Society of Professional Women, an allied organization, and she is also a Pennsylvania delegate. Jeannie Heffernan is Executive Vice President and Chief Human Resources Officer at Independence Blue Cross and serves on the Visionary Leaders Committee. Independence Blue Cross has been a major sponsor to Women 100, and we've been so grateful for their support. Inez Barberio, founder of Inez Barberio Core Growth Strategies, is a New Jersey delegate. And unfortunately, she could not join us today, but she said, please do share my submission. And so Nicole will be reading that aloud for everyone. Remember, while these discussions are happening, we encourage our virtual attendees to use the chat to share ideas, thoughts, and reactions. While we may not have time for questions from the audience, we do encourage you to submit them, just in case we do have a lull and we want to make sure that we can answer some stuff. And without further ado, I'm going to pass the mic to Therese Casey, who will facilitate a discussion with Rochelle Suissa from Dare to Run.
Great. Thank you, Joyce. I would like to, first of all, thank you, Joyce, and the entire Vision 2020 team for making this Congress a reality. Well, there was a lot going on the last year. It's been rescheduled and reimagined, and it's finally here. Thank you. And then Lynn, you're sitting here in the front. I will be remiss if I don't thank you for all the work you've done over the past decade. We would not be here today having this Congress if it wasn't for you. And I admire you for your committed dedication to making sure that all women have a seat at the table. So let's get started. I am excited to be moderating the first topic of this Infopinion section. It's called the numbers and why they're important. So I think it's important to actually start with the numbers. We know in the last election, more women voted than men. We're living in a country that has 330 million people, and more than half of those are women. We outnumber men by almost 10 million. We also outnumber men who vote by 8.5 million people. So we are a majority. A slim majority, but we still are a majority. And despite the challenges of the last election, voter registration, problems with voting, we still came out and we still exercised our voice to vote. As was mentioned in the last segment, women voted at a higher percentage than men. We were 68% of women voted and only 63% of men voted. And Vice President Biden is now president because women voted. Okay, so let's talk about what this level of representation means, or the lack of representation we have, what it actually means translated into office holders. And we don't quite have the representation we deserve. We all know that. So I'm going to give you the numbers so you can really hear how bad it is. And we're going to try to figure out a way to make it better. At the federal level, we now have a female vice president, so we are making progress. We have 3 members of the Supreme Court. We could use a few more. And cabinet level, President Biden has committed to making the cabinet look like America, so women have representation in his cabinet. Congress, the Senate, 24 women are members of the Senate. That's only a scant 24%. House of Representatives, 118 of the 435 are women. That represents 27.1% of the women. And of those numbers, Democrats more than double the number of Republicans in office. And the numbers in the House are almost triple the number of Democrats to Republicans. When we go to the statewide level, similar numbers. The executive, the governor, we only have 8 women governors. That's a scant 16%. Lieutenant governor, we're doing a little better. There are 43 lieutenant governors, and 19 of them are women. So that helps, even though the top executive is not a woman, number 2 is. And other statewide elected offices, again, about 30% are women. So let's go to the state legislature, because we're going to try to focus our conversation on state legislatures and how we can make a difference there. State legislatures have about the same amount of representation as we have at all other levels of government. State senates, 28% are women. And again, it's about double Democratic women to Republican women. The state houses and assemblies, about 32%. And once again, it's that same double the number of Republican women to Democratic women. And when you go down to the municipal level, mayors are about 30%. So we all know a strong democracy depends on the debate of multiple viewpoints and should represent the diversity of society. These numbers clearly emphasize that women are underrepresented at all levels of government. Now I'd like to bring Rochelle Suissa into the conversation. Rochelle is the president and founder of Vision 2020's allied organization, Dare to Run, whose mission it is to educate and empower women with the skills they need to run for office at all levels of the government. Rochelle, your compelling and eloquent appeal about the urgency of electing women to office has elevated this topic to one of our 4 InfoPinion sessions. Rochelle, thank you for joining us, and I'm happy to have you here.
Thank you for having me.
Great, good to be here, and I think we should get this discussion started. I first would like you to tell us a little bit about your organization, Dare to Run. It's doing very important work.
Thank you again so much.
Yes.
So Dare to Run is actually
I'm sorry, it's the trouble with virtual. We'll figure it out.
So Dare to Run is a 501c3 nonprofit organization that was founded 4 years ago by myself when I graduated with my Master of Science degree in Nonprofit Management. So my goal with Dare to Run was really to focus on women in state legislatures because, as you mentioned, Teresa, women are significantly lacking at the state level. There are only 28% of state legislatures, doing slightly better in state houses and assemblies, which is nice, but we need to bring them up to gender parity, which would of course be 50%. So Dare to Run has implemented a 14-state strategy. So if you go to our website and you click under strategy, the states that we focus on are New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, North Carolina, South Carolina, Alabama, Mississippi, North Dakota, and Oklahoma. And the reason why we focus on these states is because these are the states where women have the lowest numbers of representation at the state level. West Virginia, for example, women are only 11% of members of the state legislature. And that, in comparison with the national average, that's very low. So we really want to focus on bringing women's numbers up at the state level to ensure that women have equal opportunity to run for office and win and represent a very diverse community of which they comprise with over 51% in most states.
Great, thank you. Clearly, we need to encourage more women to run for office. And so maybe we should dig deeper into why women don't run for office. What are the obstacles they face? And maybe discuss how we can actually make it easier for women to run for office.
I mean, there's a number of obstacles that women face, as you know. Sure. So one of the primary obstacles women candidates have at the local, state, and national levels of government is they've been conditioned to believe that they don't have the ability to fundraise properly, right? Mm-hmm. So the majority of donors who donate $1,000 and above tend to donate to male candidates, right? Their preference is to give the large dollar donations to male candidates. Mm-hmm. Women candidates will receive donations. We know that they all have the ability to fundraise, but when it comes to the large scale donors, unfortunately, they're not receiving contributions at the same level that male candidates are, which is problematic, right? Because when you get to the congressional level for Senate and for House of Representatives, you're talking at least $10 million for a Senate campaign. So women very desperately need those large-scale donations. And the fact that they're not getting them is problematic. So fundraising is one of the biggest challenges. And in the Dare to Run program, we definitely cover fundraising and political PACs, how to go about applying for the PAC money, how to get those high-level donations, right? How to build your network of supporters in the community, and how to get comfortable cold calling and asking for those donations, because those skills are very important when you're running campaigns for public office. So to answer your question, fundraising is one of the biggest challenges that women candidates have at all levels. Another challenge that women candidates have is, the whole conversation about childcare, running for office as a mother. Women candidates are often asked questions on the campaign trail that male candidates are not asked, right? They're asked, how are you going to balance a run for public office with a young child, 3 years or younger? How are you going to go to work? Are you going to quit your job? Are you going to run for office and take care of the child? Male candidates disproportionately are never asked these questions. So childcare is a huge issue for women candidates. And just the perceived gender stereotypes surrounding that conversation are what make it very difficult for women candidates to go forward. And then another obstacle that women face is harassment, both verbal and physical on the campaign trail. There have been numerous stories of women who are being trolled on social media. They're being trolled across different platforms and in person. Violence against women is always a threat, even on the campaign trail. So we have to keep in mind, there's numerous different challenges and firestorms that women candidates face that are completely different from men. And these are just some of the few things that really prevent women from running the same quality type of campaign that male candidates can often run.
Right. And Dare to Run addresses each of those issues separately. The fundraising is a big issue. I mean, you need to raise the money to run for office. I know social media plays a role, and some people have been elected with raising much less money because of social media, but that's not really the norm. So how, you talked about PAC money. There are now many people that don't take PAC money anymore. I mean, so how do you address this issue of helping women raise money? One is the ask, because I think I know from personal experience that women asking for money, most of them don't want to do it. And some of them step away just because of that. It's a hard ask, but it's an important ask, because if you don't have the money, you can't get your message out. Or you need to get your message out first before you're defined by your opponent. So what are you teaching women about fundraising that will make them be on par with what the men can do?
So absolutely, and I think the most important thing that we teach women is about the ask, right? That you have to get comfortable in your own skin. You have to get comfortable as a candidate in your district, running on your platform of issues that are of importance to you, whether it's childcare, healthcare, economic security, health stability, whatever your issues are, you have to get comfortable walking up to voters, calling them, emailing them, asking them to come to events, and just asking them for $25, then $50, then $100, then $500, then $1,000, whatever the contribution limits are. But we really do teach women the importance of the ask. Cold calling is a significant portion of your campaign. Over 60% of your time is spent doing cold calls, and you must get comfortable on the phone asking donors for money, whether they're first-time donors, recurring donors, or just somebody you happen to meet at a house party or an event or a campaign stop. We really encourage women to work on cold call. That's a huge part of a campaign. It cannot be underestimated. If you're only going to do 20 or 30% of cold calling, then campaigning may not be right for you at the moment. It has to be built into your schedule, and it has to become second nature, essentially, to be able to make that ask. So we definitely focus on fundraising, on completing PAC questionnaires, which PACs to apply for, whether you're a Democrat or Republican. We want women to feel comfortable approaching organizations and requesting funding from them. This is really important. So definitely we focus on cold calling and the ask for larger and smaller donors.
That's good. And I might add maybe the importance of a finance chair to somebody maybe even sitting next to you, forcing you to make those phone calls, because so often it's easy to not do it. You talked about the lack of support, and I'm going to take this opportunity to talk about Katie Porter. She's a representative from Orange County, California. When she was elected in 2018, she was the only single mother in Congress. And one of the things that she has tried to do to help women run is to have child care expenses paid for by campaign funds. And that is a big issue. Like, who's taking care of your kids? Can you afford the quality child care? Those are issues that women more than men worry about. Overwhelmingly, the studies show women worry about what's happening at home, and that sometimes prevents them from really running for office. So I really want to commend her for putting that in the forefront and just trying to take the obstacles that are in the way of women running, just get them out of the way. And we need to have women, all women, single mothers, to think that Katie Porter in 2018 was the only woman in Congress who had children, single mother in Congress that had children, it doesn't represent America. We all know that. So that's another reason we need women in office with different views, different life experiences, so we can actually work to make this country better. Now, on your website, you mentioned something, lack of recruitment. And I thought that was an interesting topic we could delve into. Do you recruit women for Dare to Run, or do they come to you?
So very often, the women who approach Dare to Run, they do tend to be on the younger side, like late 20s, early 30s. They have a strong passion and commitment to running for office. So, they do tend to approach us. But we also work very hard in the community to recruit women. And we are expanding into New Jersey, Pennsylvania, West Virginia, Delaware this year. So we've definitely stepped up our recruitment efforts insofar as reaching out to partnering organizations and colleges and universities go to recruit women. So it's a little bit of both, but we are stepping up our recruitment efforts this year.
Okay, because we really need to make the pool larger. We need to have more women. Women are very qualified to run for office, and we just have to change some of the perceptions here. There's a gender gap, and there seems to be a gender gap in ambition. And I am just wondering how we can address that. I have an article here from April in the New York Times. I kept it because it's disturbing. And it's the subtitle is Generation of Voters with Sobering Views of Ingrained Sexism. When Sarah Hamilton was in high school, Hillary Clinton was running for president and made a big impression. Her candidacy made Ms. Hamilton want to become a leader someday, maybe even run for office. 4 years later, Ms. Hamilton, 21, is no longer interested in leadership. Even though it felt exciting to see Kamala Harris become vice president, she said the sexism she thought Ms. Harris and other female candidates faced was too much. I think a lot of little girls like me and other people like me see this and think, if that's what it takes to achieve that position, I don't think it's worth it. That's a big problem. So let's figure out, how do we change that? We know in high school, studies show, up through high school, girls and boys have the same level of political ambition. They both run for office, the same number of class presidents are girls as well as boys. They get to high school, it starts to change. I know parental encouragement is a big piece of this, but what can we do so we don't lose somebody who 4 years ago said she might want to be president someday, and now she says, I don't want to be involved. Like, we need her. We need her to continue with that. So.
Definitely,
Yeah.
That's a great question. So I think one of the reasons why I started Dare to Run, and prior to being involved in Dare to Run, I also work with the National Organization for Women. I think that when women build communities of support for other women and they use those platforms to elevate women, that's what gives, especially the younger women, the extra oomph they need, right? Because if you go out into the regular corporate world or even government or education, women don't find those levels of support, right? They don't find it when they go to work in academia, when they go to work in government or nonprofit. Even sometimes the culture can be very cutthroat. So I've always aligned myself with organizations that work to elevate and support women. You know, for example, I was actually just appointed to the board as board secretary of the National Association of Women Business Owners, right? I founded Dare to Run, which is an organization that largely works to elevate women and encourage them to run for public office, give them this skills that they need. So I think when women elevate other women, women find it easier to accelerate and to move forward in the world. You know, unfortunately, there are numerous wonderful men out there who do support women and who do believe that women can make a difference. But the majority of society, you know, we're just not at the point where we should be. And so that's why it's so important for women to help elevate and support one another, build those communities, join those communities, sit on boards, you know, work with civic organizations, join a women-led campaign, you know, become a part of a network and a community that really fosters your personal and professional growth and encourages you to be the best that you can be in whatever field that is. So for me, those women's communities have been monumental, and you know, I don't think that I would be where I am without them. So I think that once women continue to build each other up, there's nothing that can stop them. There's nothing that stopped me, right? So I'm a case in point. You, Miss Casey, you're also a case in point. So women have the power to build each other and change the world, but we have to continue to fuel that and support other women in the process.
That's great. Well, you mentioned that Dare to Run is targeting state legislatures with low percentages of women in the state legislature. I'd like to dig a little deeper into that, like why it's important to elect women to state legislatures and what it actually does to the legislation that is actually enacted. And I do want to mention in some states it is getting a little better, and Nevada actually has 60% representation of women in their legislature. And a couple are around 50%, still far behind of where we should be. But I really commend your organization for targeting these states that have a low percentage of women. We're in one, Pennsylvania. And although we're getting there on the congressional level, we still need a little work on the state level. Rochelle?
Absolutely, and thank you for bringing this up. So I think to partially answer what you're saying, I think the reason why we need more women in state legislatures is because it's at the state level where the most draconian laws are passed that control women's livelihoods, their economic security, their personal decision making. So one of the biggest reasons I think we need more women to run at the state level is so that we don't have a body of majority men who are making laws that directly affect women and children and families without at least having women's input and their vision into the policy making process. So West Virginia, for example, we mentioned it's 11% of women who are currently serving in West Virginia state legislature, right? So we know West Virginia is largely a partisan state, right? It leans heavily Republican. But that aside, there's nothing that says that the Republican Party wouldn't benefit from having more women in public office, right? Women who can probably articulate those ideals and do a better job of representing that side, because the truth of the matter is men don't always speak for women. They think that they do, but they don't. And so the reason we need more women to run for public office is so that our issues and our policy-making ideas and our platforms can be elevated and actually heard. You know, currently in states like West Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, even Pennsylvania, sadly, you know, women are not there. They're not present in terms of their representation. And so our issues and our policy ideas are not being heard, and that's a big problem. So one of the biggest reasons we need to elect more women is to change the agenda, right? To change the policy agenda and to bring women's issues to the forefront. Because like you said, Teresa, we are over 51% of the population in a huge majority of states, but being less than 30% of the state legislature really impacts how those issues affect us as a society, and not just women and children, but men as well. Men don't realize how they're being inadvertently affected by those issues, so we definitely need to increase women's representation at the state level.
We do, because research does show that women support issues very different to men. I mean, they want gun control measures, they want access to abortion, they believe in increased spending for social programs, and with this pandemic now, they actually support more relief spending. And men tend to believe more in the death penalty, more war spending, and more stringent immigration policies. So there are differences in men and women. I don't know if we can say, maybe we could discuss this like across party lines. At the federal level, it doesn't seem to matter if you're a man or a woman, you are voting with your party. Do you see at the state level that there's a little bit of wiggle room there to actually have people cross party lines and maybe not traditionally support the issues of their one party? Do you see anything?
I know, for example, I'm from New York, and I know that for years, I remember in college and both semesters of graduate school, the New York State Senate was in a deadlock, right? The New York State Senate was largely controlled by Republicans. The Assembly was always Democratic because it's the larger body, so it's more reflective of the state as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
But the Senate was in a deadlock for years. It was Republican controlled, and unfortunately, there wasn't much wiggle room. There were a lot of ballot measures that came up. Referendums on the Clinic Access to Entrances Act. We had an act that would take abortion out of the penal code, but because the Senate was always Republican, we could never get that out of there. So unfortunately, the state levels do seem to be deadlocked in at least one of the houses, which is what contributes to why those issues are not being brought to the forefront and why women aren't properly represented. So we need to do something to kind of change the status quo to get more women to run for the state levels. And then hopefully once the House and states even out, we'll be able to hear women's voices a little bit more clearly and have them articulate their policy agendas better.
Sure. So maybe we could talk about the paths to power then. I mean, how do we get these women elected to the legislature? I guess you could look at school boards, and how should we focus? Does there seem to be a plan on how to get more women to run for the state legislature? I just know women who just decided to do it, and they had held no elective office before, and they just saw something that wasn't quite to their liking happening in their state, and they ran, and they've won. And they were nowhere to, they weren't in any organization that we could find. It's just something they wanted to do. So how do we find the best people, and how do we encourage those women by letting them know there is a path to power?
Yeah, absolutely. There's definitely a path to power. And I think the way that we do that is to really kind of bring out their underlying interest in political issues, right? Most of the women who approach Dare to Run, they already have some concerns about things that are happening in their community, whether it's childcare, healthcare, low wages, things of that nature. So you really kind of have to work to bring out those underlying interests, but it also starts with becoming politically active at a young age, running for student government, getting involved in campaigns. When I was in college, I worked on numerous campaigns. I worked on Obama's campaign, I worked on Hillary's campaign, I worked at the local and state level. You have to have some interest in how political processes work in order to even consider running a campaign. So we have to do something when they're very young to really ignite those interests. And usually being involved with a civic or nonprofit organization or campaign at a young age is what gets more women to run for office, right? So if you're not civic, if you're not trained in the field of civic mindedness when you're young, it typically doesn't foment when you get a little bit older. So that's really important. I remember high school, we did field work, we taught it in elementary school. I was in the law program at my high school. I had some of the best teachers in the world who really fostered and engendered that interest in civics and politics at the community-wide level. So for me, it's always been there. And I think it's there for a lot of women, but we have to do more to kind of weed it out and bring it to the forefront, which is what Dare to Run definitely tries to do. And we're going into other states to do that as well.
Great. So, and you have a mentoring program as well. That's very important, that women, young girls see women in positions of power and actually see them make a difference. Women need to have a seat at the table. And I also think we need to encourage women, if they don't want to run for public office, like this young woman profiled in the New York Times, the article says she would like to be a public servant. She'd like to work in a civic organization, not be the office holder, but she needs to understand too that has power as well, and that she could also do something like work for a political candidate, work for a state senator, and have a seat at the table there. I know in Washington, out of the 100 United States senators, 30 are chief of staffs. It's still not quite where it needs to be, but there are 30 women who have the ear of the United States senator. And I can tell you that those senators listen to their chief of staff. So if you don't want to get on into the game and be a politician, you can work for one and still make a difference. So we have a little bit of time left here. Why don't we talk about the pandemic? I'm kind of curious. That was an earlier conversation. And it's a discouraging conversation how women have been stepping out of the workforce. I'm wondering if that could actually be a big opportunity for women. And some of these women are stepping back. Maybe we can change their focus in some way. And women who have been affected, to say what our policies are lacking at the federal and state level, and why don't you run? Are you looking at it as an opportunity, or have we been again set back? What do you think, Michelle?
Absolutely. So one of the things we learned during the pandemic is that childcare has become a huge issue for moms who had to pivot out of the workforce and return home. You know, whether they were working from home remotely or they weren't working from home, they still had to take care of children in many cases. So childcare has always been an issue, but I think the pandemic really accentuated that. So I think one of the ways that women can definitely kind of capitalize on this is to join, you know, the local school board or the local PTA, become involved since you are already increasing your involvement in the home space. You know, join the local PTA or the school board, you know, run for PTA president, you know, right, make a difference in your school's community, right? And then once you've been in that position for a while, then you can run for town council, or you could even run for city council or district leader. You know, we have so many different positions. I know Pennsylvania government, you have over 30,000 offices that women can run for. In New York too, we have so many different offices at the local and state levels. So I think really encouraging women to run at the school-wide level, because that's where women's impact is largely being heard right now, right? They're the ones staying home, taking care of the children. So we definitely have to encourage them to be a voice in their children's school. I know when I was a kid, my mom went on every school trip. She packed every lunch, and she packed lunches for other kids. She was one of those super involved moms. Even though she worked full time, she was always there. So I think this is something we have to encourage women to do, is take a more active role in their children's education, and then become a voice at the local level. So
this is great. Well, we're coming to the end of our conversation. I have a lot more questions here to ask you, but you are a wealth of information. I encourage everybody here today to visit your website, Dare to Run. There are other organizations just like you all across this country training women how to run, because it is like setting up a small business in a really short period of time, and it's not just what you can say on your own. You build the people around you to make you be the very best person you can be and to win that race. So there are a lot of takeaways here from this first segment of info question. Info opinion. I shouldn't have forgotten that. But there are a lot of takeaways here, but the thing we can be sure of is that women will succeed when they run for office, especially when they have the skills to do it. Rochelle, thank you so much for being here today. And I look forward to hearing from you and the women you have trained to run for office. Thank you.
thank you so much. It was great chatting with you.
Nice chatting with you.
Thank you so much, Therese and Rochelle. Now we're going to move on to InfoPinion Take 2, revisiting our leadership value. Alan, Patience, and Michael, the stage is yours.
Good afternoon. Great to see everyone here today. Thank you so much, Joyce. This has been totally great to see this process and all the challenges that you guys had in the last year. So to see where we're at now after a pandemic is truly phenomenal. So kudos to Joyce and Lynn for really putting all this together, and the entire team as well. We have an exciting panel today. I just want to also state that it's great to see how Drexel University really is committed. I'm the executive director of supplier inclusion. And when I walked in here today to see a minority-owned, woman-owned business help putting this event together was phenomenal. So, so it's one thing to talk, but I know it's great to see how we're actually walking the walk as well. But I'm not going to steal all the spotlight for myself. This is going to be an exciting, for those that are virtual, who are just have the camera to this high and have slippers on, it's okay. I'm not going to call you out. But first, I want to really just talk about what we're going to speak about today, which is revisiting leadership values, which really comes down to workplace diversity. And as I was thinking this morning, how long and how much work has been put in just for women to obtain equal and open access to opportunity, to really see the statistics from women in the C-suite level and see how far we have to go. And dating back to the Executive Equal Pay Act of 1963, and to really know that equal pay, although the legislation has been passed, we still have a way to go. So it's important that organizations really focus on putting women in C-suite positions to create areas and companies that have different perspectives. Well, first off, I'll start by introducing one of our Louisiana delegates, Patience Talley. Patience is the Director of Community Centers and Programs. Patience, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself?
Yes, thank you guys so much for having me. I'm so honored to be on here now with you guys, talking about such an important topic, leadership. I am Patience Talley. I work for the city of Monroe in Louisiana. I am a Louisiana delegate, and I am just excited about this awesome topic. Thank you guys so much to Vision 2020 Women 100 for having me.
Thank you, Patience. And next up, Michael Chamberlain, who this is our second time speaking within the last six months. We had an awesome panel months ago about the mask you live in. So Michael, it's great seeing you today. Michael is a New York delegate, and actually the first male delegate from my understanding. Michael is the VP of Community and Strategic Partnerships at Catalyst Incorporated. Michael, thank you so much for coming today, and can you also introduce yourself as well?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Excuse me. I'm really excited to be here today to join this panel. I'm actually the former VP of Community and Communities at Catalyst. I was one of the many who opted out during the pandemic, and happy to share the experiences that brought me to that decision point. But more importantly, I'm just excited to be here today to talk about the leadership moment, and I hope movement that we are a part of today. And I'd also just like to say happy Pride to everybody, to those celebrating and to those supporting the LGBTQ plus community. I'm really happy to be a part of that community and thankful to all of you. So happy Pride, everyone.
Thank you. So we're just going to go ahead and jump into it. We have a list of great questions, and I believe if we have time, we will do Q&A if we have time. But Patience, I'll start off with you. How do we get to more of an inclusive place in terms of leadership and the workplace? What are your thoughts on that?
I absolutely love that we're talking about leadership in this session, because so many companies will just check off the box and imply that their workplace is diverse by saying, look at us, we have diversity within our department. We have an older woman at the front desk, or a woman of color as a custodian, or a male runner that's part of the LGBTQ community. And we just have to make sure we're putting these people in leadership positions, because if you listen, those aren't leadership positions. They're not the decision makers. When I think about diversity, in my opinion, it's the M&M. They go together to see the greatest impact. We have to be intentional. educating our leadership team is vital. I remember being a part of a community coalition where there were opportunities for diversity and inclusion, a workshop in our online workshop in the program. And only the first year members actually attended this workshop, not the president, not the board members, not the real decision makers. They all looked the same and were just comfortable. And so I say again, you have to be intentional. Then you will have a mind to evaluate what leadership looks like. And the second thing that I think is really important is to figure out why that diverse population isn't throwing their name in the hat for those leadership positions. I feel that that's the best way to tackle this thing in establishing a role for diversity and inclusion. I was once I asked the CEO, why is there no diversity amongst that leadership board? And their statement was because they have not applied for the role. And my response was, have you considered why? Have you made them feel empowered to do so? And this is why creating a council, a diversity and inclusion council or a group is so important, a group of people that would educate people on the topic and not be biased and truly reach those standards of diversity and inclusion. In Louisiana, we have a bill being looked at where we are requesting that the governor appoints additional women to public post-secondary education board so that women will comprise of at least 50% of each board's membership by July 1st, 2023. This type of action will allow for a more inclusive leadership team within the workplace. So we're really revisiting our leadership values and making sure we're opening our eyes and we're letting women talk and we're not over talking them in so many situations because we have high-pitched voices. And so I think if we could do those things, really educate our leaders and just revisit those leadership values, we'll reach those diversity and inclusion tactics in the workplace.
That's interesting, really what you said there, Patient, is that organizations really are doing a disservice to themselves by not having women in leadership roles. Michael, what are your thoughts on that as well?
Well, Patience just said a dozen things that really kind of shake me. And I think part of it, one major component of it, of what she just said that resonates with me so strongly is value. I think that there is already happening, but also concurrently a so much and so long needed shift in what we value in our corporations and in our society broadly. And I think in the corporations where we have so much possibility and also so much frustration is what I see as admiring. The business case for diversity, equity, and inclusion has been around now for decades. Millions and millions of dollars and countless hours have been invested in creating programs, policies, and dynamic cultural shifts that are now less diverse, less inclusive, et cetera, to the more inclusive. But very little change has happened. And part of what I submitted when the Vision 2020 group sent out the question to their delegates about what they would ask this audience, that kept going in my mind is, what make to collectively move and shift to what we valued, to what we need to value? What will it take to admire the possibilities of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and really shift towards working every day towards that? And so I think value is the answer. And coupled with that, I think it's dismantling what we used to value to what we say we're working towards valuing. Mm-hmm. And I'm sure we could talk about that for a long time. And I'm excited to hear your opinion, Alan, and also more about what Patience is thinking about value, because I think that's a core connector in what we need to talk about.
Value is so key. And I often come across in my field with businesses that, let's say they're a consulting firm, and the first phrase they say is, we're a solutions provider. And then when I go on their website, I just see a website full of white males. So I'm saying, okay, you're a solution provider, but what different types of perspectives are you bringing to the table here? So it's when organizations really don't have, I would say, for what Patient was talking about, a DE&I strategy or initiative, they're really lacking value. I I want to also talk about too is that how do you both feel, and I'll start with Patience with this one, how do you both feel, or do you feel that we are headed into the kinder, gentler era of leadership?
I do believe that leaders are shifting from that military model to meeting people where they are. When I think about this, I think about, for all of my Matilda fans, that Miss Trunchbull and Miss Honey. Who would you rather work for? It's equity versus excellence, growth versus performance. Anyone that is willing to can learn those hard skills such as programming or machine operations, but those soft skills are qualities that are difficult to teach. This allows for corporations to recognize all of the positive qualities that women tend to bring to the table and to the workplace, such as compassion and understanding and empathy. And in the wake of the pandemic, this kinder, gentler era of leadership is kind of like, ready or not, here I come. Everyone work from home, introducing to leaders that employees can get the job done at home. They can create their own schedule and make it work. But my biggest fear is, now that the world is opening back up, are our leaders going to continue for that flexibility? The biggest factor is professional and personal experiences. I have a 3-year-old daughter, Demi. She's my world. But in the fall months, she tends to get sick and we have to stay home. And she wants to lay under mama and watch Blue's Clues. Well, my administrative assistant has a 3-year-old as well. And so whenever she sends me a text that sounds similar to my story, I'm kind and I am gentle because I've experienced it. However, what about that single older white male that has this face of a type A, looks at that person and say, hey, you can't do it? That reaction is going to be different. But we do share these personal experiences when it comes to the COVID losses. However, let's work on those soft skills starting today, and understanding that a kinder, gentler leadership styles allows for higher retention rate in the workplace, increased productivity, and improves employee engagement. We just truly have to meet people where they are and try out those soft skills in understanding people's situations.
Yeah, I'd love to build on that, if I may, because while I agree with everything that Patience just said, I might frame it a little bit differently, because I think the frame is part of the problem, and I'll call it the problem. Yeah. Part of this, the problem being this resistance to change when it seems like there's so much evidence that compels us toward it, right? So here's what I mean. I think that men have long been considered and largely stereotyped as the take charge category of people, and women have been categorized as the take care type. And I've been wondering what it would take in the world, what phenomenon could occur for this to be, these categorizations to be completely dismantled, and instead we just value skills in general. Nothing is considered female skills, nothing is considered male skills. And if this pandemic wasn't that phenomenal disruption, I'm not sure what else is going to compel us, right? And so unfortunately, our organizations have largely operated on a success model that looks like men taking charge and women taking care. The hard skills are left to the men and rewarded among men, and the soft skills are women's skills and, really second tier type skills. But now in this pandemic, we see empathy, compassion, forgiveness, all of these skills that Patience was just referring to as skills I think men in general, as a sweeping category, are finding a really difficult time having to learn in this particular moment. But they have to. And our organizations need to put value on those skills if we're to see a more equitable way forward. Otherwise, what we're going to do is something that was alluded to in your commentary, is we're going to go backwards. Yes. And we're going to fall back to kind of old tropes and our old tribes, and we'll be more homogeneous, I think, than we were before. And living in these antiquated workplace cultures where really women are going to always be the second-class citizens, and organizations will keep coming in second. They'll be the best of the worst, not the best of the best. And so I really see an opportunity as a community, and Patience knows a lot more about this than I, but see a real opportunity to shift a collective value among our community, and in an ungendered way, and look at leadership as really, what is it going to take for all of us to be able to be present at that table, to be equitable contributors at that table at all levels of an organization. And I think we know the answers to that, which are around inclusive leadership behaviors, but we need to shift the value among one another and among organizations. And I happen to spend a lot of time teaching men about this. Because it's one thing for women to talk about it among one another, and it's one thing for the men who get it to talk about it in rooms like this. It's quite another for men in everyday walks of life to be talking to women about inclusion, to be talking to women about skills, soft skills or others, and quite another for men to be talking to other men about their interest in this area. And I think there's a lot of possibility in that relatively untouched space, and that's where we need to go. That's where I'm excited to go.
I really like what you said, Michael, in regards to take charge, take care, and how, but I'm thinking during a pandemic, and I think we had mentioned this on our last conversation when we spoke, during a pandemic, we, in a sense, we've got closer to the Stone Age in regards from working from home and it being I would say anticipated or expected for women to take more role of a house and managing a family. And so patience, and I also want to go off of what Michael said too. You talked about shifting value. Patience, what can organizations do to shift value, to broaden diversity, equity, and inclusion inside the workplace?
So I'm a big advocate for workplaces just educating the leadership group on what that value looks like. We have to truly, dig deep into what is our true value? What are we passionate about? Mm-hmm. And that shared leadership is everything. Making sure that we really are allowing people to come and sit at the table with us and allowing people to vocalize their opinion. I love Hamilton, and sometimes it feels like women have to holler just to be heard. And that's one of the, the verses in Hamilton. And so we want to make sure that we're not requiring people to holler. We're being open and opening our doors to different ideas and different opinions so that we can really shift our way of thinking to reevaluating what leadership looks like.
And Patience, I guess I want to also answer that too, because even in my role working with diverse businesses and within my career, going to different category managers and buyers when an RFP is put out, and I asked the question, did we have any participation from diverse businesses? And they say, well, no diverse businesses applied. Well, then I says, did we look for any? And the answer sometimes is no, and that's a problem there. Kind of talking to what you were saying, Patience, in regards to leadership. Michael, what does the term shared leadership mean to you?
Well, I think it's about redefining what leadership competencies look like, quite frankly, and not going off these old models, but reimagining leadership. And I think that, to Patience's point about women having to speak louder or in fact yell, women are beyond screening at this point. They're leaving. They've left. And so no organization is winning, no team is winning, no community is winning right now without understanding what happened to women and how that could have been avoided, or largely avoided. And I think that is all about, again, going back to what we value, going back to fully reimagining what we value. It starts with awareness, to Patience's point. And if organizations want to really become inclusive organizations, it's much more than, putting a Pride logo up for the month of June or putting out the statement about inclusion. Those performative gestures, those are must-haves. But then it's what's behind it. Who's walking the talk? How are people showing up? Who's getting chosen? How is accountability enacted? And not just through programs and policies, but among one another. I'm gonna speak purely in the mindset of a man who has sat in an organization for I won't age myself, but sat in organizations now for quite a few years, and many times have observed, but also myself experienced, a woman being silenced, a woman being spoken over, or a woman being fully left out, and I did nothing about that. Except to go home and think about it all night long. And to think about what I could have done, what I should have done. And I call that the bystander action versus what I could have done, how I could have spoken up, how I could have made space and agency. And that's upstander, right? So I think right now, I think a positive result, if there can be an optimistic result, I should say, an optimistic result of the pandemic is there is greater awareness of gender inequity in the world and in our workplaces especially. There's greater awareness around this topic than ever before. Now it's about action and putting that into action. And this is not about men opening doors for women, and I don't mean that figuratively or literally. This is not about men giving opportunity to women, because men can create just as many opportunities for themselves by doing this work. And we can probably talk about that for another hour, an hour and a half. But this is about redefining what leadership looks like. And it should not be a gendered conversation. It should be about what competencies do we need to build the culture that we need to succeed, both for ourselves and for our constituents, our key stakeholders, et cetera. That's a conversation where everybody is at the table, not just the historically popular people or the historically valued as leaders people. And that's a dynamically different conversation. So more men participating in the conversations about gender and equity in the workplace, but also more men talking to other men, not just talking to other women or being talked to or informed by other women, et cetera. So I think conversations about bridging divides is the opportunity that we have to seize, and then following through with action and accountability. That's the big differentiator versus what I've seen, which is pumping out information and research and a lot of awareness, which is essential, but then never really ensuring that the culture follows suit, right? And so policies and programs, great, but insufficient if the culture doesn't follow.
Thank you, Michael. Patience, shared leadership, what does it mean to you?
So shared leadership, in my opinion, is, making sure that you're not looking for one sole person, that triangle isn't, this way, but it's this way. Because when that sole leader isn't there, what happens? There's no guidance, there's no direction. And so we have to make people feel involved. And that's all a part of diversity and inclusion. They're the M&Ms. You have to have both. Without both, you'll just have the token ones. And that inclusion, you'll just have the people that look like you, including their opinion. You have to have both the diversity and inclusion mixed into that shared leadership. This creates buy-in in a team because team members feel included, they're engaged, they're motivated, they are they're just motivated to really give their input and listening to them. There's disadvantages and advantages to both sides, but I do believe the pros outweigh the cons. And one thing, in my opinion, that's important to consider is making sure that you bring people to the table that have the same goals, that are not, going in different directions. Now, the way that we get there doesn't have to look the same, because that's that inclusiveness, that's getting feedback from different populations, people with different educational backgrounds. But we have to have the same goal. And that's to your point, Michael, that when you bring these men together, if their goal is not for the greater good of everyone, then we have a problem. But the way to get there may be a little bit different. So that inclusion portion is everything. But we have to have the same ultimate goal, and it allows us to shine together and grow together.
Thank you, Patience. I really like what you said in regards to inclusion is the ultimate goal. Whenever I think of D&I, I always think of it as two things: diversity being the noun, inclusion being the action, the verb. And so, Michael, I really like what you said, and I guess this question was for the he for she's. In regards to, Michael, what more can men do to promote inclusion and ensure that an organization has real workplace diversity?
Yeah, well, there's so many things. And I think that there are so many wonderful agencies and organizations out there doing work specifically in this lane right now that I'd be remiss not to refer to, like Mark by Catalyst, which is Men Advocating Real Change, and Movember, and He for She, I think that you just mentioned from the UN. There's a lot of organizations who have dedicated time for getting men on board, and more than just on board, but behind the behaviors that it will take to make change. But I think one of the missing pieces is something we've been talking about is men talking to other men. I think that right now in this ongoing disruption of ours, more and more people are doing research. There's more and more evidence that are showing us kind of the right ways forward, but it's going to take some practice. And I think it will take, as I've been more than alluding to thus far, is open, constructive conversation with one another. And one of the things that has largely been overlooked in the history of engaging men in gender initiatives is men talking to and with one another, right? So some men have felt compelled to go to an employee resource group meeting or read a book about racism, and that's great. We want men to do that. Follow your intellectual curiosity. Please educate yourself. Get more information. It's all out there at your fingertips. But then, not only should you shift your behaviors, but we really need men to talk to other men about what they're doing. What are they doing with that curiosity? What are they doing at home? Are they taking out the garbage more? Are they sharing those kinds of responsibilities? Is their partner or wife still asking them to take out the garbage? Or have we really reimagined shared leadership where they don't need a prompt anymore, right? That's kind of a really small specific thing. But then at work, where everybody's trying to figure out what's next, we're all watching one another, right? We're taking cues from those that we've considered leaders, those that we consider emerging leaders. We're watching what people are doing in this very trying, sometimes confusing, sometimes really scary moment as to what are leaders doing right now? What should I be doing? And that's where men can really make a difference, because men continue to hold the majority of positions of power and influence. So if men are doing inclusive things and talking about doing inclusive things, other men will be more exposed to that. And we hope more prone to doing it themselves until it becomes a kind of a natural practice. But I think that's been a missing link for quite some time, where men are reluctant, fearful. There's a bunch of research conditions as to why men, stay out of this type of work and why they don't talk to one another about this type of work. But I do think that there is a great breakthrough in men participating in conversations with one another.
Thank you. And
among the many other things that we should be doing, of course.
Michael, I really like what you said, and thank you for sharing it in regards to the instance where you've been in a meeting and you've seen someone talk over a woman and said nothing about it, and then go home and think all night about what you should have said or what you actually could have actually done to really use that as a learning opportunity for the person that actually did that. Patience, I see we have about 2 minutes, left. What are your thoughts on what men can do to be more of a he for a she?
So I love what Michael said. Speaking with each other, talking to each other about it is so important. But then taking action, as you mentioned, when you see some type of inequality or unfairness within a meeting or a conversation, or even when you're sitting on that board that's determining who's going to actually get that job, we must take action. Our men must take action and speak up for the women. We must close our eyes to gender. Honestly, I'm for everyone. We must close our eyes to gender, race, age, ethnicity, background, income, status, any other factor that creates bias, and simply look at who is the most qualified for the leadership position or for whatever they're supposed to be a part of, evaluating both those soft skills and those hard skills that our society has to offer. This is not a man versus woman thing. This is not a black versus white thing. This is about truly revisiting our leadership values to create a more inclusive, diverse environment within our workplace, within our lives, within our religious organizations, within our civic organizations, to really make room for everyone to be a part of the table. We don't have to knock people down. We don't have to have this envy or hate in our heart. We can truly make room for everyone, opening up our arms to allow people to be a part of this great nation and feel comfortable and feel confident in their own skin.
Thank you so much, Patience. Well, this was a captivating discussion today. I'd like to thank you both for really, for being virtual. Patience, you're in Louisiana. Michael, you're in New York, I believe, correct? Yeah. So, technology is a great thing. I look forward to speaking with you guys soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you so much, Alan, Patience, and Michael. Oh, that was such a great discussion. Everything so far has been. So we're about halfway through. Let's move on to InfoPinion Take 3, our most valuable asset, each other. So Michelle, Rosemarie, and Robin, the stage is yours.
Hong, and I'm co-head of the Philadelphia office of Northern Trust. I'm a volunteer with Vision 2020 and several other organizations that I'm very passionate about. Most importantly, I'm the mom of 3 young girls. And today we'll be speaking about the topic of how women come together and build coalitions to achieve a shared goal, how we work through the inevitable challenges and pitfalls that can occur. And I'm thrilled to be joined today by 2 very esteemed commentators. With me on stage is Rosemarie Greco. As we heard this morning, she is the executive advisor to Vision 2020. She is also one of the most prominent and iconic women in U.S. banking history. And joining us by video is Robin Guadagnini. She's one of our most committed Vision 2020 delegates. She hails from Arkansas, where she's a leader in the financial services industry and a well-known advocate for women's health issues. So welcome, and Rosemarie, if I could, I'd like to start with you.
Sure.
You have extensive experience building coalitions. You started your career in banking as a bank branch secretary, and then you rose through the ranks to become president and CEO of Core States Bank, which at the time was one of the largest banks in the U.S. I know that you also served on the Philadelphia School Board, which was one of the largest school boards in the one of the largest school districts in the U.S. My children are actually attendees currently. And you also were the first woman board chair of the Greater Philadelphia Chamber of Commerce, which is one of the largest business chambers in the country. There's sort of a trend here. And since your retirement, you've served as board director for multiple public and privately held corporations. So clearly, you know how to bring people together around different kinds of tables and different kinds of settings. Private settings, public, government, nonprofit, civic. So what I'd love to do is ask you, if you would please share with us, in your experience, what are the must-haves and what are the nice-to-haves when it comes to building coalitions, to building successful coalitions?
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Michelle. That was a walk down history lane. To build any type of relationship, you must put forth yourself, your honest and true self, if you want a successful relationship. Coalitions are, in my mind, sort of an organic gathering of individual relationships. The clarity around the purpose of the coalition is critically important. The other aspect is you need clear decision-making processes and strategies. And they need to be disseminated so that every individual or entity that has taken your cause or their cause as well to heart understands how decisions are being made. Further, you need a neutral, well-trusted person to facilitate, to go between this group and that group, trusting that person will bring this group and that group closer together. So that trusted negotiator, so to speak, bridge builder, has to also ensure that decisions are made, that it's not a bounce back and forth or among disparate groups. Decisions have to be made and they have to be implemented. So forming a coalition, starting looking at it as forming a relationship, expands into gathering everyone, having them learn, teach again, learn, teach again, until everyone comes to the same understanding of purpose and how to get things done.
So that's really interesting. I wonder, given the different types of experiences that you've had, whether those ingredients are helpful in sort of different proportions when you're talking about in the private sector or in government or in nonprofit, or would you say that it just depends on the circumstances? If you have any sort of wisdom to share.
I think those factors remain constant. Do they vary in terms of emphasis and import? Yes. Sometimes when you are building a coalition, you need to think strategically about how to appeal to those who are going to lose something by becoming part of the coalition, or lose something even if they're outside of the coalition and the coalition becomes successful. That is very, very prominent in government. It's also prominent in causes that inspire people to embrace one side or the other. So, one of the sayings I often use is, them that have the gold want to keep the gold. Whatever that gold is in terms of what they value. If you are part of a coalition that intends to disrupt the keeping of that gold, then you need to figure out how are you going to make that person or entity want to either let go or use the gold to get something they want. So, for example, when I was in government and head of the Office of Healthcare Reform, we had physicians across the state who believed that nurses should have limited powers. You can go to certain states in our country and you can see a sign outside of a medical office, and it's the nurse practitioner, and she then, now more she and he, are the medical people for that community. You can't do that in Pennsylvania, or at least you couldn't. So we had the Pennsylvania Physicians Association and the Nurses Association at loggerheads. And in my role, I needed to figure out what was going to enable both of them to retain their sense of dignity and import. Mostly that was for the physicians. And also allow for that gold to be spent a bit on enabling nurses to practice to the fullest extent of their training and scope.
Thank you. You mentioned some of the differences between those two groups, right? In terms of gender, one is mostly women and one was mostly men, at least at the time. I've heard it said sometimes by some that women are particularly good at forming coalitions. And I wonder if you have observed that or what your thoughts are on that. Is that so? And if so, why do you think that is?
Well, I don't know if it's so. I would guess it is. because we are so inclined to be more reasonable and less egocentric. And we are also inclined to encourage and nurture as opposed to compete and beat. So I would suggest that that might be right. And what does it? Those characteristics. But no coalition, a coalition of women or men and women or just men, really can succeed without clear goals and the ability to organize internally, internal infrastructure.
Right. So then what about the flip side? You know, what could really damage a coalition or cause it to fail? Are there things that, particular pitfalls that, you know, people who are united behind a common goal should keep an eye out for, try to nip in the bud, or, you know, ensure it doesn't evolve?
If your messaging gets convoluted, if your messaging becomes less clear, then you are planting seeds for factions. If your communications with people who are not necessarily part of the coalition is not straightforward and does not have integrity, then you face the danger of faction.
Yeah. Do you have any examples that you can share, or perhaps?
Nothing. I've been involved, of course. Well, let me think about that, and I'll come back to it.
Sure. Well, on the topic of factions, is there a point at which a coalition can become too large, where factions are just an inevitability, or do you think if properly managed, you know, a coalition could sort of go on growing, you know, ad infinitum? Is there sort of a natural life cycle to, you know, to coalitions?
Yeah, I think coalitions grow into movements only when there is a command in terms of the group and a demand in terms of those people who stand outside of the group. And movements, and we can all name a number of successful movements, particularly over the last half century and even over the last 20 years. When a coalition falters, or on a positive note, when a coalition set out a clear purpose and achieved that purpose, it's time for them to move on. They might choose yet another purpose, or they might try to wallow in that dialogue and cause damage to their cause. As far as turning into a movement, sometimes the movements are born out of prophets. Martin Luther King, for an example. You know, people who stepped out and with their charisma and their ability to paint a vision that people can embrace, coalitions turn into movements and are successful. Other movements are impaired by, again, a lack of messaging or making people outside of the movement feel too uncomfortable or unsafe. And I don't mean unsafe physically only, but unsafe. When a coalition gets to the point of worrying more about their internal strife than what they're trying to achieve, anyone who's part of that coalition, I would strongly advise you to exit stage left.
Thank you. I'd like to turn now to our commentator who's joining us by video, Robin. Robin, thank you so much for joining us, and I'm thrilled to have this opportunity to chat with you. You've been a pioneer in your community as well. You were the second woman ever to graduate from the University of Arkansas with a degree in finance and insurance, which is just incredible. You were also an early advocate and sometimes the only advocate in your community for issues relating to women's health, such as breast cancer imaging and early detection. And we are so grateful for your involvement as a delegate for Vision 2020 and an active participant for over 10 years. So thank you for joining us. Robin, I'd like to ask you if you could, to please share from your perspective what it was like to watch the Vision 2020 Coalition grow over the years and what it's meant for you personally.
Thank you for that very generous introduction. It's nice to be with you all today. For me personally, I'm thankful for Vision 2020. It has afforded me opportunities, seminars, exposure to some amazing women and events. There was the national conferences, the White House briefing conference that absolutely blew me away, and the opportunity to connect with amazing women around the country. Vision 2020 gave a great outreach and support and help in creating our project, and also to help with equality, and all of this has helped me to grow as a person and be a stronger and more confident woman. I'm so very thankful to be a part of the National Women's Group. When we started this 10 years ago, I felt we were so close to equity and equality and closing the gap. I had no idea the division over equality that was to surface in our country and locally, and how it would affect to stifle our message. To be a part of a like-minded group of outspoken women, you all have kept me strong. Helped me realize I had to find my voice, speak up, and not be quiet. I'm forever thankful to Vision 2020 and the vision that they shared.
Thank you, Robin. And I understand that you participated in 2 different projects as part of your Vision 2020 activities. I'd love to hear more. I'm sure that our audience would love to hear more about those. Could you please share about the MEE, the mentoring organization that you founded, as well as the Girls Who Code Club?
Sure. When luckily Dr. Dana Greer, who was the other Arkansas delegate of and when we came back from the first conference, we were trying to collaborate and come up with something that would reach kids or adults. We didn't know how we were going to head. In all of our brainstorming, we realized both women who had been mentored by men, because we were in field. She's a physician, and I was in finance, and there just weren't women who could lead us. So we felt like it was going to be important to get that out. Since women were minimum models, we also realized our local schools were chair course programs, and by 9th grade, students needed to have their career planned out for education. So we decided it would be a great time to meet with junior high kids, boys and girls, we wanted both included, and have local leaders, mostly women, that came and talked to these kids, told them how they got to where they were, and could, present some mentorship for these kids and give them some direction of what they could be in life and what opportunities were afforded them, and to also have them see women in powers of position across all avenues of life, and finance and medical and education and and anything we could think of. We tried to find women leaders that would come in and meet with these kids. We had some men speak too, because we didn't want to exclude, and we had boys included. We called it a cafe, so that it was informal. The kids could come in, they could hear how these people made their choices to get to that point, because we also, not all careers decide no matter what you want to do when you're 30 or 40. So we wanted them to or change or we really enjoyed it. It ended up being that most of the junior highs ended up with their own career days now, or career classes from this. They spun off from this kind of setup. So we set up and became Girls Who Code, and started doing that as an after-school program for the junior highs. which is a national organization that Vision 2020 supported because it's important to teach girls in 7th and 8th grade about computer coding. So we did this, and then of course this last year and a half we've been doing it remotely, which, trust me, was challenging to try to teach computer coding remotely for junior high girls. But we were successful, and I'm hoping this fall we can return to being in person and getting that kicked back off with a hands-on approach.
That's wonderful. And that mentoring program just sounds like such a wonderful idea. I know that obviously there are a lot of women trailblazers who we are honoring today and who I'm lucky to be sharing a stage with and speaking with you as well, Robin. But it's so much easier to be what you can see. If you can see it, you can be it a lot more easily.
Agreed.
So connecting young people with, with those trailblazers who have gone first in whatever area and whatever type of challenge it is, who have, accomplished success, I think is so critical for young people as they're envisioning, where their paths may take them. Rosemary spoke a little while ago about one of the elements of success with a coalition being sort of a clear sense of what the mission is, a clear definition of goals, what is and what is not sort of, part of the work. And I wonder if you've observed that in your work as well, whether with these organizations and growing them, or with maybe your healthcare advocacy or other kind of settings and challenges that you may have been part of.
Yes, I have. And I've also found, too, one thing that she sort of touched on, that if you're an inclusive coalition versus an exclusive one, that you stand a better chance for moving forward and encompassing more people. So even when I'm advocating for breast cancer, it's not a woman's only disease. So, it's important for all people to have access to medical imaging. It's important for me for all to understand about equality issues for women and, for men to be a part of it, to understand that where we have issues and why we're not accepted at this point, or hopefully we're better than we were.
Thank you, Robin. And I think what I'd like to do now is pose a question to both of you. And I'll sort of pick up on something, Rosemary, that you mentioned about when coalitions become movements and the success of some of the recent kind of cause-oriented movements from the past 20 years. And in that, I would include the movement for marriage equality, the Me Too movement, and Black Lives Matter more recently. Some of the lessons that we can draw from that, you mentioned, Rosemary, the importance of having that prophet, that sort of visionary figure at the forefront. But are there other lessons that we might draw in our sort of work for women's equality, not just with the Me Too movement with respect to demanding respect and freedom from harassment and things like that, but true equality across all different sectors and in all different venues? Are there lessons that we can draw from these successful movements that could inform the work that we're doing now and looking forward?
I'd like to go back to the question you asked me before. Sure. About that I know of any movement that did not state what they were about honestly. Basically putting up a curtain around their intent, their real intent. And this also answers the question that you just asked to learn from. The anti-immigration reform movement. People came forth and said, I am against immigration reform, making it easier for immigrants to come into the country and take away jobs from Americans. That was a total false premise for that movement. It became clearer and clearer over the years, over the time that Congress debated, that it wasn't about Americanism. It wasn't about protecting Americans at all. Not at all. It was really about embedded in bias and embedded in protecting their self-interest, be they economic or social. Now that we have a labor shortage, now may be an opportunity for the anti-immigration reform folks to pivot. Now may be the opportunity, but what will they do? How do they disguise their original premise? So it goes back to a premise has to be honest. It goes back to the individuals have to give forth their most honest self. And they have to implement strategies that they know are going to succeed. So what can we learn from? We can learn from what I consider to be an illustration of a failed aspect of a movement. And I am sure there'll be many people who disagree with this, but I think the women's marches failed. And the reason I think that is because the women's marches had no specific ask. It was broad the first time, the second time, you know, even the most recent Women's March in Washington. There was no illustration to draw for people to witness that this is what we need and this is why. It was primarily on a premise of, not that it's wrong, but this is what it should be. That's not wrong, but what? What are we asking? What were they asking for to happen? I'm not sure any one of us can remember what that was. Equality, that's a big, broad thing, but not something specific like stop this, start that, here are the goals, here are the milestones, here are the measures and metrics.
It wasn't actionable.
Yeah. So I think we did learn from those things. So I guess what I'm saying is you can learn from success, and sometimes you learn more from failure.
Words of wisdom. Robin, would you add anything to that? What are your thoughts on some of the successes and challenges that some of these broader movements have faced and what we might learn from them?
I completely agree with Rosemary. Rosemary, it's because my thought on that was that you kind of have to be fluid, but you have to keep your goal in mind, and you have to, you may have to adjust, or you may have to include or exclude or something in your definition, but you have to be able to keep a goal and move forward, and to know that you're working towards either a protection of rights or a importance of equality of marriage, or health benefits, or whatever it is that the goal is. I think that's important to do too.
Right.
Say one more thing,
please.
Listening to Robin, and thank you for your decade of involvement with Vision 2020.
Thank you.
I was thinking today as we listened to everyone, and many times over when just being made aware of the issues that consume us around women's equality. I think we need a coalition building eventual movement for childcare, paid childcare, paid childcare leave. A movement that encompasses daycare and how it's paid for, and that encompasses early childhood education and how it should be paid for and invested in. And that would be a movement with goals, if achieved, would change the lives of everyone in our country.
Very true and very inspiring. On a slightly different note, perhaps related, I'd like to spend a moment on the issue of technology and the way that that may have helped or hindered this movement as well. And it occurs to me that it's sort of very closely interwoven with the issue of childcare and recognizing the worth, the value of of caring for children, heightened by the pandemic, of course. And I wonder what both of your thoughts are on the impact of technology on our coalition, on the work that we have sought to do, as well as more broadly. I know that the prevalence of cell phone cameras has sort of made every person a potential journalist. Social media has made it easier than ever to sort of organize thousands of people. And is it, on the whole, a net positive, detractor, something that must be managed carefully? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, around children, I have great reservations about a child's development as a social human being because of the technology time that they spend. To read another person's message without, with their signs, as opposed to just across the screen. To develop real sensitivity for those kinds of skills. Does it work? Does it enhance? Has it made us make great progress for lots of causes and reasons in business? Yes. So I think it needs to be managed. Yeah,
thank you. And Robin, closing comments on that topic as well?
Ditto.
We've been hanging around together for 10 years.
That's right.
That's it.
Well, and I think of to me, the commercial that ran that had the woman working from home with a child on a hip and a kid on a computer doing schoolwork, and she was in a meeting. I think that epitomized how women can juggle it all with technology, which could be a good or a bad thing, depending on if you're the woman or not. But I also think that there's some positive things by it. It kept us connected through a pandemic. We still got to communicate, to work from home, to do things that were good. But I also agree with Rosemarie on the fact that I feel like there's so much online that people say and do that if I had to say that in person, not that I say anything online, but if they had to say it in person, they probably would not put it that way. They would probably find another way to word that versus lashing out or striking out or something. So I think there's some huge advantages, but I think there's some issues that we've got to figure out how to corral and rein in to make sure that it works for the positive and for the good versus a free-for-all.
Sure. Well, thank you, Robin. We are grateful to technology for allowing us to have this conversation today. Thank you, Rosemarie, for your insights. This has been a true pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Michelle, Rosemarie, and Robin. And now for our final segment, InfoPinion Take 4, using collective impact to empower us all. So Nicole and Jeannie, the stage is yours.
Thank
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much to Joyce and Lynn and the entire Vision 2020 team. It's amazing to be here and hear all the great insights and information and knowledge that were shared in the previous session. So I definitely encourage those that are just joining us to check out the recordings at Vision 2020's website. A lot of the information that was shared talked about the responsibility of others, the responsibility of companies, the responsibilities of thinking of one another. And our session is going to really be about the responsibility of ourselves and the accountability we take to empower ourselves. So thank you, Jeannie, for being here. We had a session together, an info session to get to know each other a little better, and I feel like we're going to have a really great conversation around Inez Barbario's submission about practicing what we preach. So she suggested the theme today for Vision 2020 about believing in ourselves and empowering each other. So I'm going to read that now, and then you and I will talk about that. My topic would be holding personal accountability and focusing on our strengths as women. Quite honestly, I am tired of people putting women in a victim mindset and talking about what we don't have or can't do. I see women as strong, brave, and powerful, and we can accomplish anything we want. And personally, in the various careers I have held, I have never allowed anyone to hold me back from what I want to achieve. We need to focus on our creativity and true female empowerment. I have taken courses and workshops from top institutions in our academic world, and there is a lack of focus on having an abundant mindset. While many women may fail to admit, I see more women bringing each other down and holding each other back. I have witnessed this personally in the corporate world, and it is something I hope that changes in the very near future. We need to not just post hashtags on social media, but truly practice what we preach. So that's a really loaded comment. I'm going to ask you your thoughts on that, and then maybe we can dive into how to not have the victim mindset.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, and I appreciate this conversation today, and thank you, Lynn, and the entire team for making this happen. So when I listened to what Inez said, a number of things stood out. One is strong, brave, empowered, and holding ourselves accountable, and they all resonate for me. I'm 37 years into my career, and when I think where I started at the age of 20 in my job, I would never have imagined that I could be where I am today in the role that I have. But I was encouraged, I was supported, I was coached, I was mentored, I was sponsored, and through all of that, I learned to be more confident and empower myself to say, I can do that. I'm going to make that happen, and I'm going to help you make this happen. So her words really resonate in so many ways because I started in a job and ended up with an entire career, and I would not have ever imagined that that would have been the case. But I was very fortunate because there is someone in the audience that I worked for actually 30-something years ago, Rosemary Greco, the prior speaker. I was very fortunate. I got to work for Rosemary, and I was only 27, and watched, learned, listened, sought input, sought feedback, because I was taught it was a gift and not a criticism. It was constructive in nature, and that I could take it and grow and learn and develop, and I would be able to modify. But if I didn't have that, I would maybe be stuck at where I was and wasn't stretching or expanding or getting uncomfortable. So I've been so fortunate in many, many ways, and we'll have more conversation of specific examples, but I did need to give kudos.
I love that you brought up mentorship, because quite honestly, as a first-generation college student, the corporate world was foreign to me. And now that I've been working with the Society of Professional Women at the Mainline Chamber, we have a mentor program in-house where I've learned about the difference between mentorship and sponsorship. And I don't feel that a lot of young women may know what the differences between those two things are. So would you mind sharing the differences of mentorship and sponsorship, and then maybe we could talk about how people can find a mentor?
Sure. So to me, mentorship is a one-on-one quid pro quo kind of relationship. There's a give and a get. And I've been a mentee and I've been a mentor. And there's learnings that can easily happen on both sides of the equation. So it's not just the mentor providing guidance and direction and wisdom. It goes both ways. And I think there's growth and development that can occur on those relationships. To me, sponsorship is really about taking a definitive action to endorse, to promote someone, to encourage them to go for the job or the next project or assignment, but also being the voice and the advocate to the decision makers relative to that person, and being the endorser, because that can go a long way when someone is already established in their own career and their own reputation and credibility. So for me to be able to say, I endorse you and I think she should get this opportunity, that lends oomph behind that. So to me, that's the difference between the two.
And how would you say someone approach a mentor or a sponsor?
I think it's organically. I don't like forced arrangements. I think it would serve both parties if, we have a match mentoring program in our company, but it's not that the company's matching the two. We really do deep dive interviews with both and then try to match based off of commonality and what the mentee and mentor are looking for out of the relationship. So to me, it should be organic. A number of my mentoring relationships are because people came up to me to say, Jeannie, I really would like you to work with me, and here's why. This is what I'm trying to build in terms of my skill set, but I'm not totally comfortable. And they're the best arrangements because they are seeking it and wanting it, and I'm willing to give it because I have it to give and think it's my obligation and accountability to give back, and particularly to women. I've been so fortunate in a male-dominated world. I was in banking for 15 years. I was in a technology industry for a number of years, and now I'm in health insurance. And it's pretty heavy-duty male representation. So for me, I felt like it was an obligation to make sure I'm doing and sharing and bringing others along.
That's great. I don't want to focus too heavily on mentorship because there's so many other resources that women could take advantage of, and I want to see if we could talk a little bit. Obviously, Vision 2020 is one of them, where you can go to professional development training and learn more. How do you get a company to embrace some of those programs? Inez mentioned getting further education. How can women empower themselves to find these opportunities or take advantage of these opportunities?
Oh, it's right at your fingertips, basically. The technology, there's so much out there that's available without even fees attached. I mean, you could be a part of a nonprofit group or a mentoring group, or there's programs. But many companies also have a lot of opportunities internally. It's just a matter of the employees educating themselves and seeking out, well, if I'm looking to gain project management skills, what can I do internally to leverage that? But also then when you're talking with your boss, just ask. A lot of times you will receive, if you are willing to ask, to say, I want to grow, I want to develop, and I need your help and support to do that. I'm looking to build this skill set or have this experience. Could I get on a stretch assignment? And many times if you're open and clear around what it is you're wanting and needing, you will receive, because people don't like saying no, particularly if you're really good at negotiating.
We talked about that power of no before, right? You miss 100% of the shots you don't take, which I think is Wayne Gretzky. I know it's been changed over time, but the worst that you can hear, I feel like, is no, and at least you have an answer, because I feel like not knowing an answer will eat at me a little bit more. So going to your employers, and I know you were in human resources, a lot of companies have employee resource groups.
Oh.
We've had sessions with how to form an employee resource group in your company if there is none, or if you only have one or two specific and you'd like to create your own. Do you have any advice for people that don't feel like they have that resource at their fingertips within their organizations to make that change?
Yeah, yep. Empowerment, definitely own it and create it organically. In our organization, when I first joined the company, and there was conversation earlier about this, we had wonderful diversity. When you looked at the dashboard, there was lots of diversity, but it was not being cultivated. It was not being leveraged as a business advantage. So my team and I decided, let's build a strategy. Let's really create energy with this wonderful diverse group. And now we have 11 resource groups that are up and running. But we, the company, the employer, don't designate, oh, we need this. We let it happen organically, and people come forth to say, you know what, we really would like to form we call them associate resource group. We would like to form an associate resource group, and this is what the vision, mission, and purpose will be. We support then the infrastructure of getting it up and running and the solicitation of others who would like to join. But then they also each have designated professional development programs that are embedded in their purpose and their mission. So if you have a desire, an interest, a vision, just step forth and talk about it and connect to people who can help facilitate it growing from that little seed when you're planting, and it will blossom.
We've talked a lot today about the pandemic and the effect that it has had on women. And I know in October I had read a report from McKinsey and Company with leanin.org that 1 in 4 women decided to step back during the pandemic. And when we heard all of our statistics today about how long it's gotten to where we are with our pay and the positions in Congress, to think that in 1 year, all of that work that took centuries, it feels like, to get to would disappear in 1 year is very disheartening. But we don't want to end that note being disheartened. We want to be motivated and inspired and empowered to continue moving forward. So with women in the pandemic showcasing all of their strengths, and I'm also really not a big fan of this return to work phrase this week. We've been working. There is no return to work. Maybe work in person, but I have a young 5-year-old daughter at home. So I feel like I'm working harder now than I ever have been to be teacher and wife and parent and all of these things. What can we do and learn from the pandemic to empower ourselves to realize our true value and how much talent we bring to the table?
I think, yeah.
It's a loaded question.
It is a very loaded question, and I'm trying to go back in time. My children are now 30 and 28 and on their own. So that's all good. But when I go back in time, it was no easy feat to juggle being a parent and coaching and getting them to and from all their sports and whatnot. But I think the key is really to get in tune with the fact that we do have value and we bring lots of value. And whether that's to the current employer or if the environment with the employer is no longer palatable for all that you're wanting to achieve from a flexibility or the job satisfaction, whatever it may be, then really get in tune with that and then make good judgment calls around what will work best, because we are empowered and we choose what our career path is going to be and what we can and will not tolerate. So I think next year is going to really prove to be quite interesting across the country and across the world, actually, because women can do it all. It's a matter of making sure you have the balance to do it, because you can get out of balance and it can take a toll on your mental well-being, your physical well-being, your relationships. So it's really a matter of making sure that you know what you bring to the table and that you're ready, willing, and able to do so, but under these terms and conditions. And then, create your own company. Like one of the other speakers earlier, she decided, I see an issue, I see a problem, I will step in and make it happen. So I think people are going to have a whole lot more flexibility and options, but it's a matter of getting in touch truly with what your priorities are.
And we've talked about the education piece a little bit. Do you feel that our schools and colleges build on our confidence as women, or do you feel like there needs to be work there? and how?
I haven't been in school for quite some time now, so I don't know exactly all the curriculum and academics, but I think there's probably still room for improvement, absolutely. And it's a matter of women not waiting for someone else to do it for us. We just need to take it and go and do it and influence and speak up. Let our voices be heard and influence the direction and the course of what's happening. Because we dominate. We dominate the statistics, right? We dominate our households. Our households could not run, I believe, without us, planning, organizing now. And we need to also have that partnership. So I think about my husband and I. He was a career professional. I was a career professional. But we had to negotiate the chores. And I was not a good cook. He was a great cook. So we decided he will do all the cooking. And I said I would do the food shopping. And he said, well, you can't do the food shopping if I'm doing the cooking. And I said, okay, works for me. I'll do the finances. So I took over all the finances. So you've got to be open. You have to be receptive. And we shouldn't box ourselves in to the stereotypical roles either. And that's not easy to do. I mean, you can fall into these traps and then all of a sudden you're like, what's wrong? I'm not happy. Well, then open up and talk and negotiate and work it through, whether that's with your significant other, your spouse, or even with your neighbors around pickup, drop off, can you babysit? I need a night free and I'll cover for you. Whatever it may be, you just need to not be a victim to whatever's happening in and around you, but rather flip the script the other way around and don't be a victim, but take control.
So we circled back to being a victim. Do you feel that you get what you settle for? And how would you address that?
Yes, I do believe you get what you're settling for. I think that can happen, absolutely. So I think when I think about that question, I think about surrounding yourself with people who are going to be the positive voice of, no, what are you doing? You can go over here, you could do this, what about that? Surround yourself with people who will have a positive perspective or appropriately encourage you to think about things a little differently and not fall into the lull. And life is not all cherries and popcorn or whatever you want to call the term, but when you are in that down, you need to make sure you're reaching out, you're talking to someone, you're pulling a lifeline, you're saying, okay, I need some help. I don't think I'm totally straight on this, or I feel like I'm in a slump. Do you have any ideas or thoughts around what I could do? Because if you're open and you're honest and you're vulnerable, people will come and really support you. But if you're putting on a facade and acting as if everything's fine, and that's not good. You're not helping yourself and you're not allowing others to come in and to give. People will give if you're open to receiving.
I love that. And I love that you talked about surrounding yourself with the right people. So I've heard this phrase as your board of directors, like you should have a board of directors for yourself. And that would come back to our beginning of our conversation with mentors and sponsors. Those would be part of your boards of directors. Mm-hmm. I think it's important to think about diversity. You talked about being in male-dominated fields, so maybe a mentor that was a female was not available to you. But I also believe that it's important to have male mentors as a young woman and other people from different perspectives. Can you add a little bit about what a board of directors should or could look like and how to diversify that and what that impact would have for you as a woman?
Sure. So I again, reflect back on my career, and I was very fortunate. I had women in my life, as I indicated, but I also had men who were definitely, they may not have liked the term mentor, but they were helpful and they were supportive. I was a vocal woman. I would say what needs to be said, which wasn't always comfortable for people that I was dealing with, but it was beneficial because I made people stop and think, and then they would be like, oh, okay. And so in maybe sometimes difficult situations would turn around because I was willing to call people on whatever it was that transpired, whether that's what they said or it's what they did or what they didn't do in particular meetings. And I really was able to grow and cultivate relationships with the men as well that really proved to be very helpful in the long haul. So to answer your question, I think you really need to consciously and intentionally think through who are on my board of directors, and are they all walking, looking, sounding alike? And if so, that's a problem. That is absolutely a problem. My most recent mentees over the last 5 years have been diverse women. And I purposely wanted that because I needed to get educated on things that I would never know, because I will never be in their shoes. I will never know what trials, tribulations, hurdles, biases that they were up against. So to have the mentor-mentee relationship, I grew exponentially, probably more than they did, out of the relationship because we were open. And so the diversity, I think, is critically important if you're truly looking to improve yourself, but also to improve others.
We also talked a little bit about multi-generational workforce and what that looks like, because there are more generations now in the workforce than ever before. How important is it to listen to generations that are different from yourself on that board of directors?
I'd say critically important because I'm a baby boomer, and many of our workforce now is below that grouping, and their insight and wisdom is pretty powerful. I probably was not appreciating it as much as I do now because I've learned so much from them. But I think it's important, and the interesting thing is you can categorize, and we host in our company generational differences workshops, and we bring all the different generations into one room, and we go through an exercise where you label the stereotypical aspects of each generation. But then what we do is pull the commonality as well between all of them so that we can see we're not so different. Here's a lot that's in common, but here's where we can actually learn and grow from each other. And it's been quite helpful for us at our organization, because people have then subsequently out of those workshops created mentoring partnerships or mentoring circles with each other, because maybe in some scenarios, as my example, I'm not particularly a technologist, nor do I care to be. So I leverage others who do it like they're breathing. So when I needed help, I said, I need you, and this is what I'm looking for. And then they're like, oh, I can do that, no problem. Where I would have been fretting over it for hours. So there's a lot that we can really take advantage of in terms of the generational differences and the wisdom that all provide through it. It's not just the baby boomers that are wise.
You did mention that you've had a lot of experience. I think you said 37 years.
37
experience.
years.
Can you provide an example of what that victim mentality looked like in maybe your corporate setting that had a negative impact, or how it was turned into something positive, if you could?
Yes, I guess when I think about early in my career, as I indicated, I started in one of the most entry-level jobs in human resources, and I just needed a job, so I took a job. But through that process, others were looking and watching and seeing what I could do and bring to the table, but I didn't have the full confidence in myself that they had in me. So they were tapping me on the shoulder and moving me to the next job. And I was like, I don't want to go to the next job. I'm good at this job. And I'm comfortable here. And they're like, yeah, well, that's not an option. Now you're going here. But through that process, that was helpful because it built my confidence. And every time I took a new job, I was adding on to my toolkit. And diversifying my exposure into human resources, literally from the bottom up. And so what was lacking in me was able to be built up because of others. And it turned into a positive. And within 4 years, I would say, from starting my entry-level job, I now realized I have an entire career ahead of me that I can, really thrive and enjoy and be not only a corporate woman, but also I can have a family and I can do this and I can do that. So it was really liberating in so many ways because I had others that were really giving me the confidence that I lacked.
Not everyone has a strong support system, and circling back to the empowerment of ourselves and each other, I think of Mr. Rogers, now I'm showing my age, right? When he says, look for the helpers. So how do we look for those that are going to inspire us to have the confidence in ourselves so that we're not falling victim, saying that we're victims? To the victim mentality, I should say.
Yeah, I say, keep your eyes open, your heart open, and your ears open. When you're in your job in this scenario and you're struggling or you're faltering or you don't have the full confidence, you need to be able to go to others that maybe can counterbalance what your shortcoming is. So when in my career as I grew, I realized I had strengths, but I had other areas that I was never going to be able to offset. So I made sure I hired people around me to do that. And then I was able to build their confidence and vice versa. So it was a win-win-win. You just keep creating wins. And when there's Rosemary said something earlier, you can learn a lot from failing. So when you fail, it's okay, get up, move on, and find out what else you need to do to create the win out of a circumstance or a situation or a bad decision, whatever it may be. It's not the end of the world.
We talked a little bit about gender roles when you mentioned that you did not like to cook. And I think that also serves as an example in the corporate boardroom where women just go into the meeting, they order the lunch or they set the table or they do things like that. Do you see example, and then they're wondering why they're always given that job or given that task. Do you have any advice for women that just naturally want to be helpful and how that might be impacting their careers?
There's nothing wrong with being helpful. I think I grew up in sports. You and I talked about this. I played sports. I loved sports. And I think being on a team sport really helped me win in the corporate world as well, because you learn that it's not about me, it's about us. It's the collective us. It's the collective win for the department or the company or whatever the case may be. So I think you need to really leverage the full scope of and power of team. And I kind of got lost there for a second. So what was the main? It
was mainly about breaking the gender roles within an organization when you're in the room.
Thank you. Well, and here's the thing. If people, I don't think anyone should label somebody else. If someone wants to be helpful and thrives in that job of serving the executive board at the luncheon, which is what my mother did at PSFS Bank, and she loved that job. She loved it. After raising 6 children, that was her career, and she was proud as a peacock, and it was wonderful to see her in that way. So if somebody's enjoying it and they're getting what they want out of that, then good for them. So on the other hand, if in fact that's not really their interest or desire and they want to do more, then they have to intentionally think about, well, how am I representing myself? How am I stepping out? Am I taking the extra step to have initiative to say, I'll take that project on. Let me be a part of this group. We have accountability to ourselves to find a path, but seek help in finding what that path may be. You're not alone.
Thank you, Jeannie. Do you have any final thoughts for everyone on how to empower themselves before we close out today?
I feel like I kind of hit it all. So how about you, though? I mean, you interviewed me. I'm going to throw it right back at you. What would you like to share with the group that you didn't get to say today?
I would just say that the people here today are already on the right path. Looking for organizations that align with your values, and also challenge yourself to be in rooms with people that don't look like you and aren't a part of your circle, because that's where you're really going to find the most insight and information. And I know someone mentioned empathy earlier, and that's one of my favorite words since 2020. So I just challenge everyone to empower themselves, to look for more resources and advocate for themselves, And thank you so much, Janine. It was a pleasure meeting you and meeting everyone here today. And hopefully we got some good information. So thank you all very much.
Thank you. Oh. Am I good to go? All right. Jeannie and Nicole, thank you so much. Wow, I have been writing down notes just constantly, and I know Lynn has been doing the same. So I'm going to invite Lynn up on stage with me, and we're going to give some just insight and final wrap-up comments before we end the program for the day.
Thank you, Joyce, and thank you for managing this really wonderful session. I honestly...
I don't know if your mic is our mics on?
Oh.
Oh.
Are we on? Okay. Yeah. We got lots of info and lots of opinions, which is how we came up with the infopinion concept in the first place. But I think there have been a number of important points made today that will help inform where we're going tomorrow. Because we want to come out of the session tomorrow with some focus on the bold new agenda that we're going to present to the Congress. And so the first thing, I just am going to mention a few things, and then Joyce is, and we haven't compared, so we may be saying the same things, or we may be arguing, who knows. But Nicole Mason said something this morning that really got my attention. She said, "The public is with us." That phrase is so important because what it said to me is that we are at this particular moment in time, an unexpected moment in time, I might add, as a result of the pandemic, as a result of all the things that have happened over the last 15 months. We're at a moment in time where we have an opportunity to make some really serious changes in things that we've been living with forever. And many of those things were pointed out by the various speakers this afternoon. So I'm just going to mention a couple of things that particularly got my attention and that I think are very much related to what we're going to do tomorrow. Well, one thing in terms of the public is with us, that had to do with paid parental leave, availability of childcare, and some of those things. We can, we'll hear more about that. But it also was about the possibility of changing a male-centered work model. The other main theme that I want to mention is the word value. And it's so perfect because our featured speaker tomorrow at 12:30 is Mika Brzezinski, who is going to be talking about Know Your Value, which is her award-winning book and the theme of her program that she talks about all the time, trying to empower women to recognize what they're worth and stand up for it. And something that struck me in the numbers discussion today, which I guess I never thought of, having run for office a few times myself, it never really hit me that donors might tend to give men more money than they give women, which that
surprised me.
It's a shocking thought, but it might be because, like we know about pay negotiations, we women don't ask. We don't know our value. We don't assert ourselves and speak up for what we are worth. And so I find some of these things very important and very much what we want to be focusing on tomorrow. So I'll let you say a few words.
I had very similar notes, Lynn, and I think one theme that stood out to me the most was this talk about a shift in culture, and a shift in culture in the workplace or our leadership values really coming down to like leaders leading by example, essentially, role modeling behavior that we want to see happen. So I really appreciated when Michael, it's so funny, he gave this example on our prep call and he and he didn't give the example of it, but when he talked about men really stepping up in the workplace to help make sure that there's a lot more space in the place for where those soft skills that women tend to bring to the table can be more embraced. And he said it's all about men talking to other men and taking cues from leaders' actions. And an example he used in our prep call that I was hoping he would share was that if you have a male executive who had to duck out of work a little bit early on a Friday to attend his child's Little League game and not apologize for it and just say this is what it is, that is giving everyone else sort of the cue that anyone should be able to do that without feeling bad about it and feeling sorry about it. And I really loved that.
And that's kind of part of what he was talking about in that context too, was reimagining and redefining leadership.
Right.
And that is such a great way of thinking about this. What does leadership represent? What are the characteristics, the qualities, the things that matter? And what we heard a lot about was the soft skills versus the hard skills, the skills that women traditionally bring that have been undervalued. So I think there's a lot to do with that.
Yes.
The other thing, Rosemary said something, not surprisingly, that got my attention in talking about coalitions and coalition building. We need a coalition, and this could very well be part of what the next iteration of Vision 2020 takes on, putting together a coalition to work on the child care and paid child care and early childhood education. I mean, those things are issues that are very much tied to economic equity, which is one of our themes that you're going to hear much more about tomorrow. But you can't, if a woman is bearing all the responsibilities of childcare and not getting paid and not getting Social Security credits, which I have been talking about for decades, then that's not fair. So there's, I think, a lot more that we can do with that. And there are many themes that I think will resonate that we heard today that will come up tomorrow, and we can build around and build on. So it's been a great day, and I thank all of you for your contributions to it.
Yeah.
You want anything else? Did you have anything else?
No, I do want to give a special thanks to all of our speakers who joined us today. I'm one of the people who's on the back end helping to do the panel preps along with some of my other colleagues on the Vision 2020 team. And it's so much fun when you get on the panel preps and you get to know everyone and talk about what kinds of questions should we ask, here are the topics we're thinking of exploring. And it's always just a nice reminder of how amazing our delegates and our allies are, and our charter members who've been involved from the very beginning. So it's really nice to be able to bring everyone together. We wish we could have everyone here in person, of course, but thank you to everyone for tuning in.
Yes, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. So be sure to tune in for Mika, and then immediately following her program, I am going to have a conversation with 4 charter members of our National Leadership Circle, one of whom was the first woman governor of Oregon, just to give you an example, and has very, very interesting things to say. So there's a lot to do tomorrow, and thank you all for being here, and thank you for any and all ideas that you bring tomorrow.
Thank you.
Have a nice night. Welcome to day 2 of the Vision 2020 National Congress. We have a great opportunity now for a front row seat to see an interview with Mika Brzezinski, one of the great stars in the NBC Universal Galaxy and a great best-selling author. we are very delighted to have her here today. I'm a big fan of Morning Joe, and of course, Mika is the co-host of Morning Joe. Interviewing Mika will also be a star in the Comcast NBC Universal Galaxy, Lucy Bustamante. Lucy is an anchor for NBC 10 in Philadelphia, and she's also a bilingual anchor for Telemundo 62. We're looking really forward to their lively conversation. And Mika is going to focus on her Know Your Value theme. Mika has a best-selling book called Know Your Value, and it's about women's value and women's closing the gender pay gap. So we're going to hear much more about that. And those of us who know Mika know that she is candid, she is an advocate for women, and she's a great supporter of all the goals and values that we share. So Lucy is somebody that we have a great interest in also, and are delighted that she's been willing to do this. I know that she will have great questions for Mika, and we look forward to hearing them now. So take it away, Lucy.
Lynn, thank you so much for the introduction. I am just honored to be interviewing Mika Brzezinski as part of Vision 2020's 7th National Congress. So hello to members of Vision 2020 Coalition and everyone who is participating or watching today. So in the interview, in the sessions that follow this, you're going to get the micro and the macro views of the barriers that women still face in navigating their futures, and also what we can do as individuals and as members of a coalition to remove those barriers. So as women leaders, we can help other women succeed in two ways that are equally important. First of all, you empower them to help themselves and others to overcome the barriers to success that still very much exist. And then working together to change the attitudes and also the institutions that perpetuate those barriers to success. So Mika Brzezinski has focused on empowering those individuals at the micro level through the Know Your Value initiative. So she is going to share with you the importance of knowing your value and also how to use that knowledge to help yourself and others. So Vision 2020 focuses on empowering women at the macro level. And this afternoon, coalition members are going to discuss how you, as women leaders, can work together to remove the barriers that hold millions of women behind still. And joining me now is Mika Brzezinski, and just such a special time to talk about this, given all the changes that our society has gone through. Mika, talk about how you have said your own experience of co-hosting Morning Joe prompted you to write Know Your Value. What happened to you?
Well, it wasn't really what happened to me. It was part what happened to me, part what I did to myself. And that was I didn't know that the moment had come and it had passed me. I had had a moment in my career where I was really bringing incredible value to the table. And during my contract negotiations, I didn't capitalize on the moment like all the guys around me did. And what I noticed was, as the months went by and you could hear conversations happening, everybody at the table was paid differently than me, and a lot more. And I realized that, they seized the moment. They didn't answer the phone if they didn't like the deal they got. They didn't show up until they got the deal they wanted, and they got the deals they wanted. And I was sort of stuck back in time in this sort of, oh my gosh, I'm so grateful. I'll sign it right here. Thank you for the contract. So grateful to the point of almost self-sabotaging. So I noticed that I was making some mistakes along the way, and I created Know Your Value and wrote the book as a result of that experience, because Know Your Value is all about the part of the equation that we can control. And there were a lot of things that I needed to be doing in that moment that I didn't. And so I learned what not to do, and I did it all over again the right way.
You know, it's so interesting because you said that your relationship with Joe Scarborough at the time allowed you to know these things. They let you into that conversation so you would know exactly where you stood in comparison to the men around you. So men obviously wrote the rules of the workplace. Do you think that the rules were intended to favor men over women, or was this accidental or subconscious, as we call it these days?
Probably a little bit of everything. You know, I mean, we could do a huge autopsy of, you know, the creation of the workplace. We would see that men worked and women didn't way back when. Now we all work, and the workplace needs to be readjusted to accept all people from all backgrounds and really from all life situations. You have to meet people where they're at, especially if they're really good. If they bring great value to the table, you want to retain great talent. Know your value, again, like I said, is about the part of the equation that we can control. We're not sort of men are bad. You know, I mean, that's kind of a little bit too simplistic, because there's so many men that are incredible work partners, leaders, facilitators, conveners, just like there are incredible women. And what we need to do, whether it's individually or companies or industries as a whole, we need to make sure that we're able to identify great talent and retain it. And I think when we do that, it will be an incredibly diverse landscape of leadership.
So here's a question that is so specific to each personality. And I love what you said in your book about don't mimic them, be authentic to yourself. So the question is, do women get ahead by following the rules or breaking them?
I think that a guy wouldn't be asked that question about men. And so there is an issue, I think, with women and rules where we like, you know, like a neat box to fit in. And when rules are broken or things aren't going according to the plan or according to the way it's described, we're sort of bent out of shape. And I think that, you know, there could be a lot of reasons for that go back, you know, way back when as boys and girls are being raised. But we could learn a thing or two from men about taking risks and breaking rules. I know that Know Your Value wouldn't exist if I had played by the rules, if I had not taken risks. I started an event in Hartford, Connecticut, getting my own sponsors and creating an incredible ballroom of women, 700 women. There was a line outside the door. There was a waiting list because women wanted to know what it meant, those words, know your value. They wanted to feel what it was like to know their value. And those 3 words drew them into the doors. And I remember the event actually drew a profit. And I went to NBC and I said, this is what I did. I made an event out of the concept of my book. And my book was about how I wasn't paid well here at NBC, but how we solved the problem. And it chronicled all of that. And then I put it on stage and I sort of showed women in like a workshop mode how to negotiate effectively, how to communicate effectively. Everything about that was not within the rule book and was a huge risk that has led to an amazing reward where I have partnered with NBC and Comcast, and we're now teaching this message to women across the company, but also across the country. And it wouldn't have happened if I had played by the rules and stayed in my box as a TV person. So I do think that's a big picture version of your question, that we need to think outside the box as we're doing our job. Look for better ways to do the job you're doing. Look for better ways to bring value to the table. And sometimes it's not in the rule book. But if it's good work and if it, you know, it leads to a higher goal of what you're supposed to be doing, usually it pays off in a good way.
I know that you touched on this in many aspects of your answer just now, but are there any strategies that you find feel better to a woman versus a man? Are there any other strategies that work better for women in general?
Oh, well, actually, there's some strategies that work better for men that I think women could afford to really adopt. Okay, number one, women are horrible at pressing reset. We are, because we remember so much and we remember things in vivid detail, right? So if we have a bad meeting or a bad moment or a bad performance of something, we wear it. If we get fired, when I got fired from CBS, I wore it on my forehead for a year. I literally, in black magic marker, fired. And I felt like when I walked into every job interview, I needed to explain that. Think of one guy that would do that, who's not furious when he's fired and immediately thinking it's them, not him. And with us, it's us, not them. You know, it's me, not them. And so we we carry around a lot of baggage, a lot of stuff that happens that we should be letting go. We need to be much more capable of pressing reset, even in the moment. I remember watching my then boss at MSNBC, Phil Griffin, and Joe having a huge fight in front of me, and spit was flying. I was like watching it rain down on the coffee table, and the two of them stood up. I was still sitting there looking at them like, what is going on? And then each got a little bit of what they wanted, and they sat down, and they're like, okay, so you're going to the game this weekend? I mean, they pressed reset in real time. Men can do that. Women could really learn about letting it go. You know, we're not going to be perfect at all times. There are going to be really awkward moments. There are going to be mess ups, and you can't thrive on them because then you kind of have this negative way forward. It's not helpful, and it doesn't lead to success. The second thing that I think men do with great skill is making up stuff. I mean, literally, they'll go into interviews, they'll go into negotiations, and they will say the most grandiose things about themselves, about what they think they'd be able to do. And we sit there, we'll enter a conversation like that and say, well, gosh darn it, I'll try my best. And we totally underplay our potential. We don't make up anything. We're like sticking to the facts. We're being conservative with our numbers. And the entire approach is so, well, first of all, it's not confident. Secondly, it's undervaluing your potential. So what you can do in a job, you have no idea, right? So what men do is they make up stuff, okay? Like Joe said, when I take over this time slot, the 3 hours on MSNBC, that is now Morning Joe, he goes, I'm going to beat the last guy. Well, the last guy was the highest rated guy on the network. So how did he know that? He didn't. He made it up. And nobody believed him. So he said, you don't believe me? Just give me big, fat ratings bonuses every quarter that I beat this guy. And they were like, sure, okay, because that's not going to happen, right? Guess what happened? Guess what's been happening for 14 years? Totally beating the last guy, and then some. And that kind of like ability to think outside the box, to have an incredible imagination about one's confidence is why men sometimes, I think, do better at the negotiating table, because they truly believe that they can do incredible things, while we believe only what we know. And we like have it all written down. And so I think we do need to find that ability to imagine and be confident out loud.
And this leads perfectly into the next question, because for most men, that the money, the ratings, those things are measures of self-worth and status. So they're really highly motivated to get higher pay. So if women measure their self-worth and their status differently, why is it important for them to pursue higher pay? Because obviously a lot of women, they want that work-life balance almost as much as they want the higher pay, but we're willing to trade one for the other. Do we still have to?
Well, I mean, if you want to trade one for the other, that's your choice. You know, if you want to do less and get paid comparably, that's fine. That's great. Do that. But we shouldn't be paid, you know, at a different level for equal work. So there are lots of different things that women want in life, but those different things that we want in life require money, okay, to pay for them. So we should be getting equal pay. Hands down, we all know that. And we should be going for it and gunning for it like men. And I'm not sure if, you know, every man, if you asked him, do you get your status by the money that you're paid? I think they too would look at some of the other things in their life and feel that those are as important as well. So I think those statements are a little bit too stereotypical, and they don't necessarily mesh with the reality. I think men want to be good fathers and they want time with their families, and women want to be great moms and they want time with their families, and we also want to work, both men and women, and we should be paid well for it. And so we need to know how to go in there and communicate effectively about the pay that we should be receiving, and we need to get used to that. I do think men are more used to it, but that doesn't mean they measure their success on it, but they are good at talking about it, and it is important to them to get paid their value. And I think it should be important to us too, and I don't think there should be anything wrong with that.
Mika, it's so interesting just to kind of see when you start to teeter into the higher positions, the higher paid positions, there's so many traps that women can fall into. Talk about those. How do you avoid them, more importantly?
Well, the traps are, they start at the beginning. I mean, the data will show that young women starting jobs get paid less than their male counterparts. So there's a lot we need to figure out on a major level about how we get more transparency in pay. But I will say that we apologize more for everything that we do. We self-deprecate, and we're afraid of taking risks. I'm making some blanket statements about women, but most women, when I speak to large groups and I ask them how many of you have apologized today, they will all raise their hand. You know, how many of you self-deprecate your way into the room? And then I'll show what that looks like, and many of them will raise their hand. And taking risks from a position of being apologetic and self-deprecating, it doesn't add up. Who wants to take a risk if you don't even think you should be in the room? So there is a level of confidence that you need to build in yourself, and you need to bank it, and you need to really draw upon it. And I think we do get caught in a trap of negativity when we're not getting what we're worth, but we also feel deep inside we're part of that. We're part of the way we present ourselves is feeding into it. So at Know Your Value, we kind of look at the entire picture. We look at body language. We look at eye contact. We look at how you walk into the room. We look at these basics because women need to get these things down and understand that they're not hard, and there are ways to do it, and there's ways to approach interpersonal relationships at the office. And once you get all of that under control, then you've got a sense of sort of feeling like you should be there. And then you can work on the bigger picture and develop those relationships and take on new projects and develop skills and take chances. But you've got to really get the basics down. And I think we fall in a trap of sort of staying hunched over and closed up and hoping everything will come to us. And it is a part of what we bring to the table on every level that it avoids the traps that a lot of us find ourselves in mid-career that then has us ultimately not staying in the game.
That start over moment that you had, I'll never forget when you said, I'm 40 years old. I'm trying to remind everyone of what I was so that I'm not brand new again. Talk about those moments of the look in the mirror moments that you had, that you're asking the readers to engage in themselves. What am I doing that keeps me stuck? How do I get unstuck?
Well, for me, I was fired when I was 39, and I didn't think I had a career after 40. So I spent a year looking for a job, and then took a huge risk on Morning Joe. And in the past month, rolled out the Forbes 50 over 50 list. I'm 54, and I will say that that moment has come and gone, and a lot of it is attitude and understanding that you have a really long runway in your career. And I think one of the problems that I had at 39 and at 35 and at 30 and at 25 was that I thought I was working within a 2-decade deal here. And I thought that I didn't even have a vision of my career after 40, let alone after 50. And what I found for the women that I interviewed for Forbes 50 over 50 is that most of them didn't imagine their careers after 50. So what's so amazing about the list that Forbes put together in partnership with Know Your Value is it sends a message to younger women that you have a much longer runway than you ever imagined. You have about 30 more years, maybe even 40, that you ever have imagined in your career. So life can interrupt work, and work can interrupt life. And that's okay, because there's a lot more time than you imagined. And I think for me, I was trying to stuff too much into 2 decades. And I had no imagination about what lied beyond 40 and 50 in my career. And had I think I would have perhaps enjoyed been more present for a lot of the important moments in my life, and I would have enjoyed the ride more and enjoyed the bumps even, the time off, the time out, whatever, or at least taken stock of the value of the challenges that I faced in my career instead of looking at them as like the end. It's never the end unless you want it to be.
I want everybody to just sit on those words for a minute, because the range in our audience is from 20 to 80 years old. It's a diverse audience, and people are going to receive it differently depending for where they are, but it's never the end. And one of the things that we try to learn through this journey, whether you negotiate your contract in 3-year increments, 5-year increments, whether you have kids or not, you seem to have a double-edged sword when you're negotiating. So how do you do it to where you're not a problem employee because you're being too aggressive as a female? What do you do to not backfire your own negotiation?
Well, first of all, there's nothing wrong with being aggressive, but let me explain that. I mean, if you're aggressive with no context to it, or no points on the board, then it's like, oh, what's that? That's coming out of nowhere. Right. Okay, so if you're new, you're young, and you're in there 3 months in saying, I want to talk about my career, I mean, you're not gonna be taken seriously. You do have to get points on the board. So, starting out, and then transitioning to being, really good at something, and then developing on that skills, and then moving up in a business. I will say there's this idea that women should not be aggressive. That is just not true. All the women that I spoke to for the 50 over 50 list have been aggressive in some way, shape, or form. But let me say it in a context or with a word that might be more comfortable for women. Passionate. Passionate about what you do, passionate about what you bring to the table, passionate about your value. Okay, there's nothing wrong with that, and everybody listening to me knows that. And if you meet someone who's passionate about those things, you want a little bit of what they've got going on, because you're thinking, that's fantastic. I want someone like that on my team. You want to show that you can be aggressive as it pertains to being effective. You want to be able to show that you can communicate effectively and get what you want out of the relationship. And by the way, who wouldn't want someone who communicates aggressively and effectively on their team? So when you're negotiating for yourself, you're also showing them a little bit of what they're going to get, right? Because you want the people on your team to be able to do an aggressive, effective job and fight for the bottom line and fight for those deals and fight for you. You don't want someone who equivocates. I mean, being decisive is incredibly important in terms of being a leader or being someone who is really good at what they do. And so when that gets sort of made to look negative because it's a woman being aggressive, I think that's stereotypical thinking. And it's not necessarily the problem. The problem is being passionate. And women feel that if they don't feel that they should be aggressive, perhaps they're tamping down also the passion that they bring to the table. And I don't think you should tamp that down. I think aggressive looks out of place if you don't have points on the board and you don't have anything to talk about. That's a problem. So until you have something to talk about what it is you bring to the table or what it is you've been doing for the past 2 years that has made the organization better and stronger, then your aggressiveness or your passion looks empty, looks misplaced, and that's a different problem.
Mika, talk about what it looks like, if any, that women play in helping mold other women, help them get ahead in the workplace. What does that look like in a healthy way?
Well, I mean, I do it everywhere. I do it everywhere I can. I think that women really struggle with knowing their value. It's why I created the platform. And I think you have to actually shake them sometimes and show them their value. And I'm asked a lot about mentorship. I don't know what mentorship is for everybody in the room, but for me, it's rolling up your sleeves and getting involved in someone's life and pushing them forward. So that's finding someone who really has something to do or say or bring to the table and then showing them how to do it. I co-wrote a book with Daniela Pierre-Bravo. She was working on our show as an associate producer. She was a dreamer, and she was incredible, and she had amazing things to say. We co-authored a book together. She now has her own platform. I put my money where my mouth is and paid her money. To me, that is the way you launch people, is to show them that they have value. You can't say, go fight for money, but then you don't produce it yourself with people who are bringing value to the table. And I think often mentorship can be put in quotes, and it's a little tough. It's like having coffee and giving advice. That to me seems cheap. Talk is cheap. We need to show. We need to get involved. I sometimes get involved and help people with their negotiations. If someone has been canceled unfairly, I pick up the phone, call them, take a risk, and show the risk that I'm taking for that person so that they can understand that they need to take more risks as well to maybe confront what has happened to them. It's a tough landscape out there, whether you're a man or a woman. And I think in order to truly lift women or women of color or diversity, to increase diversity in a workplace, we have to take chances on people and really get involved in their lives and meet them where they are so we can understand how to help them.
You know, it's so interesting that you bring up diversity, and earlier what you said, you don't want to hate on men because you need them to be allies for this movement. And you've got some men to share their views on women's efforts to get ahead. So at what level do we need to care about men's views on that, especially women of color that have been waiting for permission so much longer than the white woman has?
Yeah, I involve men in all these conversations. They are incredibly helpful, and I think as a whole, they're not to be counted out of this equation. I got to tell you, I was doing an event in Detroit at a auto manufacturing, like literally it was the women who worked on the assembly line and a bunch of other folks who worked in the higher ranks of the organization. It was men and women in the audience, but it was a know your values speech for the women in the audience. And women got up and they were crying and they were saying how they felt about knowing their value and how they really needed this or that, or how they were having trouble communicating with their bosses about things that they needed. There was one woman who had a very uncomfortable story about having postpartum depression and how she was like top-lining her boss on the computer system, saying she needed more time off, but like there were these pauses because they couldn't communicate. And I was about to answer her and tell her what I thought, which was just say it, you know. But this other guy in a plaid shirt in the back raised his hand, and he got up and he's like, you know, my name is Ralph, and I just wanted to say, like, I can't read your minds, but if you tell me what you need, my God, I'd give it to you. And I like ran across the room and hugged Ralph, and everybody was clapping and, you know, crying because yes, it was sometimes with men, it's a communication gap and it's upon us. They have wives. They have sisters. They have daughters. So they're not the enemy. They are to be communicated with, and they want to hear it. And at most really good companies, I mean, that actual communication, that big ask is not so big. I need more time off. I need to work from home. I can do my job better if I'm working on weekends so I can have Monday and Tuesday off because my husband works the night shift. That's meeting people where they're at. And I don't think men have an inability of doing that. I think they just need the information. And within that conversation, a lot of great talent will not be lost.
Mika, thank you so much for creating not just a safe space for these conversations, but a brave space. And obviously, a lot of people in the audience listening and soaking it up. So once again, thanks for writing Know Your Value.
Lucy, thank you so much.
Thank you to Mika and Lucy for a really interesting and encouraging conversation at an individual level. And this afternoon, we're going to take some of these thoughts and talk about them collectively, what we can do as a group, as a coalition of leaders across the country. But I want to say another word of thanks to Comcast NBC Universal, which is one of the major sponsors of the Women 100 celebration for Vision 2020. So we really appreciate their support, and we appreciate Mika and Lucy for that conversation. I just want to point out that this issue of the gender pay gap is not a new issue. And when I think about how long ago this all began, it's pretty depressing, actually. And it's kind of not unlike so many things that women have experienced over the years, where we sort of think we're making some headway, and then it's 2 steps forward, 3 steps back. And what I'm talking about specifically is that 58 years ago, last week, President John F. Kennedy signed the Equal Pay Act. And he said in his comments about this act that it was the first step in ending gender-based discrimination in the workplace. So here we are still talking about this this many years later. And I think this is one of the themes that we're going to want to explore as we really talk about economic equity for women. So we're going to be working on how we go about changing attitudes and institutions, and that's part of the agenda of the Vision 2020 Congress. And I am so delighted to have with me some of the charter members of the Vision 2020 National Leadership Circle, which has been an active leadership group since we began 11 years ago. And we are going to talk about several of the good news and bad news situations that women face now in this 2021, and what we can do together to move the agenda forward and complete the unfinished business of women's equality. So instead of introducing them all together, I'm going to introduce them one at a time and ask a question that is relevant to this particular person's interests and strengths. And all these women have great spheres of influence way beyond their immediate worlds where they live and their communities and their states. And the first person I want to introduce is Governor Barbara Roberts. Governor Barbara Roberts was the first woman governor of the state of Oregon. And she is coming to us today from Portland, Oregon, where it's 3 hours earlier. So we didn't want to make it too early, but it's morning. It's not post lunchtime there. Anyway, Barbara has been an exceptional role model. She was governor in the early 1990s, and I actually met her at that point. And she has been a role model and a great champion of women in government, and an example of the kind of commitment that we're looking for in Vision 2020, which is what we've used as a criterion for all of our coalition members, a demonstrated commitment to helping women and girls. So Barbara, when we talked recently, you were talking about what a difference a decade makes in terms of women in leadership. And the state of Oregon, I think, has set a good example for the rest of us. So could you talk a little bit about the good news in Oregon in terms of women in leadership roles in government over the past decade?
I'd be happy to. And it reminds me of just listening to the previous speaker about knowing our value. And when Oregon women began to understand how much value they had and how many men they'd helped get elected, and we started working as a team of women across the state, we now, at this date, have, for instance, a woman governor, a woman attorney general, a woman secretary of state, a woman labor commissioner. That's 4 of our 5 statewide offices. Our state Supreme Court has a majority of women on it, including the presiding judge. We have a lot of city council and county commission and school board and others. But one of the things you really begin to notice is when the Speaker of the House is a woman. And when we have not yet had a woman president of the state Senate, but it will happen. And so we just keep working on this credentialing, getting women to run and helping finance their efforts to run. And we have done that so strongly and so united for so long that now when someone talks about our governor can't run again, this is the end of her term, about 1.5 years, and people start talking about women candidates for governor again, they name women. And I said, remember how hard it was for us to get there? well, let's not leave men out of this completely. So it was the men way back in 1912 who gave women the vote in Oregon, and we can never forget that because it was early in the process of getting suffrage for women. So we need to take care of our other allies, both our men and both across party lines. And I think the thing that was funny was how hard we worked to be bipartisan in the beginning. It didn't turn out quite that way now as time went on and issues separated women in our two parties. But right now we have a county commission in the most populated county in Oregon. There are 5 county commissioners in Multnomah County. All 5 of them are women. And so it is not unusual. And we have lots of women of color who are serving now in the legislature. And for the first time in our state's history, as of about 2 weeks ago, to fill a vacancy, we have a majority of women in our state House of Representatives. So we've worked hard and we've gained much, and we work to help each other, to support each other. And when it's time for someone to run for re-election or run for a new office, the women are there and they're helping fund those campaigns. They're doing the door-to-door work that we used to do for men. And so it is amazing to look around my state right now and see the women leaders.
That's great. And thank you. And something came up yesterday that I'm just going to follow up with you about. There was a discussion about women running for office and the fact that male candidates tend to get larger donations, larger campaign contributions than women. And it made me think about this know your values theme of sort of undervaluing yourself. And it made me wonder whether it's because women don't ask. And what have you seen about that, just as a matter of curiosity, since you've got so many successful women who have run?
Well, if you looked at the money they raised, they may not have raised the most large contributions, but they've raised more contributions every time. And so if you get a $500 contribution, that's a great thing. It might have been $1,000 contribution if you had asked, which we often don't.
Yeah.
But if you get $1,000 contributions instead of a $500 contribution, you can see that you're ahead of the game. So
yeah.
it's knowing who to ask, when to ask, and to ask early. So as Emily's List did many years ago when they started that organization to help women get elected to Congress, and then they broadened that organization to understand that leadership coming to Congress often came from secretaries of state or state treasurers or a majority leader, whatever that might be, back at the local level. And at that time, they stepped forward, and I was lucky to be one of the first people that was supported by Emily's List, who was not running for Congress. I was running for Secretary of State. And so I think we need to be careful, because a school board leader now will be tomorrow's majority leader and tomorrow's Speaker of the House and tomorrow's member of Congress. And so I think we need to think broadly about helping early.
And we need to think about encouraging women to ask big too, which again is the value question. Thank you so much for that. And by the way, I should have said this to all of our participants who are tuned into this. Please send any questions you have for any of these wonderful speakers to the chat, through the chat, and we'll have an ongoing conversation. This is intended to be very informal because I know these women well, and they have so much valuable information to share that we hope we can get everybody engaged in this, because it will lay the groundwork for some of where we want to go. And this, by the way, the theme of this subject, this session, is where are we now and where are we going and what holds us back? And so we'll talk a little bit about the what holds us back in a while. But first, I want to introduce and question the other wonderful participants on here. So Deborah Britton is a charter member of the National Leadership Circle. And Deborah is in Virginia. She is currently in Alexandria, Virginia. Sometimes she's in Florida, but she lives in two places, and she is a star. Deborah was the first woman of color to be the president of the Association of Junior Leagues International. She's been a board member of her alma mater, Simmons College. She's very active in all kinds of activities. And I want to ask Deborah, the Association of Junior Leagues International, which has many member leagues around the country that are very strong volunteer organizations. And that was the most active organization, our national ally, for Vision 2020 votes last year. So AJLI worked closely with Vision 2020 votes to get women to go to the polls to vote. Now, I'm just going to give you a statistic because I want us to talk more about this, but we just got the census information about the percentage of women that actually voted last year, and it was 68.4%, which is a slight improvement over the past, but that still means that almost 1 out of 3 eligible women in this country does not vote, which is not okay. So, and the other thing I learned from the census is that only 75% of eligible women are registered to vote. So I'm asking Deborah, what can organizations like the Junior Leagues, volunteer organizations with big national networks, what can they do to help solve this problem, to help get women registered and get them to actually go to the polls? Deborah.
A simple answer would be, and I think we'll get more when we hear from Karen on the vote, is actually partnering with many of our allies who actually lead that effort so that there's not this independent and sporadic effort to get folks to register and vote, but yet a targeted one when they organize as a real powerful coalition. Because the one thing we have 140,000 members, 293 chapters in 4 countries, majority of them being in the United States. Our core value is working in coalitions to effect change. And I think you saw that with us being an active partner. And maybe we need to look at different ways to have them partner with those other organizations that are doing that work on an ongoing basis, because we do more than just get women to vote, exercise that right, so that using our power of numbers with their efforts, combining that effort might be a solution going forward.
That's great. And of course, that's the whole mission and success of Vision 2020 is building those coalitions, connecting organizations that have similar goals. And so we clearly have a lot of work to do in this area, though. I was really disappointed. I mean, it's great to say, well, we had an increase in women voting, and women outvoted men, by the way. Men voted 65% of men, eligible men voted. But
agree. I as well.
What's that?
That is the core value of the junior leagues is working in that partnership. So
Right.
you might also try to get other large organizations of women and men, with other organizations to work on the next go round. Again, Karen may have some additional thoughts on that when she talks about the book.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you. So the third charter member of the Vision 2020 National Leadership Circle that I'm going to introduce is Karen Kaplowitz. And Karen is in New Hope, Pennsylvania, out in Bucks County, and she's president of the New Ellis Group, which is a law group that consults with businesses on strategic decisions and things. And Karen is a champion of protecting voting rights. And of course, with all of what's going on now in this country with efforts to curtail voting rights, I'm really interested to hear Karen talk a little bit about what she thinks we can be doing to help with protecting voting rights. Where can we target Vision 2020's efforts.
Thanks, Lynn. It's been an honor to be part of Vision 2020 for the last 10 years. And I thought what we'd be talking about today is just celebrating 100 years of women voting. You know, instead, I think we have to be honest that we're facing some real challenges. And the most important thing that I think Vision 2020 going forward and our coalition and our audience here today have to deal with is voter suppression. So instead of just congratulating ourselves that nearly 70% of women voted, you know, we have to deal with the reality of voter suppression. And I agree completely with Deborah's point of view that the way for Vision 2020 to do that is to know our value, and our value is in having created a powerful coalition. So what do we need to do? We need to support reauthorization and amendment of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. We have to make voting rights a national priority. And what do we do as an organization? First, we need to support members of our coalition that have been in the fight, actively in the fight, dealing with these issues. So the two I would call out here today are the League of Women Voters and Common Cause. You know, those are two of our national allies and two organizations that have been at the forefront. You know, when you saw the lawsuits that came out in the 2020 election over, you know, about election irregularity and election integrity, who was involved in those lawsuits? Those organizations were involved in protecting the integrity and validity of the 2020 election. What else do we need to do? We need to continue to support organizations in our coalition which promote voter registration and voter mobilization. You just heard Deborah refer to the Junior League, right on for the Junior League. Other important members of our coalition include Rock the Vote, Nonprofit Vote, which provided incredible information to nonprofit organizations on voter registration and voter mobilization, the Voter Participation Center, When We All Vote, Michelle Obama's organization, Vote Like a Woman, Women Voters USA, Campus Election Engagement Project, and the Committee of 70. And we had support in our own election voter mobilization efforts from a terrific online app called Motivote, and cheers to the people at Motivote. So those are some of the very concrete things we as a coalition leader can do. We need to support more grassroots voter registration and voter mobilization in communities of color. That's already started in a major way, and we need as an organization and as a coalition to support that. And the final thing I would say is we have to promote continued innovation to broaden access to voting. And that follows on the work that Barbara Roberts and her people in Oregon did. We have to keep in mind that Oregon in 1998 was the first state to move to voting by mail. And there couldn't have been anything more important during the pandemic than for more people to have had access to voting by things like voting by mail. It wasn't safe for people to all go to the polls and, you know, create large groups. We need to follow on to create more innovation like the people led by Barbara Roberts and others in Oregon back in the 90s that created voting by mail. So, you know, that's my 2 cents. I think our value as Vision 2020 over the last 10 years is we built a fabulous coalition, and now we have to feasibly figure out how to support members of our coalition and do the things that need to get done. Fight voter suppression, continue to register voters and mobilize women to vote.
Thank you.
Comment, Lynn, to support.
Thanks. Yeah, go ahead, Deborah.
Just when I came up, one of the speakers you'll hear later, Maddie Stewart from Florida, was in touch with me because she knew I was in a lot of other organizations to have them partner with the League of Women Voters there. And I told her after this, I'd do it. And then I invited the women that I have asked to be a part of that coalition to come to this very event. They can hear firsthand the kind of work that can be done when people work together. So that's just an example, and I'm hoping that other people who are tied to League of Women Voters and any of the others that are listed by Karen, reach out to people that you know, people that you may not have spoken to about doing this kind of work. If you ask them, they'll say yes, because now we know the urgency and need to do that, because otherwise it's going to affect those suppression things that are going on, are going to affect women. And do not want those numbers to be what they are now, because I too was disappointed, as I said. I'd expected larger numbers, you know, at least 75% or 80.
Yeah.
Talk about barriers and how we might be able to overcome some of these things.
Right. Thank you, Deborah. No, those are all good points. And okay, so the fourth person I'm going to introduce is Bobby Liebenberg. And those of you who were with us yesterday heard Bobby speak on a really wonderful panel called What We've Learned. And Bobby is a senior partner at Fine Kaplan & Black in Philadelphia. She's also a national leader in the American Bar Association. She was head of the Women in the Profession. She's done all kinds of amazing things and from her legal role. And Bobby and Stephanie Scharf, who also has been a Vision 2020 delegate in Chicago, co-authored a very amazing research paper on the impact of the pandemic on lawyers. And 4,200 lawyers, men and women, participated. And Bobby, something that came up yesterday that I wanted to follow up on with you was about what I'm going to call pandemic bias about remote work. The notion that first of all, you can talk a little bit about women leaving the profession because of all of what's happened with lack of support. But also this notion that if somebody is working remotely, which many women are going to choose to do or have had to choose to do, that somehow it's not seen as seriously, as being as serious as going to the office. So can you just talk about that? Because it's something I think we're going to really want to tackle also, is that idea that you can't be just as effective and successful and important from working remotely.
Thank you, Lynn. And this is a very important topic that is going to impact not only women in the legal profession, but really women in corporate America, women in all organizations. Prior to the pandemic, those who really utilized flex time, part-time, or work remotely were women. And oftentimes this type of work was stigmatized as the mommy track. And women really didn't have a clear path towards advancement if they chose that option. The transition to remote work during the pandemic has clearly shown that lawyers and all workers can continue to be productive working remotely. And in fact, law firms had banner years in terms of revenue. And that lawyers can continue to work effectively and efficiently without FaceTime and having to be in the office. Our Practice Forward survey clearly demonstrated that lawyers, and I think all workers, want the flexibility to choose when they are going to work and how often they're going to work. Our survey showed that most lawyers wanted at least 1 to 2 days when they would be remote. As a result, many law firms have already announced that they are going to support hybrid work. And I think for researchers like me and others, what we're going to be watching very closely is this really support for lawyers, or is it mere lip service? And the reason we want to do that is to see whether or not you're going to see the types of mixed messages that we've seen with these back to office announcements. So while firms have said, yes, we support remote work, they're actually saying, but we strongly encourage you to be in the office. And what that message signals is that there is going to be a career cost if you are not in the office every day. And so we will also be watching, will there be a gender divide? Who is going to be taking remote work? Is it again going to be women and not men? And while remote work will present challenges to legal employers, there are things that they can do. For example, they can ensure and utilize metrics to make sure that those who avail themselves of remote work are getting the same opportunities as those who work in the office to work on important matters for significant clients. I think implicit bias training, to your point, Lynn, needs to be reinvigorated to ensure that we don't see negative comments and negative evaluations as a result of a lack of commitment in terms of women if they elect to work remotely. The pandemic has also demonstrated that what we need is really resources committed to comprehensive sick and family leave. Over 67% of women lawyers responded that they wanted to see that. And law firms during the pandemic, many of them have stepped up to the plate and have added days to personal time off. They have added months to parental leave. They have provided stipends for childcare and tutoring and other types of parental resources. And the organizations that invest in those types of resources will have a competitive advantage, as well as those who truly support hybrid and remote work, because we know that many lawyers, and particularly women lawyers with children and younger lawyers, are going to be looking for those types of work opportunities. And while lawyers may not have left mentally, and I think that's true in corporate America, have not left physically, they may have already left mentally. And I think you're going to see a huge talent departure in terms of where lawyers end up. And finally, I just want to end with, because I think this is incredibly important in terms of what we found from the Practice Forward survey. And that is the disproportionate burden that women lawyers shared that women lawyers shouldered as a result of the pandemic has resulted in increased levels of stress and anxiety. And this is true not only for women with children, but women attorneys of color. And over 54% of women lawyers with children under ages 5 were thinking about downsizing their careers. 37% of women lawyers were thinking about going part-time. And given the glacial rate of progress in terms of women in equity partners, in terms of women in leadership, this potential talent exodus should be raising alarm bells for every single legal employer. And they are going to have to be laser focused and intentional to ensure a real commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives with real metrics. They're going to have to ensure that there are policies in place, to Mika's point, to eliminate the long-standing pay disparity between male and female lawyers, which we know only increases with seniority. they're going to have to invest holistically in the long career spans of women lawyers who may have to dial back a little bit while they have children or elder care responsibilities. We know from our prior research that the top reason why experienced women lawyers leave the profession, so these are lawyers who have been practicing for more than 15 years, is because of childcare commitments. So going forward, and one last thing I think we need to emphasize, and that is succession. We need to ensure that women lawyers and women lawyers of color are in line for succession. We know that 400,000 baby boomers are set to retire in the next 10 years if they do. And by ensuring that women lawyers and women lawyers of color inherit these clients, we can create an entire new generation of rainmakers. So we need to leverage our power. We need to leverage our voices to ensure that women have a more level playing field than they've had in the past, and that the agenda of Vision 2020 for equality in sight is not only a moral imperative, it truly is a business imperative as well.
Thank you, Bobby. That's great. And you just picked up on the theme, the title of our Congress, which is leveraging our power for positive change. So we really want to focus on the positives, the things that we can do. And I just want to once again cite what Nicole Mason said yesterday on the panel about the public is with us, meaning that this is an opportunity, a time in our history when we can make some changes, because coming out of the pandemic, so many things have changed and we have so many new possibilities, not the least of which is virtual programs like this. So, and as I said, also, we're not on mute anymore. So, I think it's time for all of us to recognize the change opportunities and step up with them. So I just want to throw one more set of questions to you, and then I'm going to look at and see what some of the audience questions are. But I mentioned to you that I was going to ask why you joined Vision 2020 in the first place and why you stayed all these years. I mean, this has been it's been a long time. When we started out, there were lots of people who said, 10 years, well, it's actually been 12 when you just, go back to the beginning, the announcement of what we were doing to build a national coalition and work for women's equality and focus on the year 2020. And so I really would just like to very quickly for you to mention what drew you to Vision 2020 in the first place and why you've stayed. And that I think lays a groundwork for what we're going to talk about later about where we're going and who, how we keep our energy up. So anybody want to tackle that one?
I'm pleased to start.
Okay.
Volunteers, you volunteer because you were asked. So the association asked me to represent them. As I mentioned, 140,000 women. This is our thing. Equity for women, so that we can affect change in communities. So yes, I said yes. And the other is, I'm a patient person, 10 years, okay? I'm hopeful and I'm reasoned. And then I thought, one of my core values really is fairness, justice. And I actually get upset when people are treated unfairly, any human being. And just as my saying it now, often I just have to stop and be still so that I can regroup myself to move on. So the passion behind equity for women, to me, was broader than just women, because I saw it as affecting not only the woman, but the family. And if it affects the family in a positive way, if we create the change that's desired, it affects communities. We go back to the core there, the communities. Mm-hmm. So I like empowered communities. So I thought, yes, I will hang in there with that. So I believed in the vision. I was willing to, stay with it. And I think women that were gathered together, just so dynamic, and had a plan, and an actionable plan at that. And I remember saying to us, maybe at year 4 or 5, that one of the things that might help us in this movement is a big change. If you look at change theory, sometimes there's an urgency for change. Thus, the people are with us. We had it in spades, the pandemic, which created economic, health, and social disparities that
Right.
and that waiting has come, with that hope that I'd had, though it was a negative kind of thing that got us to that urgency. This is the moment that I've been waiting for, and I think the movement has been waiting for. So I'm glad I hung in there.
Thank you, Deborah. That's great. Anybody else want to answer this one? Karen, is that you? Or Barbara?
On mute.
You're on mute.
I was on mute. So I want to say that the original concept of Vision 2020 was lovely and compelling. The idea that we would take a decade to plan to celebrate women voting and use the time to leverage and empower more women, have more shared leadership, eliminate the gender pay gap, create more civic education. All of those pillars of Vision 2020 made a lot of sense. But we've now ended up at a time when the purpose of Vision 2020 has become more compelling. It's like we are now at a moment when we can't take anything for granted anymore. We've had a decade in which we had leadership in the country that denigrated women. We ended up with the pandemic that showed the vulnerability of many women in the workplace, as Bobby has so poignantly illustrated. We're facing voter suppression. So we started with a terrific concept, and your leadership and Rosemarie's and Diane's and Teresa's leadership has been really inspiring. But now we're at a moment when it's really compelling that we all step up and make sure that we protect our democracy and that of everyone else.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Karen. Anybody else want to weigh in on this? Because otherwise I'm going to throw some questions from the audience.
I would just like to say quickly, this is Barbara Roberts, and I would say that one of the reasons I got involved was, first of all, that I was involved in my state for years with women's organizations and women's rights and equity. But one of the other reasons for me was to help make the case that this work was nationwide. And because a lot of times, because the Congress is on the East Coast and the president is on the East Coast, sometimes we don't get the voice that comes from Arizona or Nevada or California or Washington or Oregon. And I wanted to bring some of that Western voice into this. And I thought I had enough recognition from people I work with on the East Coast. I thought this was an opportunity for me to take some of my experience and share the view of this work on a national basis. And I think we did that with a number of really talented people over the years. And it was a privilege for me to be able to be part of this. It took a lot more travel than I liked, but it was still a wonderful opportunity to bring our voices together in an effort to make the world and certainly the country better for women.
Thank you, Barbara.
I would just quickly say it took 100 years for women to get the vote. And what Vision 2020, I think, really points out is we have to act with a sense of urgency. We cannot wait another 100 years. We cannot wait for Congress to act on the Equal Pay Act and the Equal Rights Amendment. We need to utilize all of our power and our voices to move this agenda forward to ensure greater gender parity and gender equality than we've seen in the past. And it has been an honor to work with so many people across this country and the incredible leaders that Lynn, you have put together to make this agenda a reality.
Thank you, Bobby. And this actually leads to a question that came in from Tiffany Emhoff. She wants to know, how important is ratification of the ERA to continuing the fight for women's equality? This is a really challenging question. And of course, we've got all kinds of different points of view on it. But does anybody want to talk about this in terms of, we all know what's happened with the ERA, and there's a lot of discussion about whether the ratification process would have to start over. I think Ruth Bader Ginsburg suggested that it be rewritten so that it was a new, slightly revised version of the original ERA, which of course was written in the 1920s. And so I guess I'll just throw this question out and ask who would like to answer this one.
I'll defer to Bobby.
Well, I will say that to me, passage of the ERA is incredibly important because that is the only way we can really ensure equal rights for women, given the legislative history of the 14th Amendment and other statutes that we're still not seeing really demonstrate that women are getting equal rights. The Equal Pay Act is just a perfect example, right? In 1963, it was passed. It was just brought up, and we've still not been able to pass that. What could be more fundamental than equal pay for equal work? And yet again, this has not passed. And I think I want to go back to what Mika said. Money is power, and we need to be sure that we have the economic power, the economic parity to move our agenda forward. So to me, we still need to work on the Equal Rights Amendment because that will guarantee equal rights.
Yeah, and this is something, again, we've got a number of organizations in the Vision 2020 Coalition that are working for passage of the Equal Rights Amendment. It's going to be very interesting to see. And of course, Virginia became the last state needed to ratify this past year, but it was at the, after the time lapse had occurred. So there's a lot of back and forth about whether that counts or doesn't count. It's been a very strange battle, frankly, but I do think it's one that we want to keep paying attention and working on as best we can. So, okay, here's a completely different question from Jody Godfrey. What do you say about choosing a senior mentor who is male instead of a woman? Anybody want to answer that one?
Well, I will, yeah, go ahead, Karen.
I was going to say, having male mentors is very important and valuable. To the point that somebody made in the conversation about mentorship yesterday, it's important to find, somebody commented yesterday on the importance, I think it was the woman from Independence Blue Cross, Jeannie Heffernan, who talked about the importance of organic mentorship. And so if a man happens to be available and interested and committed to being a mentor, and even better, a sponsor who will help advocate for somebody, a man is a good resource.
And I would just add that, especially for many women, because there aren't enough women to go around to be mentors and sponsors. And really what's important is not only finding a mentor. Catalyst has found that women are over-mentored and under-sponsored. And what we need are sponsors, men who will speak about you, who will invest in you, who will make sure that you get that stretch assignment, who will ensure that your successes are announced throughout the firm and leveraged. And we need to ensure that our male allies are helping us. And I think, again, going back to what Mika said, men have daughters and sisters and wives, and they should be invested in making sure that women are succeeding. So to me, you want as many mentors and sponsors, and of course, I would really try to seek out male sponsors as well as male mentors. But
Okay.
I also want to make a plug that we need
Yes.
formal mentorship and sponsorship, because organic is great, but a lot of time women, and especially women of color, do not have equal opportunities to get those sponsorship opportunities. So I think a combination of both is critical.
Great, thank you. So the second part of this, and we're going to be short on time in a minute, but I wanted to just say a little bit about the question, what holds us back? You know, Mika talked a little bit about the need for women to help each other, and so collectively, that is a huge and important issue, one that we have embraced from the beginning, the importance of helping each other and encouraging each other. And certainly when women are getting ready to run for office, it's hugely important. But I would say that fear holds us back. And somebody pointed out to me that fear is a 4-letter word. And I think we've seen all kinds of examples of fear in the last year plus. And some of them are very real, but we need to think about ways of freeing ourselves from those. And when I was at the Department of Health and Human Services, I had a Freedom from Fear campaign in the Mid-Atlantic region, which was really focused on ending family violence. It was not only domestic violence, partner violence, but it was also elder abuse and other kinds of family violence. And that's not, you know, the focus of what we're working on now, but there's certainly for women, the fear of poverty and that importance of economic equity, which is definitely going to be one of the things that we're going to be focusing our attention on, so that the women have more of a sense of economic security and ending that fear. There's the fear of risk-taking, which Mika mentioned, and which has inhibited women from running for office and many other areas. So I just want us to think about the real factors that hold us back as women from doing the things that we need to do to change the world and acting like the majority we are. That's been a theme of mine for a long time, is that we need to think and act like the majority we are. And it requires a sense of self-confidence and mutual support. So I don't know if anybody else wants to comment quickly on that, because then I'm going to ask you each to say very quickly in 30 seconds what you think the most important issue is for us to tackle as we move forward. And then I'm going to announce where we're going, because we are going forward. So let me start with Barbara. What do you think is the most important issue that we should tackle?
Well, one of the things I'm worried about is, now that we've created all these wonderful leaders, we've got speakers of the House and we've got a vice president now. One of the things I'm worried about is, can a young woman in a high school or a community college or any kind of a college or in her city library, can she go into that library and find the stories of the women we know have done remarkable things? Oftentimes somebody else writes that story after that woman is deceased. And I have a theme now that I'm working on in my state that says, not what's in your wallet, but what's in your library. And we need to encourage and assist our women leaders while they can write their own story, firsthand account of their life and their work. we need to have them write and get those books in libraries all over the United States, so our young women on their way up and our young men see those stories. And I am very worried to see how many women I know who have died in the last few years without writing. And so I would like to say is put our college groups and our writer groups and our political groups and others together to tell those stories while they can be told. And as we often have learned here in Oregon, the Oregon Trail, one of the things it had was diaries, and they were all written by the women and teenage girls on those wagon trains, and they still exist. I can go into my historical society and read from those diaries. I want young women now to be able to do that in our libraries.
That's great. What's in your library? Thank you, Barbara. Okay, Deborah, what's your 30-second most important thing?
No surprise, it would be gender disparities. The main one being economic disparities, because it has lots of tentacles. I have a broad definition that includes not only equal pay, but everything related to family leave and having it be universal childcare that's quality, going even down to access to capital, venture capital for women businesses. Only about 2.3% was used this year on women. And it also talks about the dismissals that our low-wage earners have suffered, and the disparities of getting, as we said, sponsorships, access to trainings that will lead you to have better jobs. So all of that, if we can continue to focus on, will trickle down again to, as I said, family health, individual health, to community health, to world health, kind of Pollyanna-ish, but yet it has lots of effects on so many things.
Great, thank you. Okay, Karen?
So I think the most important thing is for us to get behind our power. And our power is in holding people accountable. So we are a nonpartisan organization, which is very important. But on a nonpartisan basis, we need to hold people accountable if they're not voting for the Voting Rights Act, if they're not voting for to reauthorize the Violence Against Women Act, if they're not voting to protect women's reproductive rights. We need to hold our political leaders and representatives accountable. It's the same kind of idea that Bobby talked about yesterday in terms of the accountability of employers for doing the right thing on the diversity side. Accountability to me is number one.
Great, thank you. Okay, Bobby.
And I will say that to me, the most important agenda item is around affordable, high quality childcare. The She session that happened during the pandemic highlights that we need affordable childcare. And if in fact women are going to have economic parity, then childcare has to be a priority. And to me, this is something we have to put our voices behind. We've all wondered whether we can have work-life balance, but we cannot have balance unless we know that our children are safe and there's childcare, and that it is something that this country wants to ensure for women and men.
Thank you. Okay, thank you all very, very much for this. This was an unscripted, thoughtful conversation with 4 very important members and leaders in the National Leadership Circle of Vision 2020. So now I'm going to go to the future. I want to talk about where we're going as Vision 2020. And we are going forward. We are rebranding as Vision Forward. And there is the new logo, Advancing Gender Equity. We actually changed the language to more appropriately reflect where we are now. Instead of talking about equality in sight, And we recognized we weren't going to get to 50-50 shared leadership by 2020. So we will continue moving forward with that. But the issue of gender equity means fairness for all people, regardless of gender, fairness and fair and equal opportunities. So this is the way that we're looking at where we want to go. We've started a national conversation about women in leadership, and it certainly has taken off in many ways over the past decade. Now we want to take advantage of this opportunity that we have in time to move ourselves. The new logo combines the continuity of the familiar vision typography that you've all seen with the new word forward. And the goal here is to be bold and to have an agenda that we can all buy into and work on. So I'm going to go through what this is going to look like. So if you can put up the next slide, please. This is what Vision Forward is. I'm not going to read it. You can see what it is. Gender equity through women's leadership. So we have not abandoned the notion of the importance of women's leadership, but on the contrary, are believing and putting forward that women's leadership will advance gender equity and that we want to get more women into positions of leadership. Next slide, please. So this is how we're stating the mission. And again, it's focused on women leaders in business, government, and everywhere, but the accelerating the power, the economic, political, and social opportunities and benefits for all of us, and change, which is what we're focused on. Next one, please. So here are our strategies, and this is something that Vision 2020 has excelled in doing. We need to keep building the coalition, and we want to talk about who else should be in this coalition as organizational allies or individual delegates or whomever to help us move this forward. Because what we know is that by working together and bringing together organizations and leaders with common goals and mutual benefits, that we can have collective impact. And that's really where that goes. Okay, next one. This is another thing we've been doing and will continue to do. And when we talk about voices and messages, that means that are out in the community, but also in particular, the messages of our allied organizations, the important work that's being done in all over the United States by important groups that we may not know about. So part of it is to find out what is happening and then make sure that we lift it up. One of our big strengths has been communications from the very beginning. Next one, please. Timely issues and opportunities can mean many, many things. There are lots of movements and lots of things that come up that we can seize upon and get our energy behind. And again, it's the energy, the combined energy of the coalition that can help to make the positive change that we seek. And in all cases, to support the mission. Last one, please. Partnerships. Again, this is something Vision 2020 has been very strong in doing over the years. We've built many partnerships, and of course, we've all been part of many programs, and that will be something that will continue, but they will be tied in particular to civic participation and to economic equity. So okay, so now we will work together to move this into the future And we hope that all of you will stay with us and continue to work on these issues as we refine and focus them now. So we're going to have a discussion of civic participation, by which we mean two things. We mean increasing the women voting and increasing voting in general, but in particular women's vote, and also the number of women who are running and serving in public service. And I'm going to turn this over to Joyce Lewandowski, who is our program director for Vision 2020, and she will introduce the panel for this one.
Thank you, Lynn. So good afternoon and good morning to our West Coasters again. My name is Joyce Lewandowski and I'm the program director at Vision 2020. We are in the part of Congress where we get to revisit the topic of civic participation a bit more. Increasing women's civic engagement is one of Vision 2020's long-standing pillars, and it's going to continue with that with Vision Forward. And we've invited members of our coalition to speak to this topic who are all intimately familiar with the ins and outs of running for office and voting. So this discussion will be moderated by Florida delegate, Dr. Madeline Stewart, who also goes by Maddie. Our panelists are Kimberly Olson, a retired colonel of the U.S. Air Force and Texas delegate, and Krista Jones, founder and CEO of Vote Lead Impact, an allied organization. So please do make sure you check out their bios on the Congress website so you can see all of the amazing work that they've been doing. They're extremely accomplished. So for the next 30 minutes, the panel will share advice and lessons learned from running for office and from training others to run for office, discuss what it takes to elect more women to local, state, and federal office, and comment on some voting trends. Just a reminder, participants can ask questions in the chat throughout. Simply put your questions in the chat, and then what we'll do is we'll leave about 10 minutes at the end of this to see if you have any questions, and then we can pose those to Maddie or myself and we'll call on you. You'll be able to turn your mic on so you can ask the question yourself. If for some reason you don't want to do that, that's okay. Just let us know in the chat. Before I hand this off to Maddie, though, we thought everyone would appreciate the opportunity to watch Kim Olson's Congress campaign ad that went viral across the nation in 2020. Please enjoy.
Kim Olson here. They say true warriors rarely pick their battles, they're chosen for them. When I joined the Air Force, I wanted to fly jets, but they said I couldn't go to flight school because I was a woman. Well, that was my first battle. I fought to get the policy changed so that I could go to flight school and every woman after me. I flew all over the world, became an instructor pilot teaching airmen to fly supersonic jets, and was among the first women to command an operational flying squadron. My call sign was Jet Mom. During the Kosovo conflict, I was put in charge of coordinating the air refueling airspace for 80 different types of aircraft from 17 countries in the largest bombing campaign since World War II, a battle we won without a single loss of life. That earned me a promotion to colonel and an assignment to the Pentagon overseeing a $220 billion budget. Just when I thought my deployment days were over, 9/11 happened, when an airplane exploded into the Pentagon just around the corner from me. I was sent to the front lines of Iraq to rebuild. I gotta tell you, it was a cluster. There was no reconstruction plan, no political foresight. Our government couldn't even pay the security detail protecting Americans. The warrior in me did what I had to do to get the security team paid and save lives. For that, I was reprimanded. But I took full responsibility because I'm an accountable, no excuse leader, and when it comes to saving lives, it's a decision I would make again. I returned to the Pentagon, where another battle awaited me, investigating sexual misconduct in our ranks, then modernizing the Air Force's policy on sexual assault. So many of us knew how bad it was and that it had to be fixed. After 25 years, I retired honorably as a full colonel and came home to Texas, where I was recruited and served in the Texas State Guard, helping families in need. But we soon discovered there were Texas veterans in need, so another battle arose. Even though we had fought to open the doors for women to serve in combat, other doors were still closed when they came home. After multiple combat deployments, women faced staggering suicide rates, unemployment, and homelessness. Women who went to war to protect American streets were now living on them with their children because there was nowhere safe to go and no one to turn to. So I helped start and create Grace After Fire, a nonprofit that took on the VA and state government to get our veterans and their families the care they deserve. We helped thousands of veterans get back up on their feet. Our work got me inducted into the Texas Women's Hall of Fame. It was humbling to see my portrait next to all those trailblazers who fought battles of their own. Now, I'm running for Congress because this president is attacking everything we fought for over the years. We didn't choose this battle, it chose us. And if you believe it's a battle worth fighting, be a warrior. Join us.
All right, so we're handing this off to you, Maddie. Go ahead and jump into your discussion.
Thank you. That was amazing. I think you will all agree. Before we get to know our accomplished and very interesting panelists, I wanted to just give, I am Maddie Stewart, give a shout out to my fellow Florida delegate, Norianne Reed, who's a retired captain from the US Navy, and also to one of our allied organizations that's very near and dear to me, and that's the Sanibel League of Women Voters. So thank you to everybody for coming this afternoon. And I want to just jump in. Can everybody see? I'm looking at, I don't see Krista and Kim on my screen. I don't know if that's.
We're here, Maddie.
Oh, good, thank you. Please be here. I wanted to start with you, Kim, because obviously you've had an incredibly distinguished career in the Air Force. You're a published author, and you started a nonprofit, among other things. People will read your bio and say, oh my gosh, she's really, how did she have the time? But please tell us about your path. Why did you decide to run for office?
Well, I think like a lot of women, the 2016 gave us a sucker punch. And, you know, after serving in uniform for nearly 30 years, I thought, oh no, not on my watch. And not on my watch, not just be for me, but for all the women that I hope to open doors for my daughter, for my grandkids, for your daughters and grandkids. And so I stepped into that arena because I learned a lesson in the military, which is my background, so bear with me, is that we all thought that the military would change when women entered the ranks, and that didn't happen. We thought that the military would change for the better when the dads became generals or the dads became leaders and saw their daughters or their wives within the ranks, and that didn't happen. The way the military changed for the better, and I would offer it probably extends to the other non-traditional career fields out there, is when women entered leadership roles. And when women entered leadership roles, you were able to set policies, address issues, you were able to create environments in which equality was welcomed and diversity was embraced. And so this is kind of what catapulted me into the political spectrum, is that women need to sit at the table where decisions about our day-to-day lives, about ourselves, about our families, about the nation and democracy, and by extension, the world, are being made. And the great line from Hamilton, you have to be in the room where it happens, ladies. All the advocacy, all the things that we do are great, but you must be in the room. And the political structure is such that politics has power because politics decides where money and attention and all of our talents and strength go to. And so that's kind of what inspired me to get into the political arena.
Glad you did. I'm going to go to Krista now, and then we'll come back. We'll kind of do a back and forth. Krista, you have also had a very distinguished career, and I don't see Krista. Are you there?
Here. Yes, I'm here.
Okay. For some reason, I don't see you, but that's okay. I know what you look like, and I'm glad you're here. So you are the founder and CEO of Vote Lead Impact. And before you started that organization, and also as you're concurrently heading up that organization, you've had a very successful career working for elected officials. You were a federal lobbyist working for important women's organizations and also lobbying for women's causes. And again, I ask you to share your path with us. Why did you start Vote Lead Impact, and how did that come out of your previous work?
Thank you, Maddie. And just Kim, thank you for your service and for your inspirational leadership. You know, very, very great to sit on this panel with you.
Absolutely.
My journey, I'm going to start from the Peace Corps. It started earlier, but I'm going to start from the Peace Corps. So I served in the Peace Corps for 2 years in Paraguay, South America. Didn't really know a lot about what I was getting into, but at that point in my life, right after graduating from college, I knew that I wanted to try to save the world, right? As all Peace Corps volunteers do. So when I went to Paraguay, it was a very interesting experience. It was difficult, but not in the way that a lot of Americans think about the Peace Corps, like your living conditions, right? Mm-hmm. I actually didn't live far outside of the capital, and I actually had a nicer house there one of the times than I do now. So that wasn't the issue. It was difficult after being raised in the United States, you know, mainly in the 90s, not really experiencing a lot of outward racism or being treated differently because of the way I looked, going to a country that's pretty homogeneous ethnically, and then being called out for being different, right? When I would walk down the street, you know, people would point, they would stare, they would laugh. At the time, you know, they would, because Paraguay borders Brazil, people thought that I was Brazilian at the time. I think I took that as an insult. Today, I don't think I would, but that was difficult to take, okay? I'll say that. But one of my main projects in the Peace Corps was creating student governments and helping people that were once in a dictatorship transition into democracy, which included creating student governments. It included also working a lot with the local radio station. So I think, as we might imagine, and when you're under a dictatorship, one of the first things you get cut off is your communication. So having a community radio station really meant a lot in that small Paraguayan town. So taking all that into account, when I left the Peace Corps and tried to figure out what I needed to do next, one of the biggest lessons I also learned in the Peace Corps was sustainability, and the fact that we come in as Peace Corps volunteers and we may be able to do things for 2 years, but what happens next? So we're constantly preparing our community for what happens next. So fast forward a few years, I ended up going to grad school, and I was writing my master's thesis on the lack of Black Congresspeople in Virginia. And my professor suggested that instead of making it a purely academic thesis, why not try to solve the problem? And that's where I founded, at the time it was called Virginia Leadership Institute. Now we've expanded to more states, so I changed it to Vote Lead Impact. But our specific goal is to increase the number of Black elected officials, and it started out, at that time it was Virginia. We focus a lot on training, mentoring, providing awards, providing scholarships and leadership development programs. So I say all that to say that some of the lessons that I learned in the Peace Corps in terms of sustainability, the importance of civic education, the importance of communication, I took with those right into Vote Lead Impact, and then in a lot of the other activities that I've done.
Interesting path. Thank you so much. Who would have thought it came from the Peace Corps in Paraguay? Yeah, that's fascinating. Kim, I know that you've run for office in local elections, in a state election, and then of course for Congress. So I'm just curious about what differed for you from one election to another. Because maybe people will not, they may start locally or whatever, but what were the differences for you?
Well, first of all, thank you for being on this panel too, Krista. My daughter was in the Peace Corps, so again, you and I have common loves. You know, it's interesting, Maddie. Each each election is different. Each election cycle is different. And I sat on a school board for 2 terms and then moved to run statewide. For those of you that don't know, I ran for the Commission of Agriculture in the state of Texas, which, just for those of you that don't know Texas well, we are 5 Georgias. So let me just throw that out there. We're a massive state, about 250 counties. And being a farmer and being a veteran and retired colonel, it gave me a view of my state that I could run around and talk to, all these counties and sit on tractors and talk to folks. And many times people would say, I'm a unapologetic Democrat, but people say, God, you really sound like a Republican. I'm like, actually, I just sound like a reasonable leader. And I think that's what this country needs these days. And so when I did my run in 2018, it was more touch and feel. It was really getting out and teaching the world about agriculture and how important it was to the Texas economy, because it's the #2 economic generator, economic engine. When you run for Congress and you run on the federal side, it's a whole different ballgame, because as most of you who've ever run for anything know, it is really about your fundraising capacity and then your ability to motivate voters to come out and put you in the position. And I want to speak to those who are considering running, just to give them kind of 3 main points. First of all, I want to remind women who want to run that running for office, you are trying to get a job, and the way you get the job is you get the most votes. It's really not personal. It may be personal while you're running, but you getting into that position isn't personal. So you kind of have to put some space between you, the person, and you, the candidate. So that would be my first lesson for folks. The second is that many of us get motivated by something. We get pissed off. There's an injustice out there that, by God, we're going to fix because we've got the answer. Or people come to us and they show up in the limo, they got the live corsage, and they're going to ask you to the prom, and they want you to run. And they want you to run because they want you to get out there and bring to forth the kinds of issues that aren't being discussed. And I'll close with this last point. 85%, there's 516,000 elected positions in the United States of America, ladies. And 85% of them, we will lose. You will lose the first time you run. 85% of us will lose. But that doesn't mean you are not powerful after you've run for something. And I would offer to you, those that are thinking of running, find the space, whatever it is that speaks to your heart, and then intersect into that elected position that speaks to that. And I will just finish with this. I was an educator. I wanted the school board to work, so I set that. I'm a farmer. I wanted the trade wars, and I wanted farming to change because we can't sustain the way we farm today. So I ran for ag. I didn't like the way the nation was going from a national security perspective, so I ran on the federal level. So each one of those levels spoke to me, and I brought all my experience. And oh, by the way, I'm just a classic overachiever because I'm the oldest. And so what I'm saying to those potential candidates out there, figure out what your passion is, and then intersect in those elected positions where you can make the most impact. And that's the wonderful thing about women, is we're so diverse in our skill sets as well as in the identity that we bring to the table.
If I could, Maddie, if I could respond to something Kim said.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for talking about not winning.
Yes.
I'm the president of the National Women's Political Caucus of Virginia. And last month or the month before, we had with former candidates who did not win. Now, some of them went on to win in other races and some did not. I really want to change the culture in our nation and our world about the idea of losing. It starts when you're young. It starts with just the way your parents may make you feel, the way we tease each other, the way we internalize things. I really think we need to change that culture in more of just, we tried, it's a piece of the journey, or we just tried and we didn't get that particular position, but then we can go on and learn so much more. So I think in terms of politics, it's almost a societal shift. Also, we want to do with NWPC Virginia is for the women who did not make it over the finish line, celebrate them. Start celebrating people.
They ran.
Exactly, they ran, and that was huge. So I really think there needs to be a cultural shift around quote unquote losing.
Well, and if I could, And Maddie, just can I just
Of
finish
course,
because
yes.
Krista is absolutely spot on. Let me tell you something. You're actually more powerful after you run for something because you don't have a job to do if you don't make it, whether it's the runoff, the primary, or the general. And there isn't a day that my phone doesn't ring and somebody who's thinking for running for office, and you have done something, ladies who run, that only 10% of the nation has ever done. Let me repeat that for dramatic effect, y'all. If you run for office, only 10% of the women out there have ever run. So you have an incredible skill set that not only, and someone said it in the panel before us, we mentor the hell out of each other. Let's sponsor each other. So when I lost my very contentious, very tough congressional runoff, I took my money, my political clout, my leadership, and was able to sponsor and fund 52 women who were running in Texas up and down the ballot, and was able to raise money for them because I'd come off a pretty powerful race. That's sponsorship. Telling you, don't be wearing those shoes and those glasses don't look good on you. And really, you're going to put that hair on? Girl. That's mentorship and advice. Thank you very much. Let's sponsor each other. And I'll finish, again, I keep saying this to Maddie, I'll finish with this. Look, back to my military experience as leader. We are constantly training our replacement. You only last about 2 years in your job. Girls, we are not Jabba the Hutt where we get to sit in a position and spread ourselves out and stay there for 30 years. We should be training our replacement, and she should sound, look, feel, talk, nothing like us. We need to train changing women so that the next generation can tackle the issues they have in their lane versus constantly hiring people that look just like us. We don't need any mini-me's out there. I'm sorry, I just don't feel very passionate about this at all. But that's one of the mistakes we make. And it's not our fault, because those of us in those non-traditional fields, law, medicine, military, whatever, corporate, we're just trying to get a damn seat at the table. Y'all, the table's big now. There's lots of chairs. And if there's not, bring some, because we have to expand women and we must be purposeful in this.
Well, I think the whole idea of becoming less competitive is kind of a woman thing as well. Like we're all affiliative or whatever. We like to reach out and bring people with us. And of course, you're a former teacher. I'm a former teacher. You were a teacher in many ways as well, Krista. And trying to move away from that, there's only one best person, is so important in every aspect of our lives, I think, because we all, if we work together, we're better, right? And it's not how many times you fall down, but how many times you stand up again. So we know that's good. So
I'm so sorry.
Go ahead. No, absolutely.
Touched on what you just said and what Kim just said. I'll be very brief. So I'm going to be honest. I know this is a nonpartisan panel, but in Virginia, we had a lot of great candidates running for governor. We just had our Democratic gubernatorial primary last week.
Right.
We had 2 African-American women who were running, both named Jennifer. So it was easy to start to lump them together. But in the idea of equity, when we start thinking about equity and moving forward and the idea that only one candidate can win in politics, one of the things that I was involved with, which was exciting and it looks great on its face, was something called Her Excellency, which was the goal to get one of them elected, or we were supporting both of those 2 women at the same time. The problem with that, I feel, is that only one person can win. So a lot of people putting those efforts into supporting these 2 Black women, and it also kind of confirmed the idea of Black people being monolithic, or any one group of ethnicity being monolithic. So that was maybe not the best thing. So when we think about moving forward and supporting women in politics, I do think we need to keep those things in the back of our mind, exactly how we do it.
And to speak, and Maddie, I'm gonna jump in right on, because again, Chris is just, it's like a 9-iron. You tee it up so beautifully and I just have to smack it down the fairway. But, you know, because we're going to jump to voter suppression. And the one thing is, I want to remind the audience out here that people in power want to stay in power, and they will make things very complicated.
Whether they're women or not, right?
What it matters not. You see it with the voter suppression bills. You see it with the laws they pass. You see it with all the rules that you have to get on a ballot. I mean, and it is done by design. And 9 times out of 10, it really disenfranchises people of color, diversity, gender, because again, love the white men, I'm married to one, but they are 30% of the population today, yet they are 65% of elected officials. That's not representation. Women are 52% of American population, yet in the highest we've done is about 25, and Lynn will correct me on this, 27% of elected across the nation. That's insane, you guys. We are the spending power. Our power is in our purse. We choose where all the money of a household goes, and yet we continue to sort of abrogate our rightful place in those powerhouse positions in order to make the rules and to make society better for our family systems. And I'll just pop in with one more thing. The gal in the previous talked about childcare. Because women were running on the ballots, this is a great lesson. Childcare is a big deal if you're a mama with a little kid. And running for office is a bitch. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. It is tough. You better get your cowgirl pants on and belly up because it's hard work. But heck, we raise teenagers. Come on, ladies, we can do this. But because women ran, they sued state from state to say, I should be able to use the money I raise in my campaign to pay for childcare. And guess what? Even in Texas, we are able to do that today. Why? Because women ran and made the rules change. Because why? That rule was in there to keep you from running. So you got to get in the game if you want the rules changed on your behalf. Go ahead.
And then, of course, once you get into the game, you can change the rules for all the other people who haven't run, who didn't run for office, because as we know, there is such a crying need for quality childcare. I'm not talking about babysitting. I'm talking about quality childcare for young children, which I know is one of your issues, Krista. Yeah. So I don't know if you want to talk to that, or I had another question, but whatever. which really had to do with the people you're working with in Vote Lead Impact. Are you actively seeking out these people, or are they coming to you once they've decided to run?
So interestingly, we do have mentoring programs and we do seek people to take part in our trainings. But I'll tell you, so we started Vote Lead Impact in 2006. Now this is pre-Obama. At that time, when you think about Blacks in politics, it was a lot about running in families, maybe a lot of local races, but we just hadn't gotten to the point yet, surprisingly, where we were just, a lot of Black people were thinking about running for office. So I was told, though, just by having the organization, just by someone knowing that there's an organization out there who's dedicated to this mission without even attending a training, that inspired people to run for office or pass.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. So that's kind of how that happens.
Oh, very good. Yeah. So that's another one of the questions I wanted to follow up with you. Are there unique challenges? I believe the answer is yes. To being if you're a person of color or a woman, to running for office. And I'll just mention something that we had just kind of touched on in one of our previous conversations, which I was so happy to be able to have with you both. And that was that there was a woman here locally in Florida running for office, an African-American woman who had lived in this town her entire life. And people said to her, well, you haven't paid your dues. So I thought that was such an interesting response, and she didn't get elected. So I found that kind of disheartening, I have to say, because I didn't find that anybody said that about any of the white men who were running. But anyway, let's get back to you and what kind of challenges and what kind of help is there?
That's a great example, Maddie, first of all. And I think, I could go to the fundraising, I could go to lack of sponsorships. But one thing, and I'm going to tell another story very quickly. I did a series of focus groups with Black and white women. Basically, after the Doug Jones race, where he won the special election in the Senate in Alabama a few years ago, there was a lot of talk about follow the Black women lead. And I felt like, again, it was a point in our history we were starting to recognize the power of Blacks in politics, particularly the work that Black women had done on the ground for years. Well, I was having a conversation with my dad, and we started talking about just how, oftentimes with the League of Women Voters, I'm a member, I know you are too, Maddie, but oftentimes we'll see mainly white women doing the same thing as what Black women are doing maybe in their sororities or other organizations across town, and why weren't we working together more in 2017? So I decided to do, and we know these things start from slavery. I mean, this dynamic between Black and white women has been difficult through slavery, the suffrage movement, this feminist movement.
Absolutely.
So I did a series of focus groups, brought together Black and white women, had some amazing discussions on everything from hair to men to jobs to family, with the goal of figuring out how we could just start working together, even on some nonpartisan civic engagement work. So I say all that to say that that support of women across all ethnicities is so key. Now, obviously, to win, you need everyone's support. So I'm not saying that only women need to support women, and sometimes you support the male candidate. But I just wanted to say that if we as women can come together as allies more in politics, like I think you were saying, or the panel before was saying, teach each other, mentor each other. Kim was saying, expand that circle of the people that you reach out and mentor and sponsor. That is key. So I think that's one way that we can solve the issue of getting more minority women into politics.
That sounds like a good way. I just wanted to tell everybody, as a proud member of the League of Women Voters of Florida, we have an African-American woman who's a JAG lawyer and a currently practicing civil rights lawyer who is our new president, the first Black woman president of the League. And our League was active in trying to become more diverse. And so that's very important. I agree with you. Of course, we have not such a great history. And I think the best way for women to move forward together, and this is something her name is Camille Schoon, by the way. Excuse me, Cecile Schoon, is to get to know each other personally. And that is very hard because I live in a very segregated town by residents, especially. But because I've been able to work with different groups, I've met women of color. And have developed personal relationships with them. We have shared values. We work together. We've all formed something called Progressive Women of Southwest Florida. In other words, I think, we can talk about working together, but we have to know each other. And I think that's really important. So I see Joyce, it must mean we have to stop. I don't know. Kim, you haven't had a chance for a while. You want to say something?
Well, let me just close with this. We were talking about people running and women running. And there's an interesting statistic out there that shows that only 22% of the men who run for office have ever held office. And what I'm saying is a higher position. In contrast, almost 75% of the women who run for higher office have held another office. So the dudes wake up, smoke a cigar and go, I think I'd make a damn good senator. Yeah, I think I'm going to run for that. Where a woman, she's like, oh my gosh, and Lynn had talked about this earlier, that there's this fear factor of, am I qualified? This darn self-doubt that we always, that little tape that plays in our head. And that's why it's important to have women that look like you, who are sitting in positions of power, so that you can either call her staff, but that it's important we have role models out there. So you at least have someone to look at, say, oh my gosh, she made it, that young girl sitting in high school today could be in the council, that she could then run for school board. She could do all these things. So it's not only important that we have diversity among our leadership, it's important for the next generation to see that diversity, and for that diversity to be successful in getting some of the work done. You can't, we have to get work done. And when we talk about, wait your turn, or you haven't paid your dues, I want to say, Kristen, you're shaking your head. Have you met us? We raise your babies. We keep your house. We do 80%
We're paid
of
up,
the volunteer work. Yeah, we get only 80 cents on the dollar, and yet we still maintain households. Don't tell me I have not paid my dues. I'm a woman of color, or I'm a brown woman, or I'm an LGBT. I have paid my damn dues, and I have every right to run for whatever position I want. So there, I'll end on that one. That was for you, girl.
I love
Joyce,
it.
do you want to chime in?
I hate when we have to interrupt the conversations when they're going like this. It's just like, But then we also want to keep time.
Of course.
We have, though, about, let's say, 8 minutes or so to get some questions from our audience, which is Majority Coalition members. So if you do have a question for Kim or Krista or Maddie, go ahead and click on the raise hand button and let us know. If you do not, if you would prefer, and what would happen is we would let you speak, so we'd hear your voice. We won't be able to see your face. But if anyone wants to raise a hand, now's the time to do so.
Well, I have another question if we don't have any from the audience.
Sure.
And that really relates to the issues. As Kim said earlier, if you want to be in power, you got to win. So what do we think are the winning issues for women this next cycle? Do you have any thoughts about that, Krista? We'll give you a chance.
There's a lot. To me, the first thing that pops to mind is, and you know, after COVID, I felt like in the midst, for 2020, we were talking more about the decision making that went awry because of COVID. But I do think healthcare and how we handle it is a persistent issue that we'll always face. I'm going to say healthcare, and then as an offshoot of all of our equity conversations, I'm going to say housing and education. Both, I think the race issues, the more conversations, and then also COVID kind of exposed some challenges we have with both of those issues. So I definitely would say housing, education, and healthcare.
I would offer that for most women, especially you know, middle to lower income, that it resides around economics. You know, 880,000 women left the workforce last year due to COVID because we are the primary caregivers of most of the families. I'm generalizing, but for the most part. And so what happened last time with the jobs report is those women didn't go back to work. And they didn't go back to work for the very reasons Krista was alluding to. Number one, childcare is just astronomically expensive, that I would work full-time at whatever it is today, less than $8 an hour. And yet my childcare is damn near a mortgage payment. That I am the primary caregiver for my parents now because we don't have good healthcare or we don't have good senior care for my extended family. That the household itself falls on her shoulders many a times as the primary caregiver. So it's interesting as we watch the dynamics in the economy, what's going to happen to families who don't have those dual incomes that we're used to it, where mothers are now, because kids didn't go back to school, will they re-enter the workforce? And that is going to lead us from a big picture point of view. We have to watch inflation because then that's going to make it more expensive for our families out there. And so I think economics is very important for families today. And exactly, I would agree wholeheartedly with the last three things that Krista had said.
Well, thank you.
That's why you got to run.
Got to run, that's right. Thank you both so much for your wonderful work and for your great discussion. It was wonderful. Joyce, I don't know if there's any, I don't see a raised hand, but I may not be.
I don't either, but that's okay. I think people will still have opportunities to chime in with questions. Congress is not quite over yet. So, but yes.
Can you hear me? I did have my hand raised.
Oh,
is it all right if I ask a question?
Yes, not at all. Please.
Great. Thank you so much.
And who is this? Well, you want to state your name and where you're coming
from.
Hi,
Joyce. This is Dawn Dyer, and I'm a Vision 2020 delegate from Ojai, California. And this has just been an amazing conversation. First of all, Krista and Kim, I am so inspired by you. I'm someone who believes very much that the quality of leadership is so important in our nation and sets the tone. And many of the points that particularly were just mentioned, I've been an entrepreneur my whole life. Well, in the real estate industry, I started as a residential broker like many people. I've had my own company now for 35 years and doing land use, and I'm a housing advocate, formed a couple of nonprofits around that. So Krista, I totally, you know, the things that you're talking about. Housing now, to rent a 2-bedroom apartment in my community, you need to earn $72,000 a year to qualify to rent a 2-bedroom apartment. You know, it's just becoming, the disconnect is just huge. My question is this: so many of the issues that we're discussing here seem really reasonable and like common sense to us. Unfortunately, we're in an environment right now in the United States where the political dialogue has broken down. And particularly, I guess, for Kim, because this is your world, how do we broach those or cross those barriers? It just seems like the divide has gotten wider, and even common sense proposals have difficulty even bringing people together for reasonable conversations. I'd love any ideas or suggestions you have in that area, because it seems to me to be core to real fundamental change in our nation.
Well, let me answer it this way. When you get into politics, I and again, military woman that I am, it's not a war. What it is a dance. It's a dance with your opponent. It's a dance with the other side of the aisle. And what you're trying to do is get them to come to you and maybe do a dip, you know, or a pivot or something. But the point is, in the great book, I'm kind of stealing this from a guy called Think Again. And in it, he talks about that. What evidence can I bring to you, Krista and Dawn, that would help you see this? What is it I can offer to you? Is there any chance that we can meet on a platform that we have something in common? And I'm going to go back to my ag race, where it's like, okay, we all eat and we all wear clothes and most of us drink, so we're all in agriculture. And so that gave me a starting point. So my point is this adversarial relationship. And I would offer to you that women innately are better at this. We can dance, y'all. We can dance if we want to. And that, you get it? You get that? Krista, and you know best. My mom's from Virginia, and I watched that race you were in. Matter of fact, I was telling her that my campaign manager went to help one of those gals that were running for governor. But I'm just saying, if you can maneuver instead of drawing lines in the sand, I think we do better. And again, I'll repeat myself. You have that in you. It is in our nature as women to try to collaborate and find a common platform for which we can work. Krista, go ahead. I know you want to say something.
If I could just build on that. Thank you, Kim. I thought that was great. I absolutely agree. I would say, and I'll use Virginia as an example, you know, former capital of the Confederacy, for a long time considered pretty much a pretty conservative state, except for Northern Virginia. And I know this is a nonpartisan forum, but I look at the issue, and I know we didn't get to really voter suppression and voting rights. I look at that issue along with some other traditionally progressive issues that Virginia has just gone full steam ahead on in the last 2 years. I mean, it's a majority Democratic legislature, and some amazing changes happened. So I'll say, to add on what Kim said, and now we are changing the culture and the dynamic. And I think the rest of the nation is even like, wow, if Virginia can do that, we can do it too. So it's almost like, in order to move forward as well, as in addition to that dialogue, sometimes you do need to be in a position of power to get your point across, to be in leadership and pull the ball along. So those people on the other side, it's now a totally new paradigm. So right to them is now like, it's like unacceptable, right? So.
You know, and you're right. I remember some people coming to us and said, Democrats save us from the Republicans in Texas. Krista's absolutely right. You get in power, you change it. The world doesn't end. They're like, okay, I can live with this. And you're absolutely right. Great question, Dawn. Great question.
We have time for one more question, and I see we have Robin Cook is raising her hand. So Robin, do you want to go ahead and ask your question?
This has really been fabulous. And of course, I knew it would be with these kind of panelists and Maddie being the moderator, of course. But, you know, I just have one question. This is sort of on subject, but off subject a little bit. And Maddie knows that I do this all the time. But, you know, Maddie and I both have had pretty much a similar trajectory. We both were working women in our professions for most of our lives. Now we are almost full-time working volunteers. So we call ourselves community volunteers, right? We don't get paid for what we do. We get paid nothing for what we do. What we get paid for is the response that we get from the boards we're on, the committees we're on, the women and the men that we meet along the way, that hopefully we can, either fundraise or whatever we need to do, get more members. But I think it's a whole world of women and men, to somewhat of a lesser degree, who volunteer the way we do. And, we're a little older, a little teeny bit older than Kim and Krista and Joyce, Maddie, right? Just a teeny bit older. But, we are useful, very much so, as mentors, and even almost more importantly, as sponsors. So, I really feel it's important for us to tap into you and you to tap into us as women who are working at this, being paid for this, and running for offices. I mean, I just think it's something that we haven't talked about at all.
Great. Well, if I can just give you some stats, there are 56 million women who are just sort of that baby boomer and beyond, early and late baby boomers. That's you. You kind of had tons of discretionary income, most of you. And so you have time, talent, and treasure. And if you look at the economics of it, you are the richest gender ever in mankind. Your gender at this moment in time are the richest of any gender ever in mankind, of women in the history of man. I know that sounds bizarre, but you are. Yeah. So what are you going to do with your time, talent, and treasure? And although you don't get paid monetarily, I would offer to you, as we change the law, as the next generation is able to live in a planet, or we're having social justice movements, or the kinds of progressive ideas that we see out there get put into place, the payoff is greater than any piece of dollar that you could get for your hard work. And those of us like you that sit on boards and watch, I'll just tell you real quick, in Texas, we had a municipal, of course, we got clobbered in 2020. It was just so depressing to watch, but we had these special runoffs in June. And of the 7 candidates in this local area we supported, 6 won, and they were basically almost all diverse candidates. And this was in Tarrant County, which was the last county holdout that was hardcore red, that was in a city unit. And so we are chipping away. And I was so excited exactly to Krista's point that, you can do this. You just keep chipping away at it. And now we have a majority council in one of the 5th or 6th largest cities in our Democratic council in our state, which is just crazy for as crazy as Texas can be. So
it should only happen in Florida.
You'll get there.
We're chipping. We're chipping.
So
that's great.
That was a
great story.
I love that we got to wrap up on that. That was a good one.
That was a wonderful one, Robin. Thank you so much, everybody. This was great.
So thank you, Maddie, for moderating, and Kim and Krista for sharing all of your wisdom. This was, of course, one of those conversations that can go on forever, but it's not stopping. We're always going to be continuing this. So at this point, I'm actually going to transition us to the next segment. So Kim and Maddie and Krista, we might see you in a few minutes as we talk about economic equity. So go ahead and turn your cameras off. And I'm going to be inviting Lynn onto screen to join me while we move into this next portion. So if Lynn is around.
They have to let me in. I don't know what that's doing.
There we are.
Oh, okay.
Great.
I love that conversation. And I have to tell you, I have to go do a little anecdote, and that is about Kim Olson, who was one of our very first delegates. She's been with us from the beginning, and I clearly remember at the 2010 Congress, when we first convened the group, she was the very first delegate that spoke up and spoke out. And then she went with me to the University of Edinburgh in Scotland in the middle of the decade, where we were invited to speak to the Scottish Parliament and did about Vision 2020. And so I haven't seen Kim in a while, but I'm a big fan. So, and of course I know Maddie from Florida. So anyway, it was just great. So thank you all. And I'm from Virginia, Krista, originally. So we got all the bases covered. Thank you all.
And they also come from states that have always interesting election cycles and news. So I'm just really glad everyone was able to join us for that. So at this point, I think we wanted to, Lynn and I wanted to we've been jotting notes down throughout the last 2 days of Congress. And for the economic equity piece, as Lynn unveiled Vision Forward, that's going to be a big portion of what we do, and we want to expand upon it. So as Lynn mentioned, we really want to do a lot more work around that and invite new allies who are engaged in more on talking about retirement, childcare, or even caregiving in general that really impacts gender equity in this way. So Lynn and I wanted to share just some things that stood out to us from a couple of sessions yesterday and also from Mika's talk this morning. Lynn, did you want to share a couple of your thoughts first?
No, go ahead. You're on a roll.
Sure. It's so hard to pare things down to what really stands out, but so we started off yesterday with a panel that was moderated by Suba Barry. So Suba is the CEO of Saramount. And we had Dr. Nicole Mason from the Institute for Women's Policy and Research and Juliana Manesh Horowitz from the Pew Research Center. And Bobby Liebenberg, excuse me, who is a Vision 2020 National Leadership Circle member. They had a really great conversation around some of the data and trends that they've been tracking and that we've all been seeing in the news regarding the pandemic and how these issues have been going on for so long, but really the pandemic just brought it to life and to light to see like, yeah, this has always been going on and now we actually need to do something about it. And the paid parental leave and childcare service coverage thing, like that topic was really big. And that actually was something that a lot of our delegates and our allies shared when Lynn sent those 2 questions to everyone to ask how women in their areas were impacted by the pandemic. A lot of personal stories came about with that. And so Bobby talked about what are some of the best practices that they're trying to implement. And those best practices are driven by a data report that the American Bar Association sends out, a survey. So, but it's not just in the legal profession, it's happening all across the country. So Suba talked about some top companies are offering 17 weeks. And so when we start to see these bars set very high, it really does put some pressure to other organizations and businesses to reevaluate what does their family leave look like? What are the resources? Is childcare actually going to be something that people can count on? And Nicole, she talked about how they're actually in conversations with the current administration to put policies in place, like extending the child tax credit and childcare support, because we have a really rare opportunity to be able to build a solid infrastructure for working women to reach their full career potential and maximize their income. So that was a really great piece. And then the cultural shifts that come up where I think that has come up in every single conversation, where when the top leadership is leading by example and role modeling and creating a workspace where everyone feels seen and valued and they're able to leave early work, from work to go to their kids' game or a dance recital, or they have other just family obligations or personal obligations, it can really go a long way when it comes to retention. So those are some of the big things that stood out to me. So Lynn, if you want to share some stuff that stood out to you, that would be great.
Yeah, I think one of the things that struck me, and I've mentioned a couple of times that I feel like we have got an opportunity now in timing, but the opportunity to change what is called the male-dominated workplace model, which would change everything if, I'll just give a personal example. when I started out, I started on a career path, and then I had children. I stayed out of the workforce for more than a decade, raising my children, and I was very active in volunteer organizations, which actually led me to my work with nonprofits after that. But it was just kind of a given in my generation that, you know, that was what you had to do, which meant it was not going to be as easy to get on a good career path and stay there because there was no childcare. So I think there is a chance now, because of the remote working and the fact that it is working and that many, many people prefer it, that we can actually deal with what has been a 9-to-5 mentality and a male-dominated work culture. So that, I believe, is part of the economic equity piece. The other thing I would say, and it was very clear from this last discussion, it's so important to get more women into government leadership, because we as women understand our issues and understand the importance of gender parity. And when we started out, there was a person at the National Constitution Center who was working with us as we were talking about the 19th Amendment and recognizing it. And he said, well, maybe we should have a slogan that says, "We the people, all equal." And that we actually have in our exhibition in the Kimmel Center Cultural Campus now. It's on the stairs in huge letters, "We the people, all equal." I think that's where we are wanting to go now, recognizing gender diversity, but the importance of that women in leadership can play in ensuring acceptance and inclusion and equity all the way around. So those are my sort of overall remarks. And the values piece, knowing our value, asserting our value, and expecting to be treated equally so that we're not expecting to be second-class citizens.
Right. Yes. And I know that we do plan to host a forum in the future specifically on this topic. So if our delegates and our allies and our other guests who are with us today are wondering how we can get more information to get involved and do a little bit more, we will be hosting that. So please stay tuned for that in the future. But I think, Lynn, we wanted to open this conversation up to some of our speakers for them to chime in.
Yes, absolutely. We've got all of our speakers from the last two discussions that are still in our meeting room here, our Zoom room. So does anybody have a comment they want to make? If not,
Lynn, this is
Yeah.
Kim. Good to see you via Zoom.
Yes.
Can I just make one comment? Because I every once in a while it kind of makes my stomach hurt a little bit that, you know, we don't want to exclude men in our work. And, you know, when we work with women, we kind of get on that line. And I make an example of, again, I'm going to go back to my military. When I had my children in the military, we got 4 weeks off. I mean, 4 to 6 weeks off. That was it. And what was interesting, as my son now, who's in the military, he gets family leave and he is off for 12 weeks with his family right now. And he's in the military. So when we do these kinds of laws, it just doesn't benefit women. It will benefit the family unit. Because let me tell you, that's their second baby that he's off because he deployed on the first one. His second child now, which is a whole lot more work, as you guys have had 2 kids, it's exponentially more work, right? But it actually benefits the family system. So it's not just about women in America, it's about the whole family unit up and down. And I'm going to go back to the care for the elderly, you know, care for our parents. You know, we have this massive generation and it falls, we're kind of the sandwich generation, caring for children, caring for our parents. And I think if we allow men time off for that same kind of thing, it benefits the entire country, not just women. So I think there's a place to kind of speak to that, because I said to my husband the other day, you and I did that. My husband was in the military too. I said, you and I made it possible for our son to have 12 weeks off with his family. And that's bragging rights, ladies. We did that as women to help benefit family systems, which include men.
And I just want to add to that, you know, we think about the fact that parental leave means, you know, men are certainly as eligible for it as women, but men hesitate to take it. And because I think they think it's wimpy or something. I don't know, you know, what the right word is, but that's something else that we can work on. I mean, I thought all the discussion yesterday about the importance of men talking to each other and men as our allies is absolutely essential. And some of our wonderful new delegates who spoke yesterday, Michael Chamberlain from Catalyst, they are wonderful allies to have. Bobby, did you want to say something?
I did. And Kim, so great to see you. And thank you for that great panel. It was wonderful. I think it's also important to model, for men to model flexibility and taking parental leave. You see in the Scandinavian countries, for example, more men take parental leave, and therefore it's normalized, it's not stigmatized. And many times men don't take parental leave, and the research is quite deep about this because they also are impacted by implicit biases when they go against gender stereotypes. So we have to normalize this, and men have to model this kind of behavior because it will send a strong message that this is okay. Another area, picking up on what Kim said, that I would love to see Vision 2020 really think about, and that's coming up with a set of principles around shared leadership. What is it that if we did in fact have shared leadership, what we would like to see? An identification, for example, of women and individuals of color who are going to be recognized, to be mentored, to have you know, to be recognized, to make sure that there's development, to make sure there's compensation audits, which I think is really important in terms of pay equity. And once we come up with this sort of set of principles, going around the country and getting CEOs and others to sign on to these principles, and then embedding metrics into this, so that in 3 years we can see whether or not companies that have actually signed on to these principles, you are seeing more diversity and inclusiveness in the leadership.
Another, if we do things like that, that's the beginning of what the group said yesterday, a cultural shift, not only in the workplace, but at homes. Because I'm with Kim, a lot of these things flow to affect the home, the marriage, the community, etc. Because that begins to make it normal for a man to take leave and a woman to take leave. It's just like somebody at work is taking leave. It doesn't matter who. And the other things that flow from that changes the culture, the behavior, the expectations are so different that then it becomes normalized. And the only way it becomes normalized, a policy, a law, agreements, etc. And then those practices just happening over and over, and we keep reinforcing and reinforcing, because we do have to make a culture shift for these things to stay solidified, because often we make gains, then we find ourselves right back where we started. And we saw that with women on boards. We worked on that at the time. We were ahead. Now we're behind. We're now 5%. Before we were a little bit ahead of that, but we get comfortable. And if we don't have things in place, we get behind.
If I could just build on what Kim, Bobby, and Deborah said, I'm the director of the Virginia Promise Partnership, and our goal is to get affordable, quality childcare for all Virginia families by the year 2030. So I think along the lines of what Bobby was saying is that tactical, signature by corporations, et cetera. We need to start being very intentional alongside that culture shift. in terms of the policy arena. And so I would love for every state to have that intentional goal and then just work towards it for the next 9 years.
Great. Those are some great, very specific ideas and things that we can certainly work on. Anybody else want to weigh in? And then I'm gonna wrap us up here. Okay, well, let me say, first of all, that this is a wonderful group, and I know all the people that are watching all over the country are getting engaged in terms of thinking about things, and we welcome all of your ideas. Joyce and I will be following up with everybody about this Congress to let you know more about what we're planning with Vision Forward, because the Women 100 celebration will officially conclude on August 26, when we celebrate Women's Equality Day with our Toast to Tenacity. And at that point, we will formally launch Vision Forward, which will be the continuation of Vision 2020, but leaving 2020 behind. I think a lot of us would like to forget the year 2020 in general. And so we really hope that all of you will stay completely engaged and think of other people and other organizations that should be part of this coalition and ways that we can move the agenda that we've been talking about forward and move it quickly, because it is a moment in time now where I think it's important that we act. And that's something that we're very committed to do. So I just want to say a big thank you. I also want to say that we welcome, your volunteer support. We welcome your financial support. If anybody wants to make a contribution to Vision Forward, just make it to Vision 2020, and it will be part of what will fund our future. But plan to be with us on August 26. That will be broadcast virtually, a webcast also all over the country. But it will take place in Center City, Philadelphia, where we're planning an outdoor street festival with this Broad Street closed and our exhibition open to the public for that day. So this is all, all these things are happening in the next few months. But I just want to thank everybody. I want to thank all of you, our wonderful delegates, allies, friends. I want to thank Joyce and all the rest of the Vision 2020 team. We have a small but mighty team in our office. And of course, we're not in our office. We've been doing all of this from home remotely. And so, it's been quite an ambitious undertaking, but it seems to have worked really well. And that's because of all of you. So many thanks, and keep in touch, and we will be following up soon. Thanks again. Bye.